DeFi bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pay, let the city on sports and chains. We pay, let the city with regen brains. We pay, let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Chains. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking ether night whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da.
GM Generates, welcome to day 2 in the Sport Castle. My name's Lauren Halstead from Mojito. Super excited to be here. Been coming to ETH Denver for many, many years. Went to college here, so it's always a fun reunion to be back in Denver. I hope everybody's enjoying the great weather. Super sunny this year. Hope everybody's recovering from last night if you partied and got great swag out in the main hall. Excited about today, many great talks this morning. So want to start it off with the future of institutional crypto market and ETH ETFs. Handing it over to Chen from BitGo. Welcome, Chen.
Hello, good morning. Great to be here. My name is Chen. I am the Chief Revenue Officer at BitGo. Quick 30 seconds about me. I've been in crypto for a long time. Started mining Bitcoin December of 2012. Was pretty early in Ethereum as well, but got distracted because I was working for one of Davis Sachs' companies way back then. 2017, started my own company, went full-time into digital assets. 2020, that company merged with BitGo, and I've been at BitGo ever since. Really quickly about BitGo, we are one of the world's largest institutional digital asset infrastructure providers on Earth. We work with a number of large fintechs. We work with a number of large banks and traditional finance institutions and governments around the world as well. We do everything under the sun. Custody, trade, finance, this is margin, borrow, lend, etc. We do settlement, we do collateral management, everything that you can think of, we do. We also work with a number of folks here at ETH Denver. The protocols, the foundations, all of them use us for token management, token investing, etc. So lots of good stuff. In terms of today's kickoff, we're going to first talk about institutional adoption and exactly where things are, where things stand today. I will talk a little bit about what more we can do to bring more institutions into the space. And I have 30 seconds at the very end. This is my own version of my market outlook, per se. I'm not sure how many of you were up late partying or the other of us who were glued to our phones looking at the price movements last night. But man, oh man, it's been a wild 24 hours. All right, let's get started with institutional adoption and the current status quo. So if you think about where we were a year ago and compare that to the current state of things, things have improved quite a bit after President Trump arrived in office. A year back, on the SEC front, under Gary's regime, it was pretty rough, right? It was regulation by enforcement. What does that mean? It basically means that instead of providing super clear rules about how things should work, clear laws, clear frameworks, the many companies inside of our space, all they got were notices, letters, lawsuits. We're talking about hundreds of these things filed by that regulator against all of these different types of companies inside of our space. On the other end of the spectrum, right, on the banking side, the Fed, the OCC, right, the FDIC, these regulatory bodies on the banking side, they were sending these notes, these hidden memos to all the banks, whether large or small, the credit unions, all the way up to the largest banks, warning them about the dangers of digital assets, why this asset class isn't ready for mass adoption. And guess what? Those banks complied. A number of large companies inside this space got squeezed from a bank perspective, meaning our bank account access got cut off. Some of the banks even went under as part of that process. So it was pretty rough. Well, guess what? Both on the SEC front and on the banking front, things have become a lot better, right? If you look at what happened over the last even 48 hours, Gemini's lawsuit, the SEC lawsuit against Gemini was dropped. The SEC's lawsuit against Consensus, right, who is the parent company behind MetaMask, was also dropped. I think things are just getting started and it's going to get a lot better. From the institutional adoption side, just talking to all these banks, similar story, right? If you think about how things looked over a year ago, you had these small pockets of folks inside these large companies, right? We're talking the largest banks in the world, promoting this idea of adding digital assets as another asset class that the banks can interact with. Well, guess what? Most of these small pockets of evangelists within these large banks, they weren't seeing much traction. We're seeing changes. We're talking to basically everybody inside of traditional finance right now, and there's movement. There's definitely movement. Furthermore, from a SAB 121 perspective, this was literally a way of using accounting rules to lock things down. The publicly traded companies, due to SAB 121, basically had handcuffs on. They could not add this asset class as part of their portfolio of assets that they support due to accounting rules. How mind-blowing is that? Guess what? SAB 121, after Trump took office, has been repealed, replaced with SAB 122. Things are opening up. Very excited. Quick note about ETFs specifically. The Bitcoin ETF was introduced January of 2024. The Ethereum ETF was introduced May of 2024. Both have seen quite a bit of adoption. Using Bitcoin as a benchmark, so if you look at what the numbers from the last 24 hours, the last 48 hours, the total percentage of Bitcoin market cap inside of ETFs is around 9%, which is actually a massive number, right? Same goes for the 24-hour daily trading volume. It's around there as well, between 6 to 9%. Over on the Ethereum side, it's about 2.5% and 2.5%. So using Bitcoin as a benchmark, I think there's definitely more room to grow from the Ethereum perspective. All right, switching gears. Let's talk about what additional things we can do to open our arms to additional institutional adoption and additional institutional capital. The first thing I want to talk about here is market structure, right? There's a reason why TradFi is complicated. There's a reason. And fundamentally, it's designed to protect the end consumers. If you think about selling a share of NVIDIA, selling a share of Amazon, these traditional securities in the traditional markets, what is actually happening under the hood? How many companies, quote unquote, are involved in that process? The answer is it's actually pretty complicated, and there's a bunch of companies involved. You as an end consumer do not simply create an account at an exchange, right? If you go to NASDAQ and say, hello, NASDAQ, can I get an exchange account, please? The answer is like, no. Who are you? What you do is you work with brokers. You work with Robinhood. You work with Fidelity, right? You have your own broker. These brokers have their own custodians. Those custodians have clearing mechanisms underneath. There's a slew of exchanges in the middle. And on the other side, whether you're buying or selling, there's another broker. There's another custodian, right? There's a whole swath of these companies in the middle, each specializing in what they do best to protect your trades and your assets. If you think about crypto, what do we have? We have one exchange in the middle. You sign up for, let's say, Coinbase as an example. Coinbase is basically all of those companies bundled into one, right? And if there was one thing that we do to introduce better market structures so that these large traditional finance companies trust crypto and trust digital assets, is to do a simple thing. Let's separate the roles and responsibilities between an exchange and a custodian. At the very least, let's do that separation to protect the customers, right? Or at the very least, if you're an exchange, please stop putting hundreds of millions, if not billions, of your client funds on ledgers, on consumer-grade hardware, right? And losing it. I'm talking about the Bybit hack from last week, right? If you are a traditional finance institution and you're wandering around this space and you see this headline, crypto exchange loses $1.4 billion. Does that give you confidence to move in money? Of course it doesn't give you confidence. So this concept of better market structure needs to be introduced in crypto. The other thing on the far other end of the spectrum is DeFi. So why are we all here? Why do we believe in Ethereum? It's because we believe in some of these fundamental DeFi concepts. Using Coinbase again as another benchmark, right? Think about trade volumes during the last bull run for Coinbase versus trade volumes in this bull run for Coinbase. If you look at the numbers that were published in their quarterly reports, the trade volumes are actually back up to where we were, right? Back in the last bull run, which is awesome. But if you double click into the numbers, it's actually very interesting. The percentage of retail trades and retail volume was far less than the last bull run, far less. The vast majority of this run up for Coinbase specifically is on the institutional side, which means the institutions are for sure getting in. But the question is, where did all the retail folks go? The answer is, if you, again, look on chain, the retail folks went directly to the decentralized applications, which is something that all of us here should be very, very proud about. Seriously. The thesis that we had for many, many years is indeed coming true. The scalability concerns we had around decentralized applications is being resolved. DeFi works. And frankly, Coinbase is pretty scared about this. This is why they're investing so heavily in Base. How do we apply these same DeFi concepts for institutions and bring institutions directly into DeFi? I think that is a good question that all of us should think about. And if we're able to unlock that, we're talking about massive amounts of volumes and capital coming directly on-chain. All right, last bit, in terms of my outlook for 2025. Again, last night was pretty rough. I was awake till the wee hours of the morning doing a bunch of things for various customers. I do think there's going to be a bit more short-term contraction, choppy waters for the next couple of weeks, next couple of months. But fundamentally, I think we are at the beginnings, the first couple innings of this baseball game, right? Trump just got to the White House. We have over 3.5 years plus left to go. I do think medium to long term, we're going to see things rebound, and hopefully we'll hit all-time highs in the next couple of years. Overall, I think the crypto markets are open, the capital markets are open. Trump is in the White House, and he's appointing all sorts of really pro-crypto folks in various places. So that being said, I'm very excited about the years to come. Let's go. Thanks, guys.
Young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin book. Urging notes, dancing where the bottleneck's been. test for Boodle.
It's quite the calling. On that note, I'm excited for the next panel. Follow the money. What institutions are looking for in 2025? Handing it over to our moderator, Zach. Zach?
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Good morning, everybody. How are we doing today? Yeah, some applause would be good. Come on now. I know things aren't that bad. All right. Today, we're going to be talking institutions, what they want, where we're at right now, what's going on in the Ethereum world and beyond. We're going to do some quick intros. I myself am Zach Usman, former anchor at CNBC and Yahoo, now running the only and fastest growing community-owned media outlet on ETH at Coinage. And we have our treasury in ETH, so hopefully what we learned today will actually be applied immediately at our DAO. But Stacy, why don't we start with you and just do intros real quick?
Sure. Thanks so much, Zach. My name is Stacey Ann Pearson. I'm currently the managing director of Singapore and Southeast Asia for Zodiac Custody, which is a custodian that was created by Standard Chartered Bank and supported by 4 other banks. Previously, I was head of Web3 for APAC at AWS and a bunch of other initiatives that we're happy to talk about.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Annabelle Huang. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Altius. We're a new protocol that came out of Cells just last week, focusing on building a VM-agnostic modular execution layer that brings high performance to any blockchains. Previously, I was a managing partner at Amber Group, focusing more on institutional focus, liquidity, and liquidity provisioning.
Hey, everyone. Good morning. My name is Joshua Lem. I am the head of markets at FalconX. FalconX is a global digital assets prime broker and trading firm. We do everything from spot and derivatives, kind of OTC liquidity, electronic market making, and lending, borrowing, custody, all the full spectrum of services. But I'm happy to dive into all of that.
Hi, everyone. My name's Grant Hummer. Been ETH about 10 years. I'm the co-founder of Etherealize, which is a project trying to bring Wall Street to Ethereum.
Nice. I like that. And yes, Grant, maybe we start with you, because right now it's very interesting to think about where we are in the Ethereum roadmap. I myself was just reflecting, it was 1 year ago that I was on the stage with Jesse Pollack when Base was just kind of getting set off. And fees, as the L2 strategy has played out, have come way down. And it makes it way easier to use, real-life applications on Ethereum. And I guess I just want to start with a question to you with Etherealize now launching to get institutions to understand even that roadmap or the fact that fees are down or what they can do with it. What's kind of like the thrust of what you're trying to do with Etherealize to help educate institutions?
Yeah, so before founding Etherealize, we did a bit of a deep dive into the level of Wall Street's education about Ethereum and discovered it's pretty low. I think this is compounded by the fact that Ethereum is very complicated right now, and it's only become more complicated with the roll-up roadmap. So yeah, we're just trying to explain that to them. Ethereum is currently in something of an awkward adolescent phase. The fees have come down. Usage is actually up, but it's not up sufficiently yet to compensate for the decline in fees. And so there's this law called Jevons paradox, or Jevons law, which is that if the price of a resource falls, the usage of the resource will increase by more than the decline in the price, such that revenues will increase. And I think that's what will happen with Ethereum in the coming years.
With an institutional focus, too, I think, Josh, I'd be interested to get your take, because the idea of the roadmap playing out kind of right when the ETFs got approved. I was looking at the numbers, and I think to date, it's about a little over $3 billion in net inflows for the Ethereum ETFs, and about 10 times that for the Bitcoin ETF. And you could make the case that when ETH's ETFs got approved, it was in that hangover period where it was like in the shadow of what happened with Bitcoin. And so, I mean, I guess with what Grant just said, what do you make of kind of the way that it kind of got caught in the launch and what institutions are looking at when it comes to ETH?
Yeah, I think that's a great point that you brought up around just institutional awareness and education around Ethereum. I think in a lot of ways, the narrative on ETH has deteriorated. Institutions are either focusing on crypto, Bitcoin in particular, as a store of value, inflation hedge as a sort of like a macro portfolio allocation, and it's very correlated to other global macro markets. Alternatively, they're looking at sort of the technology itself as a way to make payments and sort of like have a decentralized and uncensorable network of money and value transfer. And that, unfortunately, a lot of that activity is in the minds of Wall Street and institutions on Solana and other kind of faster and maybe cheaper networks. And that narrative is constantly changing, and I think a lot of it is like investor relations work and talking to banks and hedge funds and trying to educate them on like what types of activities are still happening on ETH and on the L2s. And so, yeah, we're seeing a lot of that happening now. Obviously, there's a lot of supply and demand dynamics at work right now, especially around like investing schedules on like Solana and things like that. So there's constantly rotation happening, and the fact that there's only a handful of assets that have really global reach through ETFs means that all of the focus of the global financial community is really on these like top 3 assets, and that's where all the rotation will happen.
If I could just quickly add on to that, because when I was at Amber, we've tried from very early days to educate our institutional and high net worth clients on Bitcoin and obviously Ethereum, but Bitcoin has always had a very clear, almost brand as the story, the digital gold, right? And then the investors, especially the traditional investors, can quickly understood. For Ethereum, because it has so much different usage, it became, first of all, it was proof of work and then turned into proof of stake and to ultrasound money, and then there was the world computer narrative, and then I guess now infinite gardens. So I think for institutions, they actually also just want to follow maybe one clear direction and the one-liner of why invest in Ethereum. And I think because it was so widely used in so many different use cases, that made it a little complicated. So obviously Bitcoin has the first mover and a very clear narrative all throughout the last 10 plus, almost 2 decades. So it was very easy for Bitcoin to become the gateway. So hopefully that trickles down to Ethereum, especially as we have Etherealized to have the institutional push.
Can I offer also an opportunistic view? So I do agree with the panelists in terms of the dominant narrative. One thing I think that we're recognizing at Zodiac Custody is because we primarily serve traditional financial institutions, because we're bank-backed, asset managers, family offices, ETF issuers, we are able to see the trends and the asks up front. Mm-hmm. And what we're seeing is that institutions are looking for, now bear with me with this oxymoron, safe DeFi. So they are looking for better ways to enact capital efficiency for the funds that they're custodying with us. So I think the opportunity for Ethereum here, given that it was one of the first big blockchains to really galvanize the DeFi ecosystem, is to lean into that with institutions, right? So providing this safe ecosystem for DeFi projects that have enterprise-grade solutions. I think that is where that narrative shift could really help to play with the institutions, because we know today they are looking for more capital-efficient opportunities for their funds.
I want to dig deeper into safe DeFi because I want to get the tough questions out of the way, and these are questions everyone again in the Ethereum ecosystem are asking right now. Grant, I feel like the Bybit hack is probably the worst way to start your institutional push in terms of like, hey, safe DeFi is a thing. But I think it's important, especially like people in the media, to get right in terms of what happened, because I think we all know it's not like Ethereum got hacked, and people need to make sure they're clear about that. But when it comes to kind of safe DeFi and things like that, the overhang, what are you kind of hearing when it comes to those fears and getting those questions answered?
I think we're even still a little ways away from that. The institutions are still at the crawling stage. I would call DeFi the running stage. Some of the more adventurous ones, like family offices and hedge funds, they were deploying into DeFi years ago. But you're talking about the big sell-side institutions like banks. They're still a ways away from that. I think if you can get some of the more buy-side institutions, they're also more adventurous. They're certainly open to it. I don't think the Bybit hack actually changed very much in the long run. You know, crypto's had a long series of hacks. They understand it wasn't a hack of the core protocol. This was kind of a wallet snafu. And yeah, I think, you know, the trend will still remain up and to the right. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to get other people's takes on that too. And Josh, you're, I guess, kind of more attached into some of the market structure piece. But I mean, to think about the Bitfinex hack in 2016, that was $72 million. Bitcoin dropped like 25%, I think, back then. And the Ethereum hack, 1.4 billion, and at least on the day, I mean, we can talk about what's happened in the few weeks since, but not as extreme, but then maybe over time. So I'm just kind of curious to get the impact from you.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the biggest cure for, you know, this sort of fallout of these major hacks and the loss of trust is just like the ability to generate cash flows, right? And you've kind of seen this happen with things like Tether and Bitfinex and Bybit now. It's just sort of, if you have these dominant firms that are actually, you know, creators of useful products that people use, and they're able to generate cash flows to cover any losses, that's actually the biggest way to recover consumer trust and rebuild. It's kind of ironic, right? Because like a lot of the ways that these institutions are able to generate so much money is because maybe they operate in a way that's like a little bit outside of like the black and white regulatory regime, and so they're able to bring in like more users globally in this decentralized world that we live in. And I think the fact that that is originally maybe a source of like mistrust, but actually the fact that they can produce revenue should increase their credibility to the market.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add on because I think the piece that we typically underestimate within the Web3 side is the sentimentality that comes with, you know, hacks in terms of getting folks who are not native to crypto to either explore or buy into the ecosystem. So I think one of the aspects around, one of the residual, I should say, effects of, you know, such a large hack is for institutions to continue to ask for better risk management practices, as well as the kinds of governance and controls that they are typically used to on the traditional side. Institutions that are well positioned with internal risk controls and risk management will be well poised to win some of these big institutional deals because they'll feel that sense of comfort. So a very quick example, because that seems vague. At Zodiac Custody, we have a product, there are other custodians that have it as well, is off-exchange venue trading and settlement, right? This is huge for institutions. So what that simply means is the institution is able to trade or do asset swaps without putting their funds on an exchange, which introduces them to counterparty risk. That's something that's huge in the sense that they are looking for these kinds of risk management embedded products in order to protect themselves from what they might read in the news, for example, like Bybit hack. Yeah.
Well, let's shift maybe into some of the optimistic outlooks here too. Now that we, think about where we go from here. And Annabelle, I wonder if we could highlight kind of some of the advantages that Ethereum has now in the roadmap and kind of where it is as a technology, where we are. Because again, I think there is some of the ethos that gets lost in terms of what Grant was mentioning in fees and other options, other chains out there. I'd like to go down and just kind of talk about what the biggest competitive advantage Ethereum might have right now that maybe people miss in terms of why institutions might be drawn there instead of other options.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, and I think the reason why we, at least I think a few of us on this panel, are still bullish on ETH and remain ETH backholders and keep building on top of Ethereum ecosystem is just the amount of mind share that it has among just super talented group of people. It could be developers, users, and this community. Obviously, we are going through a bit of rough patch. But there have been a lot of newcomers over the years, but having that mind share and market share has historically been very difficult to surpass. So, and I see people coming out of retirement to focus on building Ethereum again, just a sign that we have what it takes. And I think going back to the point of institutional adoption, Again, I think ETH being the number 2, after Bitcoin, Solana will have, and other asset classes will have many years to catch up. Your earlier point about ETH being maybe ETF being a tenth of Bitcoin's flow versus maybe ETH is at now between 25 to 30% of the Bitcoin market cap. So I think we will see that trickling down to ETH, and ETH will be the next because having an ETF issued is actually a really big milestone, and it'll take years for other assets to catch up. And even within, I think, just the crypto space, we talked about the hacks and everything, but I think it just shows resilience of the market, whether the operators themselves, they don't have government to backstop them, and we can quickly iterate and find out what the vulnerabilities are and quickly move on. So.
Josh and Grant, would you agree with that? Because I think the other thing overhanging is we got CME futures and Solana potentially coming too, and that idea of a Solana ETF could potentially also put Ethereum back in the same camp. So I'm curious your thoughts as well.
Yeah, I would look at, I think it's important to look at ground truth. Like, what is the actual fundamental differentiators in these networks? And I think in Ethereum's case, is that it's actually decentralized. And if you zoom out and you think about what's needed for a real global financial system on the internet, I don't think a chain that runs in like 3 data center providers is that, versus a globally decentralized network with 10,000 plus validators distributed around the world. So I think that's Ethereum's main competitive advantage. It's true to the original cypherpunk ethos of crypto. And that makes it credibly neutral for countries all around the world to actually do business on it.
Yeah, I think to Annabelle's point, Ethereum has a long and storied history behind it, right? It's been battle tested, and I think retail always leads the way in DeFi and like financial innovations. Like all of us in this room are pioneers in a way, like trying out new protocols and new yield farms and things like that. And eventually, like the other panelists were saying, like all these institutional players want to come in and capture some of that yield, right, over time, look for that safe DeFi.
Yep.
And what they're actually going to pick are protocols that have a lot of durability and have gone through many iterations, maybe even have recovered through different hacks. And so they kind of trust the team that's behind it and also trust like the brand and the fact that it's able to survive even, further into the future. So that is, and I'll say one more thing, which is like, if you think about the way that these institutions access DeFi, it's through like custodies and MPC wallet providers, and also using like KYT tools to do the compliance, like AML sanctions checks and all that kind of stuff. That's actually a very onerous requirement. All of those tools have been built for Ethereum and not necessarily for a lot of other chains.
True, that's very true. So, the infrastructure piece of it should not be overlooked either. But the other big thing, and I will put myself out there and say that this catalyst, I thought, you couldn't have predicted the Bybit hack, I don't think, unless maybe you're North Korea. But I didn't see that coming. And I really thought there was going to be a huge catalyst that's coming now, and we're just kind of waiting to see when it's going to get greenlit. But the idea of staking via the ETFs, that is kind of presumably kind of like the safest DeFi option to earn yield when it comes to things like that. And I don't know when it's going to happen, but I am curious to kind of ask you guys what the impacts of that will be, because before the hack, I thought it might be safe to say that'd be a pretty big catalyst for things in Ethereum. But what might be the impact, aside from potentially number go up, impact of institutional staking on that scale?
So I just want to make a very quick point on the last question is, in my previous role at AWS, one of the things that we typically were trying to educate the Web3 community about is that a lot of the institutions don't actually care about things we care about in crypto. Being fully decentralized, I think, is phenomenal for crypto native folks and companies that are used to crypto, but the majority of corporations, if you think, it's not a company, right? It's an individual in the company making the decision. And if they're not crypto native, they don't care how decentralized your blockchain is or how centralized it is. What they care about is what can it do, is it cheap, and is it fast? So that's one of the things I think we have to remember within the different blockchain communities is that when you're working with institutions, you have to ensure that you know what they care about and what's the story that you need to tell for them to be able to work with you. Mm-hmm. So then moving to the staking piece through ETFs, I think it will be quite interesting because institutions are looking for that safe yield. Now, the piece here will be that what we're recognizing is that a lot of institutions are now asking for better and better and better APYs. And so the point will come is, can we do innovation on top of the staking through an ETF? Is there a way to, use some of the innovations that we're seeing on the liquid staking side, or, other ways to generate yield, whether it's through lending or whether it's through, decentralized compute, whatever it is, right? Are there ways that we can capture that yield in the Ethereum community? Because that's where you'll start to get a lot more inflows for the Ethereum side, whether through ETF or through staking, et cetera.
Yeah, I would also open it up. Maybe I'm wrong. You can tell me if I'm wrong in terms of, Zach, don't pay attention to staking, it's not the thing, but are there other catalysts that you're kind of more excited by?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about like traditional markets and what is usable as collateral, so basically like if you have a bunch of assets on your balance sheet, you want to put them to productive use, right? And if those assets are not generating any kind of yield, like if you're just holding dollars at a bank account, let's say, that's paying 0 interest in a checking account, then you're foregoing a lot of interest income. And that's obviously a very big consideration for ETH holders, even Solana holders, like any sort of yield-bearing asset. What we're seeing on our side is a lot of institutions who have these assets want to use them as collateral to do trading activity on exchanges, bilaterally with dealers on derivative structures. Like a good example would be you're holding a lot of Ethereum and you want to sell call options on it just to get more yield, right? It's a common strategy in traditional markets. Like if you hold, Apple stock, you would sell calls on Apple to get additional yield pickup. It's now more common to kind of post like LSTs or LRTs that the holder of the initial asset that's overriding can collect the yield while they're posting it as collateral.
Yeah.
So that's a very powerful idea, and it's going to translate to the ETFs as well.
Yeah, I think a big catalyst is going to be RWAs. There's this concept I call the Ouroboros, which is a snake eating its own tail. I think that describes like most of the crypto markets over the past decade, where there's no actual like positive sum impact on the world from it, but traditional finance does offer that by tethering itself to real businesses, real value creation, and crypto can be the substrate on which the new rails on which those things take place. And so I think Ethereum is perfectly positioned to be that.
Yeah, Annabelle, real quick, I don't know if there's anything else that you're more excited about other than that to squeeze in. If there is, by all means, before we wrap up.
Again, very excited about what the future looks like for institutional adoption for Ethereum and just crypto in general. And part of what I'm building now is actually more focused on the infrastructure side, so that that's not going to be a bottleneck, whether it is consumer adoption or maybe institutional adoption. And that's always been very dear to my heart. And even as we build out a lot of the institutional liquidity services for institutional adoptions, a big part of it is trading-related use cases. If we can get to even, we're at maybe less than 10% of what centralized exchange volumes that we see on-chain, and on Ethereum is maybe just a fraction of that. So can we actually bring more volume that's traded on-chain, and unlocking more cases there is a lot, happening on the asset side, improved security, maybe, yield-bearing collaterals. But what about on-chain infrastructure?
Yeah.
Can we get close to sort of like an on-chain Binance that we can bring more trading activities directly on-chain?
Well, I will say, as we wrap up here, I think Grant's final point is very interesting to think about the ethos of Ethereum and what it's fostered, and real-world assets, very interesting. Coinage now paying out a dividend. Big news, I think. Anyways, thank you guys for joining us, and thank you to the dog who's here as well. Thank you for waking up early. That's it for us. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Splitting bottlenecks, backs. Alliance architect with a bluff acorns grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this. She smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. architect with the buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with do with do with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it.
Hey everybody, how are you doing this morning? So excited to see so many people who showed up for Friday morning. Shocking. I know how difficult it is to get out of bed when you're at trying to go to like a temple nightclub or church nightclub. I don't know where everybody went last night. This is probably the responsible group. But anyways, moving on. We are at the L3 junction of Ethereum. I don't know how many L's there are going to be before everything's scaled and everybody around the world is using Ethereum, but excited to have Colton Dillon here today from DGen and Quip Network. Thanks, Dylan.
Thank you, thank you. Hey everybody, my name is Colton Dillon. I'm one of the co-founders of DGen. We're a token that is native to Base, but also native to Farcaster. Community launched. We're here to answer the question of why an L3, because as a community, we decided to launch an L3. And we think that the real answer is that L3s need high throughput, right? And we want to be in memes, media, and markets. And if you want to be in memes, media, and markets, that's going to require a lot of transactions. People are posting content every day. If you want to reward people for posting content every day, then you need to have that high throughput. Additionally, having an L3 allows you to offer a simpler on-ramp because you don't have to work, you're already in a less decentralized mode, and so you don't have to worry as much about having decentralized oracles, decentralized validators, things of this nature. And then ultimately, it's about audience. Why do people use any chain? It's because they have a specific affinity to that brand or to that idea, and they want to continue working in those spaces. A little bit about our credibility. Last year, we hit an all-time high of 2 billion. We have currently 1 million holders of DGen on Base alone, and we're also on Solana, Arbitrum, and the DGen chain. We gave out $47 million in tips. Again, it was a community launch token. We didn't have a sale. We just airdropped it to Farcaster users, and then we gave them the ability to distribute future airdrops to other users of Farcaster by commenting on people's posts. And through that, we gave over $47 million last year. We have 550 million DGen in TVL. 33% of daily active Farcaster users, their daily interaction will be a tip. And we have 875 million DGen locked in a vault for those tips. And why is that? It's because we're the meme with a dream, right? We want people to get paid to produce, consume, and share memes, and we want them to do that on the Las Vegas of blockchains, which is DGen L3. So why, right? We think that we're moving into the world of distributed studios. We started out with Mickey Mouse and Disney, where there was one guy hiring a bunch of artists and producers and voice actors to make a 2.5-hour piece of content over 2 years. Then we got Nintendo, where they threw programmers into the mix, and they spent 4 years to make a 60-hour piece of content that you could consume a little bit at a time. Then we moved to the YouTube generation, where you have a lot of decentralized creators who are spending a week at a time to make a 15-minute piece of content, and you, the consumer, get to choose how much you consume, from when, from whom. And then we get TikTok, where you have individual creators who are producing 15-second pieces of content over 30 minutes, and they're in dialogue with each other, creating these narratives, and you get to assemble your seasons, you get to assemble your entertainment, and memes are the next evolution in that step, where now anyone can create a little 2-second piece of content. It shows up in your feed, you laugh, and you spend hours scrolling to consume that thing. But how do those creators get paid? That's where DGen comes in. And we do this on the L3 because you really need that throughput to reward those creators, right? You're getting a trade-off between data availability, transaction cost, throughput, and your decentralization. So if you want to be on Ethereum, where you're really decentralized, you're going to pay for it. And that's why we need to put your roll-up in your roll-up so you can roll up while you roll up. Because you actually need that decentralization, that re-centralization to hit the throughput needs, right? Ethereum last year during March, you were paying $11 per transaction. You're not going to pay $11 per transaction to reward someone 20 cents worth of degen on Farcaster. Base, similarly, hit an average of 60 cents per transaction during March last year. And so when we hit these limits, the costs go up and your ability to do these microtransactions degrades. Even Solana, during the pumped on fun craze last month, they were hitting an average of 14, 18 cents per transaction. So supposedly these high throughput chains are not high throughput enough for the actual applications that are going to hit massive scale. And that's why you need to shard out and you need to use other rollups. You can also offer simplicity. There are providers in the space like Arbitrum, Gelato. A lot of the validators on Ethereum are using AWS already. So are you really getting the decentralization that you claim you are? Additionally, you have the option to provide pre-packaged oracles, right? Farcaster, a lot of the data is only available with reliability through Nanar. So most people are consuming Farcaster data through one organization. You have Chainlink is providing all the oracles, but maybe if you're using an L3, you just build in the oracles because you're already trusting them to be your centralized validator. Or you can bring real-world information on-chain like Bloomberg because you're already accepting this trade-off. So there are other reasons to use L3s. Additionally, as an L3, you can provide a lot more customization because you are narrowing your community, right? If you want specific precompiles, if you want specific auction formats for block space, if you want specific data streams, you can talk to your L3 and they're more likely to work with you to get you the things that you need in order to accomplish the things you want to accomplish. And then, of course, you have your audience. At DGen, we're very aligned with Base and Farcaster, and Telegram is the source of the most average users around the world. And so you can really narrow in on these audiences and serve them very well with your specific setup on your specific chain. Why does anyone use any of these brands? Well, why does anyone hold a bag? It's because they saw someone they identified with that bag and they wanted to pay money to be like that person. And so L3s are similar in that sense, in that people identify with what you are trying to produce and your vision of the world that you see in the future. And for DGen, we consider ourselves the decentralized generation, right? We want you to find your own DGen world and to make it as a decentralized community. We're offering bounties for people who want to build on DGen at the intersection of memes, media, and markets. And the grants will be retroactive and contingent on actually reaching milestones. But also, we do want to build brand value with you in the DGen ecosystem, so it's exclusive. And that means we will market the hell out of you to all of our users and the people who they want to market to. And we do this in a peer-to-peer fashion through tips. With that, the hat stays on. We're really excited to have people building on DGen, and we hope that you consider L3s for your project, even if it's not us. Are there any questions? All right, great crowd.
Cheeks encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster type chump. Blood eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Quantaries whisper king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk den. to your list to use. Call me well connected, I call it.
Hello, hello, hello. Lauren here again, hoping I'm not boring you or anything, but I think super relevant right now in the Ethereum community is how to onboard the next wave. How do we get those next billion users, as everybody always says? Here to talk about this today, we have Jiho from Sky Mavis, Axie Infinity, and the Ronin Network. Super excited to have him here today. Good friend of mine, just recently launched Ronin. So let's give a round of applause for Jiho.
All right. Good morning, Denver. Yeah, it's my second or third time being here, but my first time here on the main stage. And yeah, couldn't be more excited to be with you guys today. All right, let's talk about the elephant in the room today. How do we actually onboard real people to Ethereum? We have some experience with this. We'll share some learnings, and we'll actually puncture some myths about what's actually happening on the EVM. So there's been a toxic myth spreading recently that everyday people don't use Ethereum. And this is dangerous. This is actually causing people to incorrectly believe that Solana is winning. But this is only true if you don't know where to look. Let's take a look at Ronin. Ronin is a gaming-focused EVM chain. Many of you guys probably know about it from the Axie heyday back in 2021. Ronin was initially built out to scale Axie Infinity, and over time it's become a more generalized gaming chain. So originally built for Axie, now king of the gaming chains, and it was actually the most used EVM chain of 2024 after Ethereum. I believe there's a perception that, oh, retail isn't here this cycle, people aren't actually being onboarded. The only thing that people are using is meme coins. I'm here to dispel that myth. If you actually zoom out, Web3 gaming, and specifically Web3 gaming on Ronin, is larger than it's ever been. Today, there are 600,000 daily active addresses on the Ronin chain. And if you look at this chart is a movie, right? You can see that transactions and users have actually surpassed the levels from the Axie boom of 2021. So if you follow along, you can see that Ronin launched in 2021, had a massive run-up in traction due to Axie, and then we had a really rough, brutal bear market. But the community never wavered. And from the bear, we've seen an explosion in activity. So we have to give a shout out to a team that really started to catalyze this wave. Pixels. What is Pixels? Pixels is kind of like Web3 Stardew Valley. It's the second Web3 game to hit millions of users, sent a shockwave through the space. It proved that Ronin could evolve and become about way more than Axie. An interesting thing is that the Pixels team actually reached out to us and wanted to work with Ronin. Why? Because we actually had experience building a Web3 game. We had the experience from Axie about how to actually scale a Web3 game to millions of users, manage incentives, right? These are all invaluable lessons that we're able to share with the games that are deploying on Ronin. Another thing that has just been uncovered by Peter from 1KX is that Ronin's retention metrics are actually insane. Ronin's D30 retention is actually 17.5x higher than Solana's. Why? Well, this makes sense, right? If you lose money on meme coins, you get wrecked on meme coins, right? 90% of people who are using Pump.Fun are losing money. You're gonna leave after a couple of days, a week. It's not something that's sticky or for the long term. Whereas with gaming, I grew up playing World of Warcraft, and I couldn't quit. It took me 4 years to quit because all of my friends were playing WoW. And that's what's happened with Ronin. We've built this incredibly sticky gaming community originally through Axie that's now been able to transition to playing other games on the Ronin network as well. So these are some of the faces. These are some of the real people. And one thing that I want to mention is that, so we're here in Denver. Many of us are Americans. And it might be hard to see, where are the real people that are using Ethereum, right? ETH Denver doesn't look any bigger than it was last year or 2 years ago. It might even be a little bit smaller. Where are the people that are using these applications? Our experience is that you can almost basically chart the places where crypto adoption actually happens, where people are actually downloading wallets, transacting on chain, playing games, using DeFi. The majority of the real people that are performing these actions are actually in places like Brazil, Argentina, the Philippines, places where inflation is incredibly high, governments are incredibly corrupt, and Web3 actually offers a tangible benefit. Of course, this also applies to incentives. Why? Well, Web3 is a little bit like allegory of the cave. It's very hard to articulate the ideals and get someone to decide to join in. That's why we found that when you're able to get people their first crypto by using an application, playing a game, they're able to have that aha moment, that magic moment that gets them to cross the chasm. Incentives help someone experience something that cannot be described in words, which are the real benefits of ownership and property rights. So after Pixels, we've had a great wave of builders come onto the Ronin chain. And we have some amazing case studies of how we've helped them grow and reach their goals. Because this ultimately is what we believe a chain should do: support the builders that are actually getting users. And this is something that I believe the Ethereum ecosystem as a whole needs to learn a bit more about. So Pixels went from 5,000 DAU to 1.3 million daily active users after migrating to Ronin. Forgotten Runiverse had a 15x increase in unique testers after migrating to Ronin. Lumiterra saw a 120% increase in new players after migration. Fableborn saw testers in Season 2, which was on Avalanche, go from 103,000 to 150,000 after migrating to the Ronin network. So I was asked to speak here today about what Ethereum, perhaps maybe even the Ethereum Foundation, the Ethereum leadership, right? This could also be the Ethereum community. What can we learn from Ronin? Well, I was honored to even be asked that question. But the way that I see it is that builders, especially now more than ever, they need help with distribution. The tech has been commodified. The tech is good enough. What builders now need are golden cohorts of users, and the chains that can specialize in this, the EVM side chains, layer 2s, layer 3s, the chains that can specialize in this for the Ethereum ecosystem are gonna be the winners. So we've had really great commentary from some of the teams building on Ronin. Maria from Fableborn, who actually used to work on RuneScape, said that the Ronin team is the best of the best in this industry. They've blown me away with their expertise and publisher support. Derek from Fishing Frenzy simply stated that the Ronin effect equals 30,000 new players in 3 days. Developers want players. Luke from Pixels, the second Web3 game to hit 1 million users, said that moving to Ronin was the catalyst that drove a lot of the initial growth at Pixels. There is literally no other place in Web3 where you can get the same amount of exposure as a game. So what do we do? How do we help these builders? I don't believe it's anything special. I think these are strategies that can easily be replicated by the leadership in the Ethereum ecosystem, whether that's the Ethereum Foundation or other organizations. We have a website and we have a wallet that features the top games and applications on our network. We have millions of emails that we use to help spread information and give a warm introduction for these projects to our community. We're aggressively promoting and interacting with these projects on socials. Our founders are actually using the products, playing the games. We're a gaming chain built by gamers. I think that's part of what differentiates us. And the fact that we're actually using these products, I think says a lot and does so much for the teams that we're supporting. Last, a lot of these developers, they want real advice from developers that actually have experiences building applications. I think one of the problems with infrastructure right now in Ethereum is that you have people who specialize in building infrastructure, but they don't actually know too much about how to get users and how to build applications. I think this is the interesting thing about what Ronin does and what other EVM chains should be doing is we have insights from building Axie, how to actually onboard users, and we give that advice and that experience to the teams that we're working with. Recently, we had a very important moment for the Ronin network. Ronin is officially open. So Ronin existed for many years as a permissioned chain, as a curated chain. But recently, we opened it up to all builders, and we've seen a sharp increase in the number of smart active contracts and active deployers on the Ronin network. So yeah, if you feel inspired, if you're interested in building on Ronin, definitely feel free to contact me on Telegram. You can scan this QR code to learn more about what we're doing, how to get involved, how to use Ronin products, how to build on Ronin. All the information is in that one link, wiki.roninchain.com. Thank you, and shout out to the Ronki community.
Clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the orphans, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urging those dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Old to speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urging those dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, Pete Jobs,
GM. Up next, huge speaker, we have the co-founder of Ethereum, Joe Lubin. The metropolitan Ethereum ecosystem is about to escape velocity, moderated by Bradley from Axios.
What's up, everybody? How's it going? Good to see you, ETH Denver. Oh, wow, listen to that. A little better energy than yesterday. I guess it's, earlier in the day. Good to see you guys. I'm Brady Dale. I'm the crypto reporter at Axios. I read the Axios crypto newsletter. Get out your phones real quick and just subscribe right now. Save yourself some time. We're here with Joe Lubin, co-founder of, or I think founder of Consensus, head of it, and famously a co-founder of Ethereum, one of the guys there in the room as the second largest crypto network in the world launched. Welcome, Joe. Great to see you again.
Hey, Brady. Hey, everyone.
We're going to talk about the future of Ethereum, of course. But you guys had some big news yesterday that's relevant to the whole industry. So maybe we could start with that. What happened yesterday?
So much happened yesterday. You're talking about this,
One,
this
government
little discussion that we've been having with the SEC for
Yes,
a while?
exactly.
Do you want me to go into it? So the big news. We are no longer being sued by the SEC. Very excited about that. We are no longer on a monthly basis scooping up millions of dollars and throwing it into the furnace. We're no longer taking our attention and similarly directing it towards /dev/null. It's a nerd joke. So effectively, our legal team has been working with the excellent new SEC that we are having a very constructive relationship with now. We agreed that we wouldn't sue them if they stopped suing us. So we're all good now.
All right. And maybe you could give us a quick rundown of, your company's been around for a while. What was your experience with Clayton? What was your experience with Gensler? And then what's your experience with the, I guess Mark U8 until the new chair takes over?
Yeah, so the Jay Clayton SEC administration was just trying to figure things out for a while. They were totally clueless when they came in. We reached out at one point and said, hey, if you want to understand these token things, we'd be happy to have discussions with you. We did some of those, and they got up to speed very quickly. Some people in our industry did not appreciate the Jay Clayton administration. We thought they were neutral to positive, so no real concerns about them. Chair Gensler, as you're all aware, was an esteemed professor of blockchain at MIT. We're not sure how he got that job, but he learned blockchain while he was teaching blockchain. And he formed certain opinions, and those opinions were 75% of these tokens were definitely not securities, including Ether. And he had some favorites, but he came into the job as chair, and he petitioned Congress for a mandate because he said very explicitly, I have no authority to regulate these digital assets, and so please write some rules for me so I can do my job. Congress did nothing, as it does so well, except in certain moments. And that was an opportunity. It was an opportunity for banking lobbies. It was an opportunity for the progressive wing. Elizabeth Warren particularly seized on that opportunity. Progressive wing of the Democratic Party seized on it. And banks wanted to keep winning a rigged game. The progressives who wanted big government to regulate granularly every aspect of human life felt that decentralization and disintermediation were inconsistent or would make it difficult for big government to control everything. And so they set about trying to kill, slow, or co-opt Ethereum technology.
What was it like going to a meeting in the Gensler era? What were those conversations like?
So they were not friendly, warm discussions. I don't know if our lawyers, if consensus lawyers ever met in person with the SEC because it was so adversarial clearly that we had representation. And so
your lawyers had lawyers to go to them.
Our lawyers had special SEC whisperer lawyers who, and the SEC was not hearing the whispers very much. The SEC's agenda appeared to be to make us spend so much money and make people across the ecosystem spend so much money that it would really slow our ecosystem. VCs are smart. When VCs see the SEC trying to kill an industry and there's an opportunity to fund a growth company, they're going to run away from that. And so funding in the VC space was all about funding small projects, essentially, that they could get out of pretty quickly. And so we began to detect that the SEC was trying to kill our ecosystem when they just started subpoenaing researchers and engineers at the Ethereum Foundation, at Consensus, in other places, with the idea that they could land a reclassification of Ether from non-security to security, and then tie our company, Consensus, to being promoters of this sort of reissuance and securitizing of Ether. And so now that that's effectively behind us with the new SEC administration, we are unstraitjacketed. We were afraid to say certain things publicly, but now we can return to being very vocal, highly energized stewards of the ecosystem.
So on that note, let's shift towards the future now. I know you have and always have had a very bullish take on Ethereum. Right now, we were just talking backstage about how you see strength coming in the L2 world and sort of all that power that's been built by these additional networks sort of all accruing back to Ethereum. So what's your big picture view on what's going to happen soon with L2s and why this is going to be great for everyone?
So there will be lots of different kinds of next generation databases in Web3, just as there are lots of different kinds of databases in Web2. And these databases will have different superpowers. Ethereum's superpowers are progressive decentralization to rigorous, massively rigorous decentralization, censorship resistance, and a bunch of things that come with that. We did not focus on massive scalability initially. We are now focusing on infinite scalability, we've now achieved effectively infinite scalability, and I can break that down a little bit. And so having built horizontal scalability with all these L2s and the ability to improve the L2s and build L3s and L4s, et cetera, we've achieved horizontal and vertical scalability. The internet is a very big place, and we're going to move all the internet and web stuff onto Web3, and we need a massive infrastructure for that. We now are focusing as our two major goals on beefing up the scalability at layer 1, I can break that down, and essentially taking what we created, which you can think of as a bit of a problem and a bit of a feature. In achieving great scalability, we introduced fragmentation across the ecosystem, and we essentially lost the easy synchronous and near synchronous composability of functionality in smart contracts that we used to have. So
L2s are going to play better together soon.
L2s, there are many efforts right now, many technologies right now, many commitments from different L2 teams to work together to both beef up, figure out how to beef up layer 1, but also create extremely satisfying interoperability across the layer 2 networks.
And is there something people are working on to make L2s play better together, to compose better, that you are particularly optimistic about?
Yeah, there are lots of things. The two perhaps most impactful things are you can beef up layer 1 and turn it from one Ethereum virtual machine to a lot of parallel Ethereum virtual machines. So that's taking this roll-up technology and making it into native roll-up technology, where the roll-ups actually move inside the Ethereum protocol. And then there will still be roll-ups on top of that, and this thing called based sequencing, where you have validators help sequence transactions at layer 2s and higher, is a very clean and powerful way to bring back composability. Based sequencing can get very complicated. So you can imagine a couple of layer 3s having their own sequencer. There's a layer 2 that they're sitting on. It has their own sequencer. They're all communicating so that when you're sequencing, you want to see even more of the transactions around you so that you can compose them together, make everything more efficient. And so with this hierarchical and lateral scheme, we can figure out how to bring together exactly what needs to be made composable.
I think everyone wants to see based Ethereum, so I think folks will be psyched about that. Let's talk about something else pretty based. It's, when folks ask me what the most important blockchains are, I always say, to me, it's Bitcoin and Ethereum. And that's because they have the strongest cultures. You know, they are blockchains that really have an ethos to them that are people aligning around some collective ideas. I know you're excited at Consensus about building some technologies to further strengthen that in Ethereum. So let's talk about network states and what you guys are doing there.
Sure. So in order to do powerful things, people need to get together into groups. Or let's say intelligences need to get together into groups, because some of those people will be machine intelligences going forward. And so collective action has evolved from being families living in caves to tribes, to city-states, villages, city-states, nation-states, joint stock corporations, multinationals, monarchies. The next collective organization is going to be the most powerful yet, and that will bring in diverse intelligences to define a set of goals, to create magic internet tokens for different purposes, money, equity, loyalty, utility, governance. Define your goals and then use these tokens to incentivize behavior to achieve these goals. And so Consensus itself is moving itself, evolving itself to become a network state. Consensus Software will remain a company, but we're going to become more permeable or porous and enable lots of other actors to be sort of more intimate, in intimate relationships with us as members of our network state.
So it's like Ethereum right now is a nation on the internet, and you guys are working
network state.
What's that?
Ethereum is a network state.
All right. Well, I'm going to call it a nation. And you guys are filling out a way to build like cities within that, right? Like individual chunks of people.
That's a great way to think about it.
Yeah.
And we can think of Web3 as essentially taking on a societal architecture that looks a little bit similar to nation states and provinces and states and cities, et cetera. And the difference is that it will not be directly dictated by geography, and that people will be able to be citizens or netizens of different network states by choice rather than by birth.
And is there a really early stage kind of endeavor that a kind of a young entrepreneur or young sort of excited person might be able to do with this kind of technology that you're looking forward to seeing?
Absolutely. So in one specific instance, our network state will be resident on Linea digital real estate. Linea is our layer 2 ZK EVM network and technology. And we're working with a bunch of projects to either land their projects on Linea, and many are there already, or to even use Linea to build their own networks. And so we have a project where we will be incentivizing young entrepreneurs, young builders with Linea tokens and maybe even nation state tokens, fiat tokens, to make proposals and come and build what you want to build. They will be requested and required to make use of our agreements framework. It's an agreements framework built by Sobol.io, part of our network state. And they will sign on to the agreements framework. Their proposal will be memorialized on chain. There will be milestones. There will be specific payouts. And the first cohort of builders will be requested and required to build out around the agreements framework. So make the agreements framework better, add a negotiation construct to it, add a structured decision-making piece. There are identity constructs and reputation constructs that we're also going to be providing attestation.
So people could try to build those, and that would be a thing.
Yeah. So come and eat the dog food with us, and we'll manufacture more dog food for more builders to eat as we build this thing bottom up.
Very exciting. I was talking with another founder yesterday, and he made the argument to me that the reason why things are a little moribund in the crypto world now, I mean, obviously it's been good in a lot of ways, but there still is, people are a little not as excited as they once were, is because it's all abstract, and folks are waiting for blockchains to interface with the regular world. So how far out do you see that? What's been the problem, and why what might change that soon? And do you agree with that thesis too, I guess?
Yeah, so I think it seems abstract to people from the outside. That's because for a decade, we've been building enabling infrastructure. So we know what we're building. We're constantly kicking the tires on what we're building. So we think there are applications in our ecosystem. Those are infrastructure. Those are DeFi applications. Those are enabling. We don't have a lot of mainstream users, and that's why so we really haven't begun. We've just gotten to the point at which we can now go mainstream because we're now scalable enough, we're now affordable enough in terms of block space and blob space, transaction fees. We're now usable enough, and we're going to get extremely usable in 12 to 18 months as user interfaces incorporate AI. It's going to be delightful. It is now legal in the United States of America to be a blockchain company, and that is going to... Yeah. Thank you, SEC. And that's going to bring the best and the brightest builders, entrepreneurs from Web2, from TradFi. It's going to bring institutions whose GCs said, there's no way you can touch tokens right now. There's regulatory uncertainty. So I love this new regulatory uncertainty that we're laboring under. We don't know where the boundaries are yet. I hope to see some boundaries, but essentially it's on, and we're going to have so many applications built. So there are ways that our world and the traditional world are already interpenetrating. Some of these use cases are real-world assets. Some of the most important real-world assets currently are stablecoins. DeFi, RWA stablecoins are most, or the Ethereum layer 1 and the Ethereum ecosystem are the most dominant in those high-value use cases. I love those use cases, and I think we in the traditional world can embrace them and build on them. I also caution our ecosystem that they are potential levers of control. If we start building all sorts of applications on stablecoins, for instance, that are backed by US dollars or treasuries, there could be a shifting of the wind in government and a rug pull potentially. So what we do need to pay attention to is building stablecoins and building infrastructures around real-world assets where the stablecoins are backed by Ether and by Bitcoin, real decentralized economic bandwidth, and the real-world assets are controlled by decentralized organizations.
All right, well, thanks a ton, Joe Lubin. Thanks all of you for being here. And keep an eye, it's all gonna turn around in Ethereum soon. Keep an eye on all of that, and we'll see you later. Peace.
Cows are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and our bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we bid let this city on sports and chains. We bid let this city with regen brains. We bid let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some TradFi bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games.
GM, super excited about our next speaker, coming from the exchange that brought me on chain and has kept me on chain with all of the security that provides and great marketing. We have bringing creativity on community and culture on chain with Aneri Amin. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Aneri and I work at Base, leading product for social and creators. So Base's mission is simple but ambitious. It's to build a global on-chain economy that increases innovation, creativity, and freedom. And our North Star is 1 billion people and 1 million developers on-chain. And that's a bold and audacious goal. And we can optimize block space and reduce fees and improve onboarding, but none of that will matter if we don't bring people along with us. Technology does not drive adoption, culture does. And so if we want to bring the world on-chain, we need to make it where culture happens. And that's what I want to talk about today. One, why does on-chain need culture and creativity? Why culture and creativity need on-chain, and how we can actually make that happen. So starting with why on-chain needs culture and creativity. So culture isn't just art and music and entertainment, it's how we live. It's the shared beliefs and behaviors and incentives that determine what we adopt, what we create, and what we value. And that's why every single major technological innovation has not just been about the technology itself, but about how people used it and created with it and embedded it into their daily lives. Culture makes technology feel inevitable. And it's what makes people say, oh, of course I use this. Of course I'm a part of this. And we have a ways to go until it's inevitable. So these are some of the things that we need to do to make sure we get there. One is it needs to have a creative medium. The printing press didn't succeed because it printed pages, but it was because it transformed how stories were told and ideas spread. Cameras weren't just a huge technological breakthrough, but it gave rise to photography as a way to capture memories, and it was a new form of art. On-chain will succeed when it stops being seen as just infrastructure and starts being seen where people create, express, and build. The second is that we need to give people a place and identity. We need to let people feel their presence and stake in something bigger than something that feels like theirs and feels like they're a part of it. And third, it must power movements and networks. Technology doesn't scale on its own with just features. It scales with people, and when communities move on-chain, individuals follow. So the reason I'm so bullish about building social and creators is if on-chain remains just a financial and technological innovation, it's going to stay niche. But if it becomes where people create and share and build together, it becomes the foundation of the next internet. So now let's talk about the other side of this. Why do culture and creativity need on-chain? So here's the truth. The internet was not built for creators. The original sin of the internet was that browsers never had built-in payments. And so that means that we could share and communicate and create, but there was no way to directly exchange value. So platforms stepped in and they dictated the rules, and they're extractive. And I know this firsthand. I was a TikTok creator, I built creator products at Meta, and I saw the power of these platforms, and I saw the creator burnout that came with it. And so this led to a broken model where creators couldn't get paid directly. Instead of earning from the internet itself, they had to rely on ads and platforms and middlemen. Platforms became the gatekeepers of value, and so they extracted content for free, they monetized with advertising, and they fully controlled the discovery and distribution. And the incentives were just not aligned. And so the problem has never been that the creators don't provide value, but that they can't capture it. But it's not just that the system today is broken, but that we actually have an opportunity to build a system that unlocks entirely new creative and economic possibilities. Creativity has always been constrained by the medium. Paint on canvas, words on paper, videos on screens, but on-chain as a medium is by nature more expansive. It's dynamic and it's composable. And this expands the creative aperture, unlocking entirely new ways to create, share, and own expression. So as an example, Zora lets you coin your content. So you can turn content, which is the atomic unit of the internet, into an instantly tradable asset with price discovery and virality mechanisms baked in. Instead of Twitter that nerfs your links, Farcaster has built frames, which are links that appear as mini-apps in feed. And Farcade, which is TikTok for gaming, is enabling remixes where builders can permissionlessly collaborate with other games and add their own creative layers and create something totally unique. This is widening the aperture of creativity and unlocking new tools and new possibilities. So culture and creativity don't just help adopt on-chain, but an on-chain economy actually helps them as well. So now the real question is, how do we actually make this happen? So culture can't really be dictated from the top down or planned like a product feature or a marketing strategy, but you can create the conditions for it to emerge. And this is one of our biggest lessons from On-Chain Summer. So On-Chain Summer celebrated the launch of Base, and in our second installment, it wasn't just a launch, it was actually a call to action. We invited creators and builders and brands and communities to be part of something bigger and a movement. And over the past 2 years, we've seen creativity spark small niches of cultural change. And so I want to share some lessons learned in a playbook for how to foster cultural adoption. So the first lesson is to lower the barriers and widen the aperture. So culture thrives when more people can participate. The more people who can create, experiment, and remix, the stronger the ecosystem becomes. On-Chain Summer works because we made it easy to be a part of. We simplified onboarding. You could get started for free. Mint, we simplified wallets. And we asked people to build experiences that you could do in your first 60 seconds. We also made it welcoming to everyone. It wasn't just for developers. It was for musicians and artists and brands and traders and community builders and athletes to be a part of. And if you want culture to emerge, you have to expand the types of people who can build on it and who can shape it. Culture isn't just what the top 1% of people want or what coders are able to build, but it's what the masses participate in. The second learning is to reward the people at the frontier. Culture moves when people dare to experiment first. The first movers are defining what's possible, and if we want more experimentation, we have to incentivize it, amplify it, and support it to those willing to take the leap, like Jack Butcher with open editions. New primitives don't emerge from safe bets, they come from people who are willing to break the mold. The third lesson is to make creation feel like play and not work. And so the best creativity happens when people feel like the stakes are low, but the possibility and the upside is endless. And so part of why we hold On-Chain Summer during the summer is because it's the exact type of energy and vibe and playfulness that we need to create the conditions that people are going to build these breakout types of experiences. Some of these fun experiences that are happening on Base today include Ponder, which is social betting, and you can make predictions with your friends and you earn when you're right. MoshiCam just launched Aura. It's at the Base booth today, and you can fill out some questions and get your own Aura and see who you're compatible with. And Freysia AI, you can create a digital twin, and it competes in this massive competition against other people's digital twins for a grand prize that's, I think, now $250,000. So when it feels like fun, people keep coming back. The fourth lesson is to build for participation, not just consumption. And the internet today is extractive because platforms have turned us into passive consumers of content and not people who are actively contributing to the culture. And On-Chain Summer worked because people weren't just watching. We asked for people to mint and collect and remix and build. Atari didn't just release an NFT drop. They invited people to stay and play and build with them. So give something people to do, not something just to buy. The next lesson is to let creativity compound. So every great creative movement builds on what comes before it. A song gets remixed, a meme gets reinterpreted, a token in a community grows and evolves, and it unlocks new experiences over time. On-chain allows this inherently. It allows things to compound instead of starting from zero every time. And so create environments that don't enable just one-off creations, but allow for ecosystems and ideas to flourish. And the last learning is create the right incentives, but then get out of the way. The most successful on-chain projects are those that we don't actually try and control the outcome. We didn't define what On-Chain Summer had to be. We created the conditions and let people define it themselves. Launchpads like Clanker and Flanch and Zora, they're not deciding which coins are valuable. They're letting the market decide in real time. The best ecosystems don't dictate, they empower. On-chain is not inevitable because the technology exists, but it does become inevitable when people see themselves in it, when they can create with it, when they can shape it as their own. When we bring culture on-chain, we make it inevitable that we can bring 1 billion people on-chain. Thank you so much. I'll be at the Base booth today if anyone has any questions.
Floating fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless.
Hey everybody, we're going to take a 15-minute break before the next speaker. If you have photos out there, make sure to tag us, hashtag Ethereum Denver 2025. We'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Bye.
Just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pay let the city on sports and chains. We pay let the city with regen brains. We pay let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. If you faded, just stay seated. The Etherverse will leave you heated. We don't need your legacy, cause regen memes are brew upgrade. Big led the city on sports and chains. We big led the city with regen brains. We big led the city on sports and chains. Rolling up and slapping chains. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel. Wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking ether night whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs. Armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff the corn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Da-do-do-do, boo-boo-doo-doo-doo. Alliance architect with a buffer corn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do do with a do do with a do 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 with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel. Wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking ether night whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs. Armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff the corn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Da-do-do-do, boo-boo-doo-doo-doo, boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. complex architect with a buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with with for do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Homemade in 7/4 time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not a compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Lag runs dial-up found. Age, old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Throwing me mad, running mad's just a beta test. A boodle, oh, just right to do. Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we bid let this city on sports and chains. We bid let this city with regen brains. We bid let this city on sports and chains. fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we bid you at the city on sports and chains. We bid you at the city with regen brains. We bid you at the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Chains. Click, clack, goes a mace on firewall. I spooked intrudes from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my corpse too crisp. Mainnet gossips tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, not just three bird phones. Quantaries whisper, king chomp and blockchain
Good morning, everybody. Thank you guys for joining us today on this beautiful Friday morning. Next up, we've got Gordon from Circle talking about stable coins on unstable chains.
All right. Thank you so much for the introduction. Hi, everyone. My name is Gordon Liao. I run research at Circle, and I serve as Circle's chief economist. Today, I'll be presenting a short presentation on stablecoin on unstable chains. So first, let me start. What defines stable in stablecoin? So oftentimes when I ask that question, the common answer I get is price stability on exchanges. That is on, say, CoinMarketCap or some DEX UI. What is the price of that stablecoin? Is it close to 1? Is it not close to 1? But that's actually not the way I think about it. At least I like to think about it. I think the more fundamental feature of stability is stablecoins must meet one-to-one redemption in fiat in the primary market with the issuer in reasonable time. So what does that mean? One-to-one redemption in fiat means that you actually have to have banking access, banking rail access. And in the primary market means that it's not just trading on secondary market exchanges, sometimes they're illiquid, but rather it is actually with the issuer directly. I think that's fundamentally what defines stable in stablecoin, rather than some price series that's a factor of market liquidity at a time. So now let me get into the technical part. So the necessary but not sufficient condition I think is needed is there's no double spending. Of course, this is a fundamental issue for all tokens, but I think for stablecoins it's a little bit unique here. One reason is many of the stablecoins and also RWA tokens are issued on many chains. USDC, for instance, are issued and deployed on 18 blockchains. And there's a chain proliferation which could lead to risk proliferation. Many of these are EVM compatible chains, but then there are also non-EVM chains. And some of these are relatively new, and some of these are not, do not have as long of a history. In addition, I think having cross-chain transfer is important in utility functions, but it could actually introduce quite a bit of risk. So I think stablecoins are, multi-chain stablecoins are only as stable as the weakest chain that it is deployed on to some extent. There are ways to mitigate it, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. But for instance, cross-chain transfer of stablecoin on chain A to chain B, and if there is some reorg on chain A that happens, you could end up with double minting. So what can go wrong? We've seen many of these small incidents in the past. There are forks, chain splits. The DAO hard fork in 2016 was the largest, but that was a decision that's made consensus by the community as well. There were temporary splits during the Berlin upgrade due to Git errors. Some were pre-merge chains. And then there were now recent proposals of reversing, for instance, the Bybit pack. Of course, I think there's a gray line there of what type of hack should be reversed and what type should not be reversed. So I don't think it's the best way for community to necessarily propose and figure that out without some sort of formalism. Reorgs actually happen quite a lot. Reorgs on L2s, on testnets, on Beacon Chain 2022. We actually see more than our fair share of reorgs as a stablecoin issuer because we work and partner with many of the L2s and L1s, and in the testing phase, we experience these. For instance, there was actually a 45K reorg recently on the testnet for a chain that recently deployed. And those sort of stuff happens, and it does worry us as a stablecoin issuer. Of course, there are chain halts and outages, but that's more common. That's probably less of a issue in creating double mint type of issues. So the notable patterns we're seeing is, client software bugs, configuration issues with nodes, as well as network stress. But I'll focus on client diversity. I think client diversity is lacking in this space. It's because while Ethereum has multiple clients, L1 has multiple clients. Many of the L2s don't necessarily have multiple clients, and many alternative L1s don't necessarily have many clients. So you end up with the same blockchain firm deploying the same code, and a small set of validators deploying the same code. And sometimes those code that's supposed to actually do the validity proof or is not actually doing the validity proof, or not challenging optimistic rollups necessarily. So those are issues that we are concerned with. Another thing that my cryptographer is telling me that there's more and more of these black box cryptography used on the edges for optimization purposes. That's not well documented. So the primitive stays to be very public, but you have more of these smaller incremental improvements on cryptography that's not well documented, and that creates more trust in teams rather than proofs and code. Another issue is settlement finality. For stablecoin, there's an institutional usage, there's a payment usage. Institutions want to make sure settlements are final and irreversible, both from a technical but also from a legal perspective. So here, I think stablecoin issuer could play a key role. And this is normative, not positive. It's not necessarily everything that Circle does, but it's just a normative statement from myself on what stablecoin issuers could do. Fork detection, so issuer could run full nodes and monitor consensus. Of course, what do you do when you detect a fork? There's a fork choice. I think stablecoin issuers have an important role to play in ensuring the fork choices adhere to law and requirements in the fiat space and principles for financial market infrastructure, which might be sometimes different from what the community chooses. And I think, it creates an issue inherently because if stablecoin issuer end up choosing a, say, minority fork, for whatever legal reasons, that certainly could create confusion. So it's not the best thing to do either. Providing backup finality and escape hatching, I think that's another possible way. Certainly, I'll show examples of that. And then providing capital cushion in case of irreversible loss. And that's the ultimate safeguard, I think, in many instances. So escape hatch, what are they? Well, they're emergency exit mechanisms. So example of this is DYDX last year decided to basically stop their L2 that's built on, I think, Starknet's infrastructure. So that led to, I think, third party actually building, if I remember, it's like L2B building something like a escape hash based on the Merkle proofs. That led to $40 million of withdrawals safely to L1 Ethereum based on those proofs. But you need to have those proofs in place. So the rollups need to have the right proofs. And for L1 chain deprecation, that's more difficult because it's harder to implement an escape hash for L1 onto another L1. I think the ultimate escape hash, however, is to fiat. And this is now being required by law in some jurisdictions. That is, you have to meet the one-to-one redeemability IPAR in your bank account for the fiat value of the stablecoin in which it represents. That is challenging, of course, with sometimes blockchain house and conflicting final states and proofs. So that's not a perfect solution either, but it's one step in the way of providing that stable guarantee. I'll talk a little bit about maintaining an off-chain ledger for legal finality. This seems to be somewhat redundant, but it's actually sometimes necessary. So what issuers could do, which is to store transaction records off-chain, maybe with some latency after a certain number of blocks, and this could serve as a legal finality backup. So this is similar to the concept of transfer agents in the RWA space. If you know about how Buildo, the BlackRock token works, is they have a transfer agent, which is securitized. And that sort of distinction legally of a separate database that's stating this set of transfers are final, I think that provides at least some legal guarantee. It's not necessarily what stablecoin issuers are doing today, but perhaps it's some area of exploration. We could also build a code base for checking updating states separately from the node client code base. So that requires a lot more work for every single node to do, or for every single chain if you're a large issuer. But I think that's another way of guaranteeing that the transactions are actually what they are. Finally, I speak a little bit about crossing transfers and why they are both risky but also areas of opportunity. They're areas of opportunity because stablecoin issuers have this unique ability to not just do the lock and mint bridge, but also do the issuer burning on the source chain and minting on the destination chain type of transfers using messaging protocol in between. So Circle has a cross-chain transfer protocol, CCTP. But the challenge is if there are reworks on the source chain affecting a burn transaction, it could lead to double mint or double spend. So how do you deal with this? How do you get faster speed, yet some way of ensuring that there's not double minting? So Circle's CCTP v2, for instance, which we recently announced, allows faster than finality cross-chain transfers. And how we do it is we set a global allowance of capping the losses across all the CCTP chains for in-flight USDC that are in transfer. And this global allowance is effectively absorbed by a reserve capital buffer in case of double mint. The what are capital buffer? Capital buffer is basically excess capital on the equity side that makes up in case the asset falls below liability. So we have some framework there, and check it out. Lastly, just to mention, I think blockchains might not be the most stable. Not all blockchains are stable, but stablecoins certainly can with its unique properties. Thank you so much.
Mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, that's 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to voted fuck.
Awesome. Huge thanks to Gordon for talking about the importance of stablecoins with Circle. We're going to continue the conversation about stablecoins with this next talk titled, Does Tether Cause Systematic Risk for DeFi Ecosystems? This talk is going to be hosted by Phil from Quark Protocol. Please welcome our speakers.
Hello, everyone. Before we jump into the topic, it'd be great to introduce our great panelists. Luca and Sonia, if you guys want to quickly introduce yourselves.
Hi, everyone. I'm Luca. I am the founder of a stablecoin decentralized infrastructure project called M0. I've been researching, writing, and building stablecoins for quite a few years. So thanks for having me.
Hey everyone, I'm Sonia, chef at Steakhouse Financial. We are bridging DeFi with TradFi. We're crypto native consultants to some of the largest DAOs, including MakerDAO and LidoDAO. We're also risk curators on a lending platform called Morpho. And we've been delivering yield to stable coins, including USDC and USDT depositors.
And I'm Phil. I'm one of the co-founders of Quark Protocol. We are tokenizing risk and building ways for people to price, hedge, and trade the risk of DPEGs on stablecoins, liquid staking, and restaking tokens. So as long as you're not a regulator, you can think about it conceptually as a credit default swap-like product for pegged assets. So let's dive in. Tether is by far the largest stablecoin with over 70% market share. It's 2.5 times larger than Circle, its next competitor, and everyone else is sort of, making up just a very little tranche of that. And yet, Tether doesn't do public audits. There's been for years FUD. There have been books written about it. There's been lots of journalists have gone down the rabbit hole of trying to prove that Tether was not fully backed. Yet it never really got there, and so the ecosystem has sort of accepted that Tether is safe. And I guess the overarching question is that true?
Okay, should I take this first?
You go first.
I have not obvious take on this. So I think the interesting, the panel, the title of the panel is Tether, does Tether constitute systemic risk for crypto? Yes. We have 21 more minutes to spend on this, but yes. But I don't think it's for the reasons everybody thinks about. Interestingly enough, lack of transparency, if you look in research, lack of transparency is one of the key characteristics of money market instruments. Nobody knows what is the risk that banks actually have on their balance sheets, not even the board members of those banks. I sat on the board of ECB-regulated banks. Nobody knows. Nobody cares. I think that, so lack of transparency is not necessarily a bad thing. Interestingly enough, and there are people in the audience who remember this very well, when SVB went down, Circle depegged exactly because everybody knew the risks that USDC had. So excessive transparency is very bad for money market instruments. So I think Tether is big. Is it safe? The question is it enough reserved or not? I think this is not the right question. I think the right question is the equity buffer Tether has big enough to absorb the unknown unknowns that are in those balance sheets? In my opinion, no. But the best way to do it is actually grow other ecosystems that are developing stablecoins alongside Tether instead of converging entirely on one issuer.
I think Tether's had an interesting journey. If we're talking about Tether in 2025, it paints a very different picture to Tether in 2017. Even though they don't do full audits, they do report these attestation reports. If you look at the composition of the reserves right now, it's over 80% cash and cash equivalents. The problematic high credit risk corporate bonds that were kind of talked about very widely are now less than 0.01% of the reserves. So I think the credit profile or some of the risks that we were wary of back a few years have diminished. And now, thanks to a vibrant risk-free rate environment, They are one of the most profitable financial institutions in the world. They've made $13 billion in net profit last year, drawing $10 billion in dividends. So from a well-capitalization perspective, I think Tether looks quite good today. Of course, risk exists where you don't think there's risk. So yeah, Tether's, to my mind, been stress tested and has been the focus of many people's nervousness. So ironically, perhaps there's less risk than what we've been, worried about in the past.
At this point, what would actually cause a Tether depeg? What scenarios can you paint that would actually land us there?
So I agree on the ability of Tether. That Tether has demonstrated to churn their balance sheet and improve the quality. Whether there is enough capital, I mean, I used to be a financial institutions analyst, so if I look at that balance sheet through a Basel III framework, I would probably put a couple of $1 billion on top of it, but for Tether, it's like 40 days of operations, so it's a good position to be. In my opinion, actually, the highest risk, interestingly enough, for that is Bitcoin. Bitcoin currently represents a very significant portion of Tether's balance sheets, and Bitcoin is a very volatile asset. But at the same time, I think that trust of the ecosystem on an issuer is very important for digital money, and I think the crypto system trusts that Tether is going to stick around for long enough to go through a bear market in Bitcoins. I think the fact that Tether hasn't been bending the knee to regulators that were trying to protect the financial sector and the banking sector has put them in a great position vis-a-vis competitors to be considered one of the core assets of crypto. So my opinion is Bitcoin is the major short-term risk for Tether, and we have seen the volatility in Bitcoin market now. But trust is the most important thing that you have when you're a currency builder, and Tether surprisingly has more trust than Circle in crypto, because we know that they are here to challenge the financial sector, and probably Circle is not. So, and I have a lot of respect for Circle as well, but that's the truth.
Yeah, I agree that Bitcoin is a risk. Perhaps it is a bit overplayed. So last time I checked their balance sheet, they had around $7 billion in equity. So Tether is actually on a consolidated basis over-collateralized. They also have around $7 billion in Bitcoin. So there is some buffer there, which should help. I think beyond that, I would have said regulatory risk. Of course, Tether runs an extensive ex-US operation and is one of the larger holders of US treasuries. It feels like under the Trump administration and Tether's relationship with Cantor Fitzgerald, the fact that the former CEO, Howard Lutnick, is now the US Secretary of Commerce under Trump, establishes an indirect link into Washington. So that's positive, but I fear that maybe the U.S. competitors will do everything possible to try and run a smear campaign against Tether or play regulatory capture to their advantage at the expense of Tether's.
Yeah, I mean, the regulatory issue is actually, I think, probably the most prevalent right now. Tether has effectively been outlawed in Europe under MiCA. The two stablecoin bills that are currently going through the U.S. Tether would follow a similar pattern there, where it would be outlawed. Is that going to be? Do you think that if that does happen in the U.S., does Tether's market share stay the same, go up, or go down?
I think it is structural that Tether's market share will go down significantly. Stablecoins, simply because the use cases of stablecoins is changing. So Tether was the best player for the early days of crypto, where main use cases were trading or levered trading. So currently Tether represents, I don't know, like 70% of the market share. I think it is becoming clear that stablecoins are becoming the best substitute for bank deposits in the future. In my opinion, the stablecoin revolution is the most relevant financial revolution we will see in our lifetimes. And Tether is not the best player to take the core, to be the most relevant for the next stage. So I think Tether will continue to dominate its sector, which is offshore dollar movements, will grow, will continue to be very profitable. But if we expect stablecoin market to grow 10 to 50x in the next 20 years, which I do, Tether probably will represent 5 to 10% of that market, not 70.
Yeah, I completely agree with Luca. To my mind, Tether is a bet on the adoption of digital dollar in emerging markets. Of course, with the recent announcement from the CEO of Bank of America saying that they might release a stablecoin once regulation is sorted, this suggests that there will be a lot more players, regulated financial institutions, looking to launch a stablecoin. So the relative growth between EM use of digital dollar, i.e. Tether, and the growth of the stablecoin ecosystem in the US, that's kind of where the Tether's market share is set to diminish, I think.
As we zoom out, take sort of that end state scenario where Tether's market share is shrinking and there are lots of new entrants into this market, how do you guys think about the difference between centralized stablecoins and decentralized stablecoins as part of that market adoption?
So we live in a decentralized money world. We have commercial banks issuing M1 money. They're all different. We treat them the same, but because there is a central bank at the center that is providing this type of money uniqueness. But we live in a decentralized money world. And we will continue to live in a decentralized money world. I don't believe that this future will be dominated by 2, 3 massive centralized issuers. We will have networks that enforce similar standards and connect liquidity and use cases for many issuers to pledge collateral and issue digital money. I come from the maker ecosystem. I joined the maker ecosystem because for me it was a revolutionary view of the way we do money issuance. I absolutely do not believe in a future with Bank of America issuing their stablecoins. And I hope we don't live in that future. I think builders here in this room should build stablecoins on decentralized stack. And so that's my view. I think by decentralized stablecoins in the first iterations were considered crypto asset-backed stables. I think we will have real world or treasury asset-backed stables that are issued on software through networks where the builders who build use cases get most of the upside. The banks will try to protect their monopoly on deposits. They will fail because they don't work well. So that is my opinion. I think we will have a long list of mini issuers coming out now, but I think those issuers will kind of congregate within some sort of network that aggregates liquidity and use cases. Liquidity is the most underappreciated aspect of stablecoins. You can have the best stable in the world, but if you don't have a liquidity network, it's useless, and building a liquidity network is costly.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think there's 2 big things that we don't talk about. New stablecoins coming out, even if Bank of America does launch a stablecoin, they have to build a liquidity network next to it, which obviously Bank of America has the resources and the capital to do, but other stablecoin builders who are trying to create novel designs or new systems, it's very expensive and very difficult for them to do that. How do you think about ways that they can actually build that? And also, how does you think about the risk in the market of that, different amounts of liquidity as well as different designs?
I think you have to optimize your stablecoin for certain usage and be able to stand out. So in the case of decentralized stablecoins, I think one of the big advantages would be yield. We know that on-chain sources of yield tend to be higher, and with RWAs also coming on-chain, we're transporting real-life, say, treasury yields on-chain. So on-chain yield environment looks way more diverse and of course, higher because of the speculators, driving up yield at different moments of the cycle. So if you construct a stablecoin that can draw from these sources of yield, which, for instance, Sky's SUSDS is doing, then you can really separate yourself from the competition through this yield feature, which stands out. So I'm excited for different experimentation and products that try to really optimize on a certain characteristic that tries to not just rely on liquidity, but different features that stand out.
As you start seeing stablecoins now competing on yield, because that is the use case for some of these new stablecoins, do you not start seeing them moving up the risk spectrum and taking on more risk that they then are passing on to a lot of users who don't necessarily understand how they're constructed or what the actual risk factors are?
Yeah, I also don't think these are. I mean, I'm a nerd, so the way I define stable coins are deep in the money fixed income instruments. SUSDS is not. SUSDS is a wrapped basis trade hedge fund tokenized strategy, very different. I think yield is one aspect. I think, in my opinion, stable coins should have the best, the closest to risk-free yield possible, but real users do not care much about yield, in my opinion. You need to give them a lot of yield. That's why we keep money in current accounts. We don't have any money. We don't get any yield from that, little. So I think that I agree with Sonia, but I think we will go in the direction where hopefully crypto brings utility to people. So builders will build applications for people that need dollars and embed dollars into their application stack. And they will connect in the back end with rails on-chain that allow them to move money around and invest it in strategies or do different things. So that's where I think the future is going, really the mullet, like fintech with DeFi in the back. And Morpho, for example, the guys at Morpho have been great working with Coinbase on this. The reason why I think this is also connected to the reason why I think the Bank of America's, the JP Morgans of this world will not be successful, because they will obsess with control. And we don't want control. We want to have like an open source financial system where we're building better and better primitives on chain that facilitate liquidity, yield aggregation, reduces cost. And we don't want to buy into the JP Morgan stack. And I think this is antithetical to the way financial institutions have grown in the last 50 years.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And I think that's sort of the real use cases about builders building applications that solve real world problems and abstracting away all of the backend and the primitives that are here, right? If I'm going to do something in an application, I don't actually care or necessarily even want to know what stable coin is being used to process my payment or do it. The challenge that I think exists now is that in most of the world, if someone is building an application to do that and they're going to abstract it away, Tether is the first choice use case. They just use it, it's easy, it has liquidity, and it has ubiquitousness across the ecosystem. How does that change, and how do you convince builders to use something that's different and better and ultimately has the ability other than yield?
Yeah. I think I just want to, and then I'll let the others answer as well, but I think I just want to double down on what I said before on the yield. I think the ultimate user doesn't care about the yield, but the intermediary does care about the yield. So if you are a user, we have seen like the lack of traction of yield-bearing stablecoins. But so imagine you have an application where you have 1 million clients and each client has $1,000. The $1,000 client doesn't care about a yield, but you care about like the $1 billion that is sitting on your app. So imagine if you are an app developer and you can actually provide a dollar use case for your clients. They don't know what's stablecoin. They just see a dollar balance on the app. And you can have the same liquidity as Tether, the same off and on ramps, but you make $50 million of treasury yield for your company. And you run the operations with this. So I think the yield is a great source of market capture for developers and applications. And we are trying to build liquidity networks and tools to allow this so that the complexity of on and off ramping liquidity, the need of network is abstracted away from the application builders.
So the question was, other than yield, how do you differentiate yourself?
Or how do you
overtake Tether?
How do you get the builders to, yes, the builders will want yield, right? And that's one way to get them into that ecosystem. But right now, it's so much easier to build and bootstrap. How do you get them to pick one stablecoin over another? How do you get them? Because the yield use case right now, anyone could be doing this with any of the yield-bearing stablecoins today. Most people that you see out there building real-world use cases outside of Europe and the United States, right, where they're building this for the developing world, where they're onboarding tens of millions of people into crypto, they're using Tether. That's the primary use case. How do you get them away from that? How do you get them off this addiction to Tether?
I don't have a good answer for you. The fact that it's the most liquid means there's least amount of drag when you're going from a token to USDT. So, liquidity begets liquidity. It gets more and more difficult. And I guess all this is to say I'm quite bullish Tether after this discussion.
Yeah, I mean, you need a lot of work and a lot of money. Now, there is a lot of money out there who can do that. The way we see it at M0 is we are horrible marketers. This will change. But we want to provide application builders with absolute total control about their tech stack, the way they distribute the yield, the liquidity they have, the smart contracts, only with code, no paper, no compliance, super easy, and we will bring a lot of money who can help them doing this. So it's also like the experience and the simplicity of embedding your stable infrastructure in your app. So you can focus on the app layer. It's not easy, but I'm absolutely not here to say, okay, Tether is too big, so we're gonna leave the global financial systems to 25 guys.
What do you think, Phil?
I think it is. I think a lot of what Lucas said is right. It's making the builders have an easier experience and a better experience. That's got to be the answer. But I also actually think it's marketing, right? Tether has had such a head start that their brand is ubiquitous. You go anywhere around the world, and most people know Bitcoin and Tether, right? And that's and you can do things with Tether that you can't do with anything else, right? On and off ramps. Not even Bitcoin has that level of on and off ramps around the world, where you can just walk into some place, send someone 100 Tether, and they give you $100 in local currency. So I think it's about how do you get those on and off ramps to get that level. And maybe it is integrating with some of the existing use cases in the current financial system that allow for those rails to be used. And I think that's a little bit what Circle's play is. But I think it'll be interesting to see how this all plays out. I think it'll be interesting once we have risk pricing tools to let actually the market dictate the price of risk across all the different basket of stablecoins and pointing to ones that are much safer than others. I think that'll be really cool. And I also think it'll be really interesting to see if Tether ever actually does an audit.
Or passes on the interest margin to any of the integrators or users.
Yeah. Any last thoughts?
No, I think you should spend 30 seconds telling the audience what you are doing, guys, at Quark to do this.
Sure. So at Quark, we're building these risk pricing tools for the market where you can actually go and create what we call a DPEG swap. And the DPEG swap allows you to, on a fully collateralized basis, trade one stablecoin or one LRT for another one. And so if your stablecoin DPEGs, you actually have insurance against it. And because that's a liquid trading instrument, the market can price and trade both sides of that trade to allow you for the market to give you a price signal as well as for people to be able to buy a hedge. Everyone should check it out, quark.tech.
Thanks.
Thanks, Luca. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
She winks at the moon while Lagrange rules over slow motion doom. Walks grind, her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo back crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff acorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this.
Awesome. Huge thank you to our last speakers for another really good conversation just on the importance of stablecoins and the reliance that we have on them. Stablecoins, are one of the first primitives of RWAs, but RWAs have really exploded in the last year. And so we've got a great panel here to talk about the role of tokenized real-world assets belonging in DeFi, moderated by Baji. Please welcome our speakers.
Thank you. Testing, testing.
There we go. We actually switched who the moderator is. Up until like 20 minutes ago, I was supposed to be the moderator because I'm the most OG, but I thought that Baji would be way better at it.
We did an audible in the back room, but we're all going to ask each other questions. We also tried really hard to say, how do we make the vibes here like the vibes back there? So making it feel like we're actually having a conversation on stage, pushing back, asking each other questions, and not just here speaking into the beautiful void. Okay, so shall we do that?
Let's do it.
Do we need an introduction, or are these guys, they speak for themselves? Introduction? All right.
Maybe I'll do one. Hey, I'm Sam, CEO of Phoenix Labs. We work on Spark, which is attached to the Sky ecosystem, formerly known as MakerDAO. So our responsibility is connecting liquidity from Sky USDS into the broader DeFi ecosystem.
I'm Robert. I founded Compound, one of the earlier DeFi protocols, and today I'm the founder of Superstate, which is bringing RWAs on-chain.
And I am Baji, CEO of Centrifuge, so also bringing RWAs on chain. So one of the things we also talked about backstage was how do we create tension amongst this group and push each other and ask good questions, because we all pretty much believe the same exact thing.
RWAs are the future.
They're the future. So then we thought, okay, well, let's just create some definitions. So let's say, what is an RWA?
Yeah, so my perspective of an RWA is really simple. If it derives its economic value from the offline world, it's an RWA. And if it derives its value from the on-chain world, it's a crypto native token.
Yeah, so it's a pretty good definition, actually. But I think I slightly disagree where, to me, an RWA is anything that's custodied. There's a custodian backing it off-chain. So under this definition, basically, actually everything is an RWA except for the native token and meme coins, basically, or DeFi native tokens, I think, would be another exception. But when we're talking about like high scale, yeah, so on Ethereum, for example, you have ETH, which is the native token, LSTs. I would count this all as non-RWAs. But something like WBTC, because it's custodied off-chain, it's still crypto native asset on Bitcoin, but because there's a custodian, to me, that is also an RWA.
So everything's an RWA.
Yes.
Almost everything.
So what's the potential market size of RWAs?
700 trillion or so.
Quadrillions.
Why do you think right now on-chain stablecoins aren't viewed as RWAs?
I mean, they're definitely RWAs, right? Like, you basically have like $1 of stuff that sits at a bank or a brokerage account off-chain, and you have a dollar token on-chain. They're definitely RWAs, but because they were the first ones and they sort of like preempted the phrase RWA, we know them as stablecoins. I mean, if you squint, they're really no different than like tokenized anything. I just think they get their own little class because they came first.
Do you know who came up with the term for RWA?
I don't know. Someone.
I heard it means risk-weighted assets.
No, it means really wild animals.
That's the hoodie in all of us. Okay, so then when we think about what the A is, assets or animals, depending on who you ask, right now, obviously, there's product market fit for dollars and T-bills. Why is it more interesting for treasuries to be on-chain than off-chain?
Yeah, I think, well, the primary buyer of T-bills is, well, actually, it's USDS, actually, in particular.
You?
Yes.
The only buyer is
and
right
because
here?
it's, precisely because the major fiat-backed stablecoins, USDC and USDT, do not forward the risk-free rate. And so there's a natural tension there to get access to that yield. And so this is precisely why we've seen a huge amount of growth in T-bills, especially when the interest rates went up. Like when the interest rates go back down, though, and they will, it's going to be interesting to see. I think there's going to be more and more going down the risk curve of bringing more online. Like corporate debt seems to be next likely candidate. And like I can speak from Sky's perspective as a whole, this is something we'll almost certainly be investing in to increase the yield beyond just treasury bills.
Do you think that the tokenized version of a treasury will ever be interesting for off-chain capital, or is it just targeting on-chain capital?
Well, yeah, I mean, I definitely think that boring old off-chain investors will eventually reap the benefits of on-chain DeFi protocols that make RWAs that are bridged onto a blockchain more liquid, more transferable, more programmable in general. It makes the old boring asset more appealing. It's just going to take a while to build the tools and the interfaces for the off-chain folks to be able to interact with on-chain things.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think like right now, the specific use case of moving funds on chain and then parking them in T-bills and doing nothing, who's doing that? That doesn't make any sense. But like fundamentally, the rails of DeFi are what's important. So being able to collateralize your positions, take loans, trade on DEXs, this kind of stuff, that's what's going to unlock the true value. And it's kind of like, it's a little bit of a chicken and egg problem, but we just kind of got to work on making the entire ecosystem better. And I think just naturally, it's inevitable in my view. Everything's just going to be tokenized and just due to the capital efficiency improvements in DeFi.
We mentioned corporate debt after T-bills. What about some other more like illiquid stuff? Like, what do you think about real estate?
Well, I mean, real estate were some of the first attempts at RWAs. None of the real estate projects early on had much demand for the asset. Tokenizing something doesn't increase the amount of people that want to own it. It just makes it easier to transfer the ownership around for the people that do own it. So a lot of the early real estate tokenization and RWA things were not really that successful because tokenizing some building in, Denver, it doesn't change how many people want that building. And so I think real estate's actually incredibly interesting if you look at it more the way a lot of like traditional investors do, which is like as a REIT or as an index of like the space, and not as like individual non-fungible assets that are brought on chain. So I think eventually we're going to get to the point where there's like actually like the equivalent of REITs on chain that are tokens, where it's like, oh, you have broad exposure to real estate in general. It has different like risk and return characteristics than T-bills. It looks good if you're a protocol because you can like build really interesting stuff around it. But we're not going to have like individual assets that are super esoteric. We're going to have big pools of fungible real estate.
Yeah, and I mean, this will be great for lending protocols because right now, apart from getting the risk-free rate, the only yield source is speculation, primarily on Bitcoin and ETH. And so finding, sustainable long-term yield sources is going to be super important. And, housing is a very obvious example of, it's a real thing in the real world, doing real things, productive asset. So tokenizing this, I think, will be really great for the space.
What do you think are some other future use cases for tokenization as it relates to asset classes that aren't currently on chain?
Well, I mean, eventually everything, right? So like right now, $700 trillion of stuff is recorded in spreadsheets. It's recorded on physical paper contracts sitting in filing cabinets. It's recorded in like databases. It's all different file formats, essentially. And eventually, like in a 20 to 30 year time frame, all of that's going to be recorded on blockchains, which is just a better file format to record ownership than the way it all works today. So the easy answer is everything, like whether it's like stocks or bonds or real estate or commodities or currencies or, weird alternative things, private funds, everything. Everything will be recorded using tokens instead of being recorded in like law firm back offices.
Yeah, I mean, we're just agreeing about everything pretty much.
Okay, and then switching gears a bit, the meme of the space has always been the institutions are coming, the institutions are coming. So are the institutions here?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just speak for Superstate and the products that we've built so far, prior to like having built up really interesting like DeFi integrations and like protocols and DAOs using our products. Right now, today, we have 400 million or so of assets. 90-something% are institutions. It's all institutional investors and capital that owns our products. So we don't have any like retail users of our products. They're not offered to retail. 90-something% of our usage today is institutions.
Yeah, from my perspective, I view like companies like Superstate kind of like coming in from the TradFi side, but we're all trying to build this bridge so that we're no longer calling it DeFi, TradFi, it's just finance. And so what we're doing on the Spark side is we have on-chain variable rate lending. That's a big use case. We've been doing that for a while, but not everybody is comfortable coming on-chain yet. So it's important to provide liquidity to users who maybe want to use a custodian off-chain to borrow stablecoins. That's perfectly valid. And just increasingly, we're interested in catering to all these different use cases. And institutions in particular are not quite ready to come on DeFi, but that doesn't mean we can't still get the benefit of them coming towards the chain.
What are the building blocks we're still missing?
I mean, there's quite a bit, and it's like all across the stack. So it's like, but everybody's working on it. Like I think it's just like an engineering problem that's.
Will it be the DeFi guys that are working on it, or the TradFi guys that are working
everybody.
on it,
Like seriously, we all need to work together to make this happen, and I think that's happening. And like I've seen just huge change in the past like couple of years, like just with things becoming legitimized and TradFi and yeah. So like. So as I mentioned before, like for us, like making sure we cater to all these different users, potentially people want to use custody solutions, that's fine. As well as wallets, UX, yeah, just in general. Maybe this is for like regular users more, just making the experience a lot better. But there's so many great projects that are working on this.
We hear about regulatory tailwinds in the U.S. and the tide shifting. You started in the U.S. You made a bet a couple years ago. It's paying off. What are you seeing as the shifting pull that you're getting from the new administration, and what are some of the specific regulations that we can expect in the near term?
Yeah, I'll preface by saying I think we're going back to where the world should be, coming off of a moment in time where the world was not what it should be. Like when I decided to build Superstate in the US for US institutional investors under US regulations. 18 months ago, everybody said like, that guy's crazy. Like, why would you want to do this? America hates you. Like, building in the US sucks. And it does suck. Under, the Gensler SEC, under, certain facets of the Biden administration, crypto in the US over the prior 4 years really has sucked. It was an incredibly challenging environment to build from. And it's not that suddenly it's like, oh my God, there's no rules, like let's go wild. It's like, no, we just no longer have a hostile and oppositional headwind to build in the US. There's still rules. There's still the same rules there's been probably like forever. It just, those rules aren't being used they're not being weaponized against good actors to undermine an industry. The rules are just boring and they're there. And we now have an administration in general that is open-minded about people experimenting and trying new things, knowing that there are rules, but that, the purpose of technology in general and the purpose of regulation in general is to reach a better end state, to reach one where markets are faster and more efficient and more fair and more transparent. And that's all of the things that RWAs and DeFi are fundamentally. And so I think we're finally at the point now where regulators are extremely excited about the advantages of DeFi as opposed to being afraid of them and trying to undermine them.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like the U.S. should be embracing crypto because it's a huge boon to the debt problem that's going on in the U.S. The stablecoins in particular. are one of the largest buyers of treasuries and U.S. debt. So like this, and it's encouraging to see this is kind of shifted. You see it in like Congress, some Congress people, senators now talking about stablecoins as a huge opportunity. And regulation is not something that should be feared. It's actually, when it's done right, it's actually super useful. Like there are complete scammers out there and bad actors, and as much as we can do without infringing on people's rights to make their own decisions, providing these protections I think can be, if it's done right, is super useful and will help a lot to legitimize the space and help it grow and really revolutionize finance as we know it.
Take a shot every time someone uses a buzzword. Okay, but what about regulatory capture versus regulatory clarity? How do we ensure that as there's various organizations with various outcomes that they're looking to achieve that have various levels of influence for the administration, how do we ensure that the decisions that are made now set us up for success in the long term?
You want to start with that one? It's a hard question.
Solve the problems.
Sorry, can you repeat?
There's
It's
like
been a long week.
the like circle versus tether debate
Yes,
now
yes.
is what it comes down to, and the influence of U.S. corporations as it relates to regulation that's coming out.
You can go.
All right. I mean, this is a hard question. I think it's like above my pay grade in a sense. But, I think right now there is sort of like we'll call it arms race happening behind the scenes to influence where policy goes, where legislation goes, and where, the industry as a whole goes. And there's extremely large, incumbents, both in the TradFi world and in the crypto world, that all have an opinion about this stuff. And crypto's not special. I think every industry that's ever existed in America has gone through this in one way or another. And there's always new technologies that come and like change the way that the world works. And so I don't think this is a new phenomenon. I think this is just something that like we in this room are starting to pay attention to because the moment is upon us.
Yeah, and I think it's actually, I do not want to live in a world where there's only one stable coin. I think it's important that if only to prevent sort of like this capture of the entire market. So having both USD onshore, offshore dollars is actually, I think, useful. How to deal with the regulatory side with Tether is interesting, and I don't know exactly how that's going to work, but I think in the example I think of March 2022 was it, or the USDC event where the U.S. government was actively trying to debank a lot of.
I think it was 23.
Was it 23? Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So Operation Choke Point 2.0, this whole thing, and so I think having this hedge where all of a sudden everybody's going to Tether, and this is probably less good for the U.S. to have most of the dollars being in offshore dollars, kind of protects the industry against these types of attacks in the future.
Okay, we're almost done. I'll switch it to a slightly different topic, which is the demand side. So stablecoins and Maker has been a primary driver of demand for RWAs since the very early days. Where do we see the next demand drivers coming from?
Well, I think it's going to come from the next 100 protocols that get built. I think it's going to come from more and more retail and institutions moving on-chain and bringing their capital there. And I think it's going to come from, the gap between TradFi and DeFi going away entirely, and people saying, on the TradFi side, like, okay, this is really interesting.
Yeah, so to grow the market for stablecoins, right now their market size is about 15 billion or so, and it's mostly within Sky, Aave, and Athena. It has captured most of the yield-bearing stablecoin size. So to grow the space, we need to grow the pie, and so what we're very interested in is launching an ETF. So we think getting over-collateralized crypto-native vaults is like a very compelling product that you're able to access the fairly high rates in bull markets. And we think this is something that more traditional investors may want exposure to. So we've got a Bitcoin ETF, we've got a ETH ETF. Maybe we'll have a Sol one soon, but stablecoin ETF is, I
Next
think,
USDS.
the next thing, yeah.
All right, you guys, you heard it here. We need 100 more DeFi protocols, and we need an ETF.
Go build it.
Thank you so much for joining. Thank you guys for sharing the stage with us.
You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a mempool express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it.
Awesome, and welcome back, everybody. I hope you guys all got a chance to eat. Lots of great food options out there. Get those bellies full so that we can learn more about crypto stablecoins. So we've had a lot of great discussions about crypto stablecoins so far, but the hot trend these days is meme coins, right? So this next panel, we're going to be talking about will stablecoins ever get used beyond degen trading, and does it still matter? Hosted by Adam from Akash Network.
Hello. How's everyone doing? All right, I like that. That's good. Well, how are you guys?
Fantastic. Last day.
Good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
Well, thank you guys for joining our panel here today. All about stablecoins. Will stablecoins get used beyond degen trading, and does it still matter? Well, we're going to find out. My name is Adam Wozni, and I will be your moderator for today's panel event. In my day job, I'm actually head of community for the Akash Network, and very briefly, the Akash Network is a marketplace for cloud compute. You need access to high-performance GPUs, and you want those GPUs to be open source, decentralized, permissionless, check out Akash. But that's not what we're here to talk about today. I could talk about that all day long. Today, we're going to be covering the current landscape, business models, and future outlook of the stablecoins market. I'm joined by a fabulous panel here. First up, we have Jelena Jurek.
Wow.
I practiced that.
Impressive.
Co-founder of Noble. And on Twitter, it says you're defiantly optimistic. What are you defiantly optimistic about?
You know, in the face of so many reasons to be pessimistic, there's so many reasons to be optimistic, and you kind of have to be defiantly so. Yeah. So,
that's good. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
It's a good line.
Next up, we have, this is the hardest one, I apologize.
Go
João Reginato.
That's right. Yeah.
All right. Chief Strategy Officer of MO Labs. It says you've been doing product development for over 25 years. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm a little older than I look, yeah. That's what I've been told.
Any key learnings?
A few. Shoot. If we want to talk about stablecoins. Yeah, no, I'm Chief Strategy Officer for M0. I joined M0 about 1.5 years ago. Prior to that, I spent 8 years at Circle, where I led the build out of USDC and some other stablecoin products. I won't get into the rest of that because it's going to sound too old.
All good. And finally, we have Austin King, co-founder of Omni. I saw that you were, or maybe still are, a rugby player. Do you still play rugby?
Wow, that's a throwback. No, all my friends started getting concussions, and I quit.
I've never played rugby. It just looks like a little too intense, and I don't want to ruin my ears. I worry about the ears.
Yeah, that's real. That's real. So my friends ruined
your ears look great, man. Good ears.
Thank you.
But that's not what we're here to talk about, ears. We're here to talk about stablecoins. So I want to kind of kick it off with like a level-setting question. Let's start with your current assessment. How much stablecoin usage today is truly for speculative trading versus other use cases, and how has this ratio evolved over the past 2 to 3 years?
Yeah, I'll begin. There's a really good chart that Artemis has been circulating past few days. If you look at the kind of market cap of an index of crypto tokens, I'm not sure, maybe let's say top 100, top 200, that's going down, and yet at the same time, stablecoin issuance is going up. And there's actually quite a large difference between those two figures. So, right now there, let's say, isn't as many opportunities for speculative trading because things aren't very, hot right now, and yet you see stablecoin issuance kind of going up. It's just an interesting kind of current data point that I think suggests that a lot of that growth is non-speculative.
Yeah, I'll add a slightly different perspective. We are totally at M0. We are a platform for the building of stable coins for specific use cases. So we are totally interested in this growth of a more varied set of use cases, and I think we see that. But I think it's always a little bit, at least to me, it's always a little bit annoying. And I don't think we are the crypto industry, the crypto sector, so I don't think we do that. But I think it's a little bit annoying to me how, every time that something works, there's that tourism that happens, and people land. They've never touched stable coins, but all of a sudden it seems like they have invented it. And now, and I'll name names, not people, but I'll name names. There was the event of, the Stripe acquisition of Bridge late last year, and oh my gosh, all of a sudden stable coins are magical, and it seems like, everybody's using them for cross-border remittances around the world, and even Elon Musk and Starlink. There's a lot of bullshit in that. The volumes and the reason why stable coins have become so large to the extent that they are today is absolutely 90-something very high percent because they are a phenomenal layer for settlement of crypto capital trading, right? Crypto capital markets trading. Whether people like it or not, it is what it is. All of these other use cases are growing phenomenally. The use of cross-border, the euro-dollar use case abroad. But if you dig in the numbers, still like the crypto industry has been what propelled stablecoins to what they are today. I don't think this is going to be the picture in 5 and in 10 years' time. I think now it's a tipping point where we will see the adoption from other use cases, and I think we're going to talk more about what those are. But I also don't like people to rewrite history and kind of all of a sudden erase the bulk of the usage about that. Not that I said that Yelena is doing it, far from it.
Yeah, I think that's largely fair. It definitely was born out of degeneracy. We had these tools so that we could move out of Bitcoin and ETH when things were freaking out. But what I'm personally really excited about with stablecoins that we're seeing today is, for a long time, the vision of Bitcoin is sovereign money that people can escape local fiat currencies that are just falling in value every single year. And even though it's not the original Bitcoiner vision of sovereign money, stablecoins are actually providing that for people today. People in Argentina are fleeing the local currency into stablecoins. So while a majority of this activity might be degenerate behavior, there's actually still a ton of utility that's being adopted in developing nations across the world, where it's actually really, really important that people have this alternative, and it's concretely impacting their lives.
Yeah, and that kind of leads to my next question nicely, kind of cross-border payments and regulation, right? And I think we've seen some clarity, improving. Oh, hey, Doug.
Oh.
Nice job. He likes this question. We've seen some regulatory clarity improving in some jurisdictions. How do you think this has affected the development trajectory for stablecoins designed for real-world applications?
I think that's going to make a huge impact. I think, and it's not only the clarity, I think, but it's the friendliness as well. I think I've spent 8 years at Circle, as I said. Now I have a slightly different perspective, and we're trying to push the boundaries of what can be done with stablecoins, because I think everything that we see today is very much a V1, and the tech stack is going to look different. But unfortunately, we lived in a world in the last 4 years where a lot of people who were working in the stablecoin sector, they were kind of hiding, in several corners of the world, perhaps trying not to be in the U.S. If you shared yield of a stablecoin, yikes, was that a security, and were you going to go to jail? All those silly conversations. So I think people began to ask for clarity, but sometimes clarity and regulation comes and then comes directly against you, right? The other day I was looking at somebody who registered a yield-bearing stablecoin in the U.S. as a security. I mean, well, it's not exactly the precedent we wanted to set in the U.S. I think what's more important is friendliness, because, for example, what happened in Europe with MiCA is not exactly a very friendly set of regulations for stablecoins. It makes it very economically not viable for you to run a stablecoin in Europe. But I think friendliness is important, and I think the friendliness will come with the changes that I think we have seen in the last number of months. And again, I point to the acquisition of Bridge from Stripe. I think that will probably be seen looking back in a few years as a pivotal moment where some company decided to take a little bit more risk and say, you know what, this is ready enough, even without clarity from a regulatory point of view, but we see the environment is friendly, that we're going to go in and we're going to take a little bit of risk and use it. Because I think when those players start touching it, that's when we will see, which we're already seeing, as Yellen alluded to, that's when we will see a humongous growth in adoption and size, because the size of stablecoins today, 220 billion, they're really a drop in the bucket of what they can be.
Yeah. I'm not sure how many people know this, but actually one of Trump's executive orders was signaling that private stablecoin innovation would be encouraged at the expense of central bank digital currency kind of innovation. So that's not like a piece of legislation, obviously. That's just an executive order, but it clearly kind of symbolizes and creates an intention, at least in the U.S., that there should be a plethora, of kind of options for consumers. That these like private stablecoins, should exist, and they should be, innovated on top of. So definitely happening currently, and it's exciting.
Yeah. So to keep in the kind of current landscape kind of theme, what are some use cases you've seen beyond trading that has shown the most promising traction so far, and why do you think they haven't scaled more significantly?
I mean, payments. Just literally paying people holding stable currency. And I think it's just we're going through maturation phases where you did need to build up global network effects. Like, if anybody's been seeing the Base account, they keep running around asking people, like, will you accept crypto? Will you accept crypto? And they're like, no, dude, like, get out of here. But like that's just because they don't have the infrastructure set up, and it sounds weird to them, and they like think it's like Ethereum or Bitcoin, some volatile, crazy thing. So I think a lot of it is just like getting stablecoins integrated more at the actual like usage layer of like the retail usage layer. Most of it has been at the infrastructure and trading layer so far.
Yeah, I'll give a little bit of a different perspective. So we're working with Joao and the team at M0 to actually launch a stablecoin called Noble Dollar. This is coming next week on Wednesday, USDN. So we're very excited. But USDN, like the application that I actually see this serving kind of in the immediate term is for any developers that use stablecoins on their platform, right? You're a DeFi developer, you run an exchange of some sort. Stablecoins are obviously a big part of that economy, but you don't get any interest from the stablecoins on your platform, right? You typically use USDC or Tether, and so having a yield-bearing stablecoin, which is what USDN is, you could actually take that interest kind of earned as revenue, and you could pay for your expenses. So it's a bit nuanced, right? It's not like payments or remittances that we typically talk about, but this is actually a tool you can use as a company to actually continue kind of growing your business. So yeah, yield-bearing stablecoins for developers, and obviously these DeFi applications will definitely take off in ways that we don't even realize right now, because you can control that yield on top of the distribution.
Yeah, I completely agree with both. I think what I would add that I think it wasn't mentioned, and as I said, at M0 we are building, we're building a stablecoin platform for builders essentially. So anyone who wants to build a stablecoin, they can build it on top of M0 super easily, tapping on a shared liquidity network, and all those stablecoins are interoperable with each other. So it sounds like, wow, super phenomenal, but as Luca was saying earlier in another panel, by the way, that's the way commercial banking works, right? And so we went backwards, and we have like all these forms of money that are very fragmented. It's horrible, and that's a big part of why Tether is the size that it is just because there's gravity around a form of payment. If you have to fragment liquidity, that's always very poor. So we facilitate this for any builder team that wants to create their own stablecoin. The most interesting pool that I'm seeing, the thing that interests me the most, is actually not in payments. It's how stablecoins can play the role of the next generation, almost banking as a service. If you are a fintech and if you have built a fintech, if you know what it takes, it's a very cumbersome type of structure legally and technologically speaking that you need to build up. You need to have a banking partner, you need to have FBO accounts, you need to have entry points for customer deposits, and then probably you need to have also a payments processing partner that will plug into that and allow you to move all that money. If you think about all these things that I listed, that you can get all of that from a stablecoin, and your own stablecoin, not a stablecoin that you then want to go to Binance and get it listed. That's not the point. It's probably just an implementation detail that people won't even know that they're using a stablecoin. Is a dollar balance on some app that behind the scenes sits, some amounts of funds on chain, and particular addresses manipulated by a smart contract. I think that we are seeing today a few fintechs already beginning to build that on top of M0, and I think in the next 5 to 10 years we will see most fintechs in dollar terms being built on stablecoins and not on commercial banking partnership.
So I think this kind of leads nicely to the next few questions. We're talking regulation, we're talking use cases. This leads to business models, right? And to take a contrarian view, I would say some TradFi bros would argue that a business model for stablecoin issuers is broken and bound to be disrupted. Do you agree? And what sustainable business models do you see emerging?
I actually don't think it's broken. I think it's a phenomenal business right now. If you look at Tether, having said that, I think it's such a good business that I do think it will be disrupted. There's just such a clear incentive for people to come in and share more of the profits that these companies, these centralized companies, are not passing on to the token holders. And so there's definitely going to be interesting friction as that happens, but there's a massive opportunity. Everybody sees how much money Tether is making, and they're trying to hop on that.
Anything to add?
No, I agree. I don't think the business model is broken fundamentally because if you want to accept that the business model is broken, then you have to question the business model of banks as well. They're not too dissimilar. I think the one thing, I wouldn't call it broken, but the one thing that I see evolving into the future is that what we have known commonly as stablecoin issuers to date, namely Tether, Circle, Paxos, these are probably the biggest three. There is an anti-pattern in those business models that I agree that I think we will see changing into the future, which is that they don't own any use cases. They just do stablecoin issuance. And this creates, I've watched a few panels this morning here where everybody touched on the same thing. This creates this weird dynamic between the issuers and their distribution channels, where the distribution channels are seeing themselves creating the value, right? Because they own the use cases. I mean, Binance owns the use case. It's not Tether who owns that trading use case, but all the value goes to the issuer. I mean, that seems like a bit odd. And you have these dynamics of people asking each other for yield and sitting around table and closing back office deals and all that. I think we will move into a situation where there will be a lot more stablecoin issuers, but they will own a use case. And then they don't need to go anywhere else to kind of do a tricky deal. And we will see then, to I think a point that was mentioned as well, we will see the fragmentation, I think, of market share being driven by that, because issuance is going to be pushed to the edges where the use cases actually is.
Very cool.
Yeah, I mean, the value really is captured on the UI level, who has direct access to the end user, right? And right now it is really the centralized exchanges. Binance, obviously, in the Tether case, Coinbase in the USDC case, many other examples. So that's going to be disrupted heavily as the issuer has control over the distribution, as Joao said.
But the issuer still makes a lot of money.
Yeah.
So I think we have time for maybe a couple more questions, and these ones are really just for me, so I'm just curious about these ones. Do you believe that regional stablecoins with specific regulatory compliance are a valuable construct? Or should the focus be on global solutions?
Spicy.
Do you mean regional stablecoins as in regional currencies?
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's a question I get a lot, and I still don't know exactly how to think about that. I've been, as I said, I was at Circle before. I led the build out of USDC, and then we built Eurocoin, and we considered building other currencies back in my day there. And there just wasn't enough traction to justify a lot of the investment on those things. I think, but on the other hand, I think some people, the more tourist side of stablecoins, as I said before, I think they find it amazing, these use cases where, you pick a regional currency on one side, convert to a dollar stablecoin, send it over to another country and convert back into another currency. I think that's extremely cumbersome and it's a very expensive flow, and while people might think it's cool, it's actually very, very bad and silly to do it that way. And I think I see stablecoins as more like, the early days, and I'll show my age now, the early days of digital photography, right? When digital cameras came up, and most of you are too young to remember this, but people would
spring chicken.
Yeah, people would take those cameras, take a photo, and there was only one use case. It was to go to some kiosk on a mall to print them out, right? So they had to off-ramp because there was you couldn't send a picture to anybody. It was too cumbersome. It took 10 minutes to upload it to your Yahoo Mail at that point, right? And fast forward, like you started to have a lot of use cases for digital photography, right? You had like Instagram and all the web use cases, and so people never off-ramp anymore. I think there's something there, I think, for regional stablecoins in that they're never going to be as big as the dollar in the same way that the dollar is the global currency of the world. But people will not off-ramp anymore to actual fiat. They will off-ramp to some flavor of a local digital currency that they can use in day-to-day use cases.
I like this question because the premise here really is like what's going to happen in regards to fiat currencies at large. Any fiat currency that is not digitized is just going to fall out. We're already seeing that nations are trying to hold on to their fiat currencies and their citizens want to escape it. It's a way to like implicitly tax citizens throughout the world. That's what fiat currency is. And so really it's just like, do we move into a world where everybody in the world uses USD? Maybe China is able to trap their citizens into using their local currency. So I don't think it's just about like local currencies. I think it's really about the evolution of the concept of fiat currency at large.
Well, I think we actually don't have any more time, so this last question I'm just going to ask you off stage. And if you want to hear it, come on over and say hello. But I want to thank you guys for being on this awesome panel. Thank you guys for joining this, and have a great ETH Denver.
Thank you.
Chains. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking Ethernet whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange rules over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with for do You ordered a moonwalk across gas feet graves. My main net's smoother than
Awesome, and we are back, everybody. This next speaker is somebody that many of you guys probably know because he's been building one of the largest protocols in all of crypto the last few years. The first time I actually met this gentleman was a few years ago, back before EigenLayer had started, and I didn't understand what it was, and so I ignored it, and I ignored him in my Telegram DMs, and that was definitely a mistake. And so I recommend you guys learn from my mistakes, you guys listen up to this next talk, because next up we've got Restream talking about supercharging AI possibilities, the next frontier in crypto. Thank you, everybody.
Hey. Hi, everybody. Super excited to be here. I'm Sriram, founder of EigenLayer, founder and CEO at EigenLabs, which is the company building the EigenLayer protocol. Today, I'm going to be talking about what is the role of crypto x AI. Is this really a thing? Is this a scam? What is going on? What is the fundamental thesis? Where are we today? Where we can go? And what role Ethereum and EigenLayer can play in this? OK, so first, I want to open with, is this really a thing? Is this crypto AI really a thing? Is there a thesis for why we should be taking this very seriously? On the one side, we have crypto, we're all building here, has an apps problem. We say, where are the users, where are the apps? What is the utility of this whole thing? Is it just meme coins, financial nihilism, and speculation? Is there something more? Crypto has an apps problem. AI, on the other hand, people building very interesting new intelligences, has a trust problem. How do you trust these things? How do you trust what this AI agent says? How do you trust this whole paradigm? So I think there is a match made in heaven between crypto and AI. Crypto can bring trust. AI can bring intelligence and applications. One way to think about it is agents are the new apps. If agents are the new apps, bringing agents and crypto together can solve each of those problems. Another way of thinking about it is a very technological lens. Think about what is AI, general intelligence. On the other hand, what is crypto? Crypto is unstoppable computers. If you can take unstoppable computers and mix and match them with artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, you will get unstoppable artificial intelligence, which is a crazy, interesting, new, novel combination. So I think we should take this seriously. Is unstoppable intelligence going to work in human interest? How do we make sure that these systems are useful and productive? The other aspect of it is AGI and blockchains. Blockchains are verifiable computers. Can we build verifiable intelligences? Trustworthy, verifiable intelligences. OK, that's the high-level vision. I think there is something here, both at the technical, technological level, as well as at a product level, right? Crypto market cap is $2 trillion. AI market cap is $10 trillion. When these meet, you can actually get real ignition. But where are we today? Why do we see so much skepticism among the crypto people of the agent thesis? Because, so first let's take this example. What do we see today when we see on-chain agents showing up? What are these on-chain agents? Basically, an AI agent hooked up with a crypto wallet. You give an Ethereum wallet to an agent and say, oh, this is the on-chain agent. But really, it's not that different from connecting an AI agent with a Web2 hook, like a Stripe API. OK, is this what we're here to build? A centralized agent running, interacting with Ethereum? Is that the interesting thing? I don't think so. This is neither unstoppable. You can shut down this server, and then the agent dies. Not verifiable. You don't know what this dang thing is going to do. In fact, it has a private key. If you try to give money to the agent to trade or something, you can lose your money. This is custodial technology. We're not here to build that. Definitely not here in Ethereum. OK, so what can we do? Is this even theoretically possible? So the first thing to observe is smart contracts are unstoppable and verifiable. This is really Ethereum's contribution to humanity. How do you build unstoppable, verifiable code? Take a code, write it, throw it on top of Ethereum, runs on its own, runs as predicted. That's why EigenLayer, the host was mentioning today that he met me before. The first time I came to ETH Denver 3 years back, I didn't even know you need to have a ticket to come into the main event. I was standing outside, like, tracking down people with, looking at their T-shirts and seeing, which company they're from and seeing if they will listen to me. And today we're here, one of the main sponsors and one of the biggest protocols on Ethereum. This is possible because Ethereum's unstoppable, verifiable, and we can just build a protocol, throw it on top of Ethereum, borrow trust, and scale it to tens of billions of dollars. It's not possible without that. Can we actually accelerate that by saying smart contracts actually become smart? They don't have much intelligence. You can put code inside it, but it's not that you can't put expressive, complex code in it. But theoretically, you can put a little bit of AI inference code in a smart contract. And theoretically, it's possible to build unstoppable, verifiable AI. Another way of thinking about it, smart contracts are the minimum viable agents. Right? Smart contracts, they just run on their own, and they do stuff. And so, can we actually make them really intelligent? They're just not practical today, because you can't write AI inside this. But here is our realization and why we are super excited at EigenLayer. EigenLayer makes autonomous, verifiable AI practical. Not just possible, but practical. I'm talking about 2025. You can have unstoppable, verifiable AI agents. OK, how do we build this? So the first thing about EigenLayer is, what do you build on top of EigenLayer? Everybody knows EigenLayer may be staking, restaking, something like that. But restaking is just the starting point of EigenLayer. The core idea of EigenLayer is to be able to build the verifiable cloud. You should be able to deploy applications on top of this cloud and be able to use services. We call these services autonomous verifiable services, AVSs. They are the ones that absorb the trust from the ETH staking and other staking that happens on EigenLayer and get these services, which are complex infrastructure services that can serve any application. So why do we call them AVSs? Autonomous, because they run on their own. You can actually continue running this service. You don't need to trust anybody, because anybody can put up more ETH and continue running these services. They're verifiable because if the stakers go rogue and try to attack the protocol, they're going to lose their deposit. So that makes them verifiable. OK, so now that's the paradigm. The paradigm is anybody can come and run this service, run it in a way that's unstoppable, autonomous, and verifiable. Now you can start offloading intelligence. You can think of like decomposing. So you look at it here. There is a smart contract of the AI agent sitting inside an Ethereum smart contract. And this smart contract, unlike agents today which have a private key, and they can rug you if you lose your private key. Instead, these smart contracts, of course, don't have any private keys. What you do is you say, like, hey, here is a smart contract of an AI agent. The smart contract takes actions if they are certified by this AVS. The smart contract takes actions if they're certified by this AVS. And you move the inference off-chain, but it is still verifiable on-chain. This is a massive transformation. Now you can think of this factorization. You can have an on-chain contract on Ethereum which just does the basic bookkeeping, maintain assets, and so on. Off-chain, you run this AVS, runs all the time autonomously and verifiably. OK. What can we do? Now you can just run inference as an AVS. Verifiability because of the slashability by EigenLayer, and data availability. When an agent runs, it produces a lot of data. You need to have this data be public. You need to have this data be public for anybody to verify that the agent did what it said it did. So this is called data availability in Ethereum. And EigenDA is the most scalable data availability layer. 50 times what Ethereum's blob store can do today, 10x any other data availability layers you may have heard about in the market. OK, so EigenDA is a hyperscale data availability layer. What we didn't invent this technology for scaling DA. We took Dankrad's Dank sharding, which is on the Ethereum's roadmap, just built it out of protocol. We discuss a lot here. In ETH Denver, the main topic that I see is how much can we accelerate Ethereum? Is Ethereum going too slow? No, you can build any service imaginable as an AVS today and accelerate Ethereum. This is my call to all of you. Go build new interesting things as AVSs, including AI. That's what this talks about. There are other ways to do verifiability, using everybody re-executes everything. In fact, you see, like people say, oh, Solana is very scalable. We don't need this Ethereum modular roadmap, all this stuff. Is it really? Can you run hundreds of thousands of AI agents on Solana? You cannot. You cannot. You need hyperscaling. We need hyperscaling. You cannot achieve hyperscaling when you have redundant execution. Every node does the same thing in Solana, in Ethereum today. But in the roll-up era, what we are planning for is to not have every node run everything. Already using EigenD and EigenLayer, you can actually achieve it. OK. When you think about these AI agents, an agent is much more than just AI inference. What is an AI agent? An AI agent is something that can actually take actions, not just be intelligent, but be able to take complex actions. When you think of these AI agents, when you want to build a verifiable AI agent, you need to verify not just the model, but every dependency that it has. If you don't verify these dependencies, you really don't get a verifiable agent. This we know, right? For example, we say Aave is a verifiable smart contract. But if its dependency, an oracle, is not verifiable, then of course, the smart contract is not verifiable because you can get rugged by the worst of the things that you trust. So if you want to verify an agent, you have to verify the orchestration, the model, the tools. This is the agent runtime picture from Anthropic. And what we've done is think about how to actually make it verifiable. OK, now that you have this verifiability, what can we do with it? You can actually mix and match components to build really, really, really powerful agents. I said really 3 times. I mean, not just for effect, but I really mean it. So what do I mean by really, really, really powerful agents? And they're verifiable. They have a brain. OK, what is the brain of an agent? We think and come up with concepts. It's about inference. You're running, predicting what needs to be done. It's about training. You need to train, update your model. It's about collecting data. See, it says verifiable in each one of these. Why? Because if an agent trains and updates itself and it's not verifiably updating itself, you can get rugged. So you want to make sure every single step here is verifiable. Verifiable inference, verifiable training, verifiable data, verifiable benchmarks. You want to know whether Grok 3 is better than ChatGPT. How do you test this? You want to test an agent like an operator from OpenAI. Is it better than some other thing? How do you know these benchmarks? Is Llama 4 better than Llama 3.2? How do you test these things? Verifiable benchmarks, GPU markets. This is the brain. But brain is not enough. You need sensing. You need the ability to understand what's going on in the world. You need a mechanism to understand what's going on Twitter, what's going on inside your Uber app, what's going on in the real world. In here at eDenver, you need real-world oracles. You need application oracles. You need internet oracles. All of these, every single one of these boxes already being built as AVSs, Autonomous Verifiable Services on EigenLayer. We have 100+ AVSs being built in 50+ categories. Each of them a core new infrastructure service. So what we saw when we entered into the space was anybody who's inventing new infrastructure had to build their own layer 1. So sometimes we joke here in Ethereum about alt L1s and so on. But there is a necessity when you want to invent something new, you have no place to express it. You have to find a way to express it. And that's what the whole alt L1s were. But what we've done in EigenLayer is let innovators invent something which is as fundamental as a new layer 1, but don't have to reinvent the wheel on all the other things. Just build the new thing that you're building. Is it inference that you're building? Is it training that you're building? Is it a GPU market that you're building? Is it an internet oracle? You can build all of these things on a common security substrate. That's what EigenLayer does. What you can do is mix and match all of them on EigenLayer. Now, this agent, which has the ability to perceive and has the brain, also has the ability to satisfy intents. Normally, when you think of intents, you say oh, maybe humans have intents and AI will satisfy it. But it could also be the other way around. AI and agents have intents, and we satisfy it. So it can put out bounties that we go and satisfy. It can have privacy layers, trusted execution environment, fully homomorphic encryption, multi-party computation. It can take actions triggered on events, co-processors, data storage. The scope of what verifiable agents is enormous. The scope of what verifiable agents is enormous. You can just mix and match these services to build verifiable agents. You also can do ID. Like, imagine if an agent is a person, it needs to verify the counterparty that it's dealing with. You need proof of human, proof of device, proof of agent, agent reputation. Each one of these new and interesting layers can be built on EigenLayer. This is one of the reasons we think of EigenLayer as the verifiable commitment cloud. What is the verifiable commitment cloud? You know, many of you, like I said, maybe heard of EigenLayer as like staking, right? Stakers and operators come together. And now you can build these AVSs on top, and these AVSs serve applications. There's also a layer in the middle we call primitives. You know, you have commitments, verifiable services, verifiable apps. And these apps just come in and mix and match these AVSs. And like I said, agent is just the new app. So if agent is the new app, agents can come and compose these services to build verifiable agents. We also have the core primitives. Like I pointed out, when you want to run an agent, you want to publish DA, publish data to a common verifiable DA. That's what EigenDA is. We also have other very powerful features like eigenforking, which I'm not talking about today. But these primitives together give the expressivity for services to build new and interesting things like these AI agents. OK, so if we look at this picture, so we have many categories of AVSs that agents can compose to build new and interesting things. What are being built today? So, you know, this is a category map of AVSs, autonomous verifiable services that can be built on top of EigenLayer. They're built on top of EigenLayer, and some of them are being built. You see names here. Some of them are not yet being built. So it's a call to action. All of you brilliant developers here, you know, people joke that, oh, Ethereum's infra land. Without these powerful infrastructure, you cannot build, you cannot express the level of agents that we need to build unstoppable verifiable agents. So several categories here, many, many interesting players. This is not theory land. Many of these AVSs are already being built and deployed on EigenLayer today. You know, here's a very small sampling of what these services are. Layer Lens, building AI benchmarks. I can benchmark agents. Open Ledger, building data markets. You can buy data. You can sell your data to these agents, which can then pay you for your contribution. Verifiable models being built by Neural Fabric. Event-triggered actions. Sentient, you know, a huge project. We're collaborating with them on building an AI justice system. You know, when you think of smart contracts, you think of what is expressible in simple code. But when you want to build complex contracts, you need adjudication for it. Witness, real-world location. I can actually attest. There's an app by Witness called Infinity Watch. You can go in and prove that you're in this location to a decentralized group of 6,000 nodes running around the world, running today on EigenLayer. Silence, you can actually take your secret key and give it to a network, which gives you guarantees of privacy. Opacity, when a tool call is being made, you are calling DoorDash, you're calling OpenAI. How do you verify these API calls? You can do it today on Opacity. So the category of what is being built is mind-boggling. And very few people understand where this is going. It's not just that these unstoppable verifiable agents are interesting on their own accord. They also accelerate the foundations of crypto. How do you think about intents? How do you think about smart contracts? How do you think about governance? How do you think about decentralized science in the presence of AI? It just transforms the entire landscape. I want to end this by saying what we're building at EigenLayer is the verifiable commitment cloud, a cloud where you can make commitments that are verifiable and enforceable by code. And so the project is much, much, much broader than restaking, and I think it can inject a new lease of energy into the Ethereum ecosystem today. With that, I'd like to thank you. And if you want to find more information, please, you know, take a picture of these QR codes. And I'll leave you with this question. with fellow inventors here. What are you going to invent? What are you going to build on EigenLayer today? Thank you so much.
She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking Ethernet whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Stay-doo-doo-doo, boo-boo-doo-doo-doo. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with a do with a do with do with do with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we bid let this city on sports and chains. We bid let this city with regen brains. We bid let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games,
And we are back with another exciting panel for you all. So as many of us know and love crypto for decentralization, decentralization is great, but it offers a lot of drawbacks, especially when it comes to coordination. And so on this next panel, we're going to be talking about governance and how we make decisions in blockchains. So for our next panel, we've got online governance surfaces and attention economies, hosted by Nathan Schneider from the University of Colorado, Boulder. Please give a round of applause.
Hello. Good to see you all. And as my teammates here file in, I just want to say, first of all, that this is a talk that comes out of work that we've been doing for the past couple of years at MetaGov. Metagov.org, you can learn about the work that we're doing around imagining futures and building futures for online governance. So this project is the result of a collaboration between me, Kelsey Knabb, and Ronan Tamari, and Michael Zargam. Kelsey can't be here today. She's on another continent. But we're also joined by Rena O'Brien from Gitcoin to tell us whether we're onto anything here. But the focus here is something that a bunch of us have observed over the years, working around governance in Web3 and beyond, in many different kinds of contexts, where we see attention as a critical focal point for the challenge of governing our communities and organizations. And this builds on a challenge that goes way back. For, many generations, people have tried to imagine what it would be like to have a world that is governed by its participants from the ground up, a kind of deeper democracy, a kind of deeper participant involvement, whether you call it the cooperative commonwealth or the DAO revolution. But if we had that kind of world, if we won, what would we do? How would we manage to participate in all those DAOs, all those cooperative companies, or whatever it is that we're engaged in? We imagine very quickly that we're going to run out of attention. And especially so when we're working in the context of digital networks where information flows so freely and so wildly. So this talk is exploring some research that we've been doing into thinking about how people are already working around attention in the design of governance and how we could do that more intentionally and more clearly.
So we looked at the theory of commons governance, like the literature, the kind of OG, Elinor Ostrom, Yochai Benkler, and other researchers that were theorizing about the commons early on. And what we noticed, and this was kind of one of the sparks that triggered us to work on this project, was that they actually didn't reckon with attention as a limiting factor, even though they were very much about participatory governance and thinking even some of them in the digital age when we had a lot of online communities, they weren't really noticing that attention was going to become a limiting factor. In practice, we kind of know how this turned out. They were kind of Web 1 theorists. And then Web 2 was what happened when information overload essentially broke human attention. And what happened was then that platforms stepped into this void and they made huge investments in the infrastructure, the tech, that basically outsources our attention governance to these platforms. And we all know that that didn't turn out so well. Web3 is trying to step in and say, we're designing the online governance systems for ourselves, but what we saw was that if we want to do that, we really need to reckon with attention again. And this will require a lot of investment, both in the tech, the infrastructure, and thinking more about the social aspects that the Web 2 platforms didn't do.
So here in the paper, we made an effort to sort of demonstrate this organization as more of a living system where the participants who are applying their attention towards making various kinds of decisions in turn affect what takes place and the outcomes that are wrought. And an important aspect of this model that we've laid out in the drawing is that the participants exist within an action arena or in a circumstance where they have some choices. First of all, are they participating in governance at all? They could be participating in other communities, doing other things. They may simply have better things to do. But assuming that they've decided that they want to be part of the participatory base that governs the community or organization they're part of, they also have multiple ways to engage or modes through which they interact with governance. This could be voting, it could be discussions on forums, it could be going in and starting a new project in some of the more duocratic organizations. But the governance surface is this set of ways that you can channel that attention into like effective action within the org, or action at all, maybe not necessarily effective. Whether it's effective depends on what happens. And so there are outcomes, and those outcomes have impacts or effects on themselves, feeding back around, as well as effects on other stakeholders, maybe those that are not participating in the action arena. So using that model, we went and had a look at different organizations and the ways in which they intervened in their attention economies. So they sort of, we recognize that in DAOs, there's a very common pattern of using token voting. That's a mechanism by which decisions are taken, maybe funds are dispersed from a treasury, or certain activities are given, sanctioned to proceed. And in this case, there's a bottleneck around votes. How do you get people to participate in voting? How do you get them to become informed? And so each of our 3 case studies, Gitcoin, DAOstack, and Governator, proposed interventions at the site between the token holders and the token voting in order to reduce the attention costs of participation in that process, ideally without muting or eliminating their effects. So they're adding less attention but still being heard, that their opinions and preferences are still being manifest. And so in Gitcoin, there was a stewards-based system. In DAOstack, there's a boosting mechanism. In Governator, they were proposing individual agents that could vote or recommend votes on the holder's behalf. And what we found interesting about this is that using the previous structure, you can see that the interventions, while different, are all in the same place, which tells you something about what the pain point is perceived and experienced by the members. But we also notice that these interventions don't necessarily improve the situation. You often introduce a new mechanism to help improve the direct arrow from token holders to token voting, and if that attention cost is saved in the immediate sense, you may still not have saved the attention costs when you account for operating or maintaining your intervention. So there's other efforts that go into educating and curating stewards. There are other efforts that go into sort of calibrating or financing a boosting mechanism. There are other efforts that go into maintaining the ML ops or security of an AI agent. And so it's not clear that the attention costs are a net savings, but that's something that differs across the individual projects. And then finally, having made those observations, we came back and we developed some heuristics, things that participants in DAOs, as well as folks trying to design them, can kind of think about when they're architecting their DAOs. So what are the modes of interaction? So the ways in which you can go about participating in governance, and how much attention or what kind of attention do they require? What are the organizational processes or technical processes that manage or distribute attention? What information is provided to participants? So how do they become informed, and how does it expect their expectations? Are you dropping a ton of documents and expecting everyone to read them? Are you providing nice summaries and backlinking to reports? Information design can play a big part in the attention cost of informed participation. Incentives, so you're spending your own time and effort, like that labor can actually be something that is incentivized. In some cases, that can create positive effects or negative effects, but what are the incentives and how are people responding to them? And ultimately, most importantly, feedback. How does the decisions that are taken get recognized as affecting the outcomes that occur, which feeds back on people's future decisions to allocate attention and to participate, and even feeds back on our organization itself in terms of revising the way that we structure these systems.
Yeah, maybe just to add to that, I think one of the sort of, you don't see it here, but we were playing with this term of like return on attention, where we see participants investing attention in a space and expecting to get something in return. And to sustain an organization, you kind of have to have that return on attention be positive. So people have to feel like they're getting more than they're putting in. And this heuristic helps us kind of see where the attention is being invested, how much attention are we asking people to invest, and then what they're getting out of it. So helping us become more intentional about designing our organizations and how people are investing attention, we think is really crucial for designing the communities of the future.
Thanks. One really critical takeaway that it's kind of a fundamental observation here is that attention is already become a problem in Web3. And this is something that was observed from some of the earliest developments in building tooling for communities in this context. People were already designing, as in our case studies here, to try to figure out how to tackle the challenge of attention economies. How do you manage and direct the attention of potentially thousands of token holders? And this is not a new problem. You know, I've been doing this work in conversation with work I'm doing with large cooperatives, for instance, organizations that are not on chain but have participatory voting and things like that. And they too have to think about a lot of the same challenges here, and they've come up with solutions. For instance, here in Colorado, we have 42 rural electric cooperatives around the state, and they bring a person in a robot suit to their annual meetings and have really good food. You know, that is one tool for attention economies. It attracts people in, it draws them in for participation in governance beyond just the act of voting. A few things that we hope to see this provocation encourage. First of all, is more intentional design around stakeholder attention in governance, both technically and socially. Some of the projects that we saw being less effective in addressing these concerns were the ones that simply tried to put a technical fix on the problem. And the ones that seemed to be making progress were the ones that recognized this as a social challenge as well as a technical challenge. This involves recognizing that when you encounter unexpected behavior in your governance system, like, for instance, very low token voting percentages or kind of mob-like behavior, the kinds of failure modes that we see all over the place in Web3, that rather than what I often see, which is kind of blame the victims of the attention economy, blame the people who aren't voting or something like that, instead take that in as data. Take that in as an opportunity to reconsider the design of the attention economy in your governance system. Take it as feedback. And expect attention economies to evolve. You know, the attention economy of a small, early stage community is going to be very different from a large, mature, you know, high activity community. It's going to have to be designed very differently. You're going to have to make sure to channel attention intentionally in very different ways as an organization evolves. And so make sure that you're set up to intentionally shift those attention economies as the organization evolves and as the kind of realities of those economies change. These are some thoughts we'll leave you with for now, but next we're going to turn the conversation over to Raina O'Brien, who is Executive Director of Gitcoin, is in the trenches of the attention economies of governance in Web3. She's going to share some reflections on her experience leading an organization in this context, and then we'll have a conversation. Take it away. Cool. Whatever's comfortable. Thank you.
I talk and thank you. If you haven't had a chance to read the paper, I will say it's a fantastic read. There's a ton of great information in there if you're looking at your own organization as well as some of the history of the attention economies. I'll give you a little bit of a brief overview. And first, again, just want to say thank you for having me on the panel. You guys are always great. I wish we could have just recorded our conversations in the green room and played that because we got a little spicy back there. But I joined Gitcoin in 2023 as Chief of Staff. And at that point, we had already started to see a dwindling in terms of our attention economy within the community. When the DAO was formed, we had some fantastic contributors who were super excited about governance and token holders and liquid democracy, and we're going to change the world through public goods funding. We still kind of are. 67 million gone through the program over the last X amount of years. But as these gentlemen have pointed out in these slides and in the paper itself, there's a whole bunch of different mechanisms that we want to look at when we're thinking about our community, how we're doing governance. And what I found when I came in is that the governance people that love doing governance weren't looking at what our community was doing and figuring out frameworks that they thought would work great internally and then rolling them out to a community that didn't have the time, the effort, or the incentives to care about what we were doing. So started off with liquid democracy. We were able to give delegations to people to be able to vote on the proposals and the conversations that were happening in the forum. And what happened is that most of that was just given to internal contributors. Great, that's fantastic. The people that I trust to make the decisions are literally the ones making decisions internally. I have no more context on what I can do about a budget or what the crew is doing internally, so I'm okay with that. We attempted to take in a couple of different versions of this to make it more accountable. And this was something that's mentioned in the paper and that myself and Z have talked about. We had the health cards. Well, that's fantastic. I can see a score of how much somebody participates in governance, but do I know if they're good at making decisions? I can tell you over the last 3 years, given that we've gone from nearly 70 contributors down to 22, probably not all of them were making fantastic decisions. And with that being said, we went from these large, over-the-top, figuring out structures internally and centralized, tried to roll them out to a community that had no idea what our mission statement was, and then wondered why governance was breaking as professional delegation companies are coming into the space. They're all fantastic. They're great too. But, you know, for 8K to 10K a month, they're going off to the Arbitrums and the Uniswaps to push through compelling proposals on what to do on a protocol. Do we think that they care on what we do with a budget request? Not really. So incentivizing the contributors with information that's actually interesting and compelling to them, especially in an age where both personally and professionally, we are drowning in information and starving for wisdom, doesn't really make a ton of sense. We've gone back to both out of like a forcing function in terms of having the capacity to run governance, a keeping the lights on method. And what I thought was really compelling as somebody who does give a shit about governance is that it didn't matter that we were only keeping our lights on. It didn't seem like anything was breaking because the proposals that were going up were created by internal contributors. It was getting voted on by internal contributors and then getting passed. And every so often somebody would dip into the forum and yell at us for GTC utility. Fine, like, sorry, I'll do what I can with that governance token. And we are trying to do that, so it does make it more compelling for the people that are participating in governance. But where we've now come to in 2025 is a bare bones version of, hey, we would like to have some intelligent, informed governance delegates that can tell us where we're going wrong, and we can start to build it back up again from first principles, which is a very long way to go around, especially given the tenure of Gitcoin. But basically building that framework because we've tried all of the other mechanisms that involved 17 people, 3 goats, 4 days on the forum, and you had to have a certain badge holder and you had to know what our blood types were, to basically saying, we don't have the capacity or the knowledge to understand what we need to fix and what we can govern and build within the community to give you funding to do that, to figure out how it won't take you forever to get that funding. You guys know better than we do. Please tell us what we should be doing. And so that's where we've come to today. We still have the steward health cards. I still get asked who's a delegate from people that created governance. I still have to check the forum to like see what's going on with people that I'm not sure are even like a delegate. And so going back to these first principles is where Gitcoin is today. And I'm just keeping an eye on the timer there. How am I doing, Nathan?
Doing great, take all the time.
Okay, fantastic, fantastic. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I could cover up here in terms of Gitcoin and what we're doing. Michael?
I was going to say, you could just pester us if you want. If you don't want to just be required to talk for 10 minutes.
I mean, I could riff up here. I could tell you all the things wrong with all the organizations. Let's go.
I'm good with that.
No. I'll pass it back over. Thank you.
All right, we'll turn it over to a discussion about some of the things we've been talking about, and you can also join us for further discussion at 3 in the community hub on the 3rd floor. We'll hang out there, and we'll hand out pirate copies of the paper that Rena was talking about as well. So, but to get us started, I wonder if anybody wants to bring up like any particular cases where you see instructive things going on that we might want to break down around attention economies, whether they're cases in the paper or beyond. I mean, one thing that comes to my mind from this is, outside of the crypto world, is my own experience in like community governed organizations in my life, right? For instance, my credit union is like the largest mortgage lender in the region up in Boulder. It's called Elevations Credit Union. And like, I've been to one annual meeting. I've even met with a board member, but like the last thing I would want to do is like participate in decisions about like who should get a mortgage, right? And yet there is still an accountability structure. You know, there's still a sense that that organization is ultimately accountable to members like me, and there are mechanisms for doing that. On the other hand, there are projects like, for instance, I co-founded like a little cooperative social media server some years ago called social.coop. Like, I love going to those meetings because we're doing something new and it's fun, and I feel like I have something real to contribute. So I think about that combination as being a recognition. There's always going to be a topology, and we shouldn't expect a kind of one-size-fits-all for our attention economies.
So I would build on that I think one thing that's often missing in the DAO space is a adequate separation between what is a governance concern and what's an operational concern. And this is important in the attention economy context because frankly, you're asking for the labor, the attention of your community, and if you're asking them to do things that are not actually governance, they're ops. So the difference between making high-level decisions about what you're trying to accomplish or appropriating funds, budgeting, again, if you're doing high-level participatory budgeting, but if it's day-to-day operational things, then as long as you've done the work to secure the buy-in, get the goals, relegating some things to an operational layer is actually a way of separating governance attention from ops attention, giving people the opportunity to govern without asking them to operate. And I want to throw this back at Rena because we've talked about quite a bit the ways in which DAOs missing this split make both worse.
What did you say we managed to make?
Ops and governance.
We managed to make both of them worse at one point. How you do that is virtually impossible. That is a great point. And we did talk about this, and as well as what you're doing at Block Science, which I found very compelling, which is that tension between the operation side of things and the decisions that should be made within the community. And I don't think there's an answer for it, to be fair. I do think that there's a balance. One thing that you mentioned that you're doing well at Block Science, which I think applies to this, is that there's trust, accountability, will, and skill. And figuring out where those decisions should lie for some of these, I think before just setting up a random framework and a snapshot and a tally vote is really, really useful. And for me, we talked about this as well, a little bit from the type of contributors or the people that you're governing needs to be considered as well. A protocol builder is not going to want to be governed in the same way that somebody's contributing research is. It's very, very different in the incentives, the contributions that they're doing, and then the trust and accountability in terms of what they're shipping.
And I guess to provide a little bit of clarity, so Block Science is a roughly 30-person R&D firm. We've been working in the Web3 space for over 7 years, and for somewhat randomly, we were actually a service provider of Gitcoin when it was a company during the time it became a DAO, which was a ride. No, concretely, like we ended up with, even with a lot of people who are very like Web3 motivated, and to some of what Nathan was saying, like we have a largely sociocratic structure. We have circles, or we call them councils. They are accountable to each other for core business function. There are people who are part of multiple of them. The councils themselves are more governance-like, and then within them we have more operational activity, various activities that produce those business functions, and people within those councils are accountable to each other and up to their group. And at the scale of 30-odd people, it's wonderful, but I also don't recommend that as a scalable method beyond that. We've kept it at the size we have precisely because we like that culture and that style of organization. And so I would be careful about trying to take that model and scale it beyond that, few dozen people.
Yeah, I wanted to add something about the kind of diverse kinds of people that participate in these communities and recognizing that. And for me, one of the questions coming into the study was, we kind of felt what extractive attention economies look like when we're thinking about things like platforms and doom scrolling, and it's kind of like addictive, and we just feel like we're being sucked, our attention is being sucked dry. And then, we're in year of regenerators, right? This ETH Denver, and I think I was trying to figure out what does a regenerative attention economy look like, and it's a question that I'm thinking about, and I think it kind of feels more like permaculture as opposed to like monoculture, where we're being like mined for attention, or strip like the industrial agriculture. It's more like a permaculture where there's many different kinds of contributions, many different kinds of ways of recognizing people's contributions. People feel heard, they feel seen, they feel like they're not wasting their time. I think there's also something about how AI helps with all of this and doesn't destroy all of this, because I think there's also ways that it really does a lot of harm, and we haven't really talked about it at all. But yeah, maybe permaculture attention is kind of what I'm thinking about.
One of the considerations that I have, and I'd be curious from this group as well, is without going into like the what am I version of it, but how do you have a regenerative attention culture when you've got different types of people contributing both internally and externally in an organization, as well as across the ecosystem? And I think that is one of the bigger questions. And you see the fragmentation with a lot of the organizations and the XKYZ, like you've got 13 DAO frameworks and now you've got 14. Like, great, fantastic. And again, that drowning in information version of it, because like I said, this happens personally and professionally. And from like an emotionally intelligent leadership space, like I take care of myself, I take care of my people, I take care of my organization, and I haven't even gotten a chance to see what's happening outside of that. So it's both that attention economy from how leadership has to approach it, as well as the entire organization. And I do think that AI can be a tool, but I've said this a couple times this week, and I'm sure a lot of people are sick of me hearing me bang on about it, but like, that tool has to be the right tool for the use case. And I don't think, based on your heuristics, that we're looking at it in the right way right now.
One word that we bounced around a lot in this process too, and wrestled with, is justice. What is attention justice? And one stream of thought that informed our work was feminist thought around the way in which particularly emotional labor and labor of attention is unequally distributed in many of our communities. And that too is a really critical frame for thinking about what's regenerative. How do you make sure that people are able to be justly rewarded for the attention they're providing, and that their attention is not being exploited?
Yeah, and I want to try to click on that, because especially in DAOs, we have a tendency to do this thing where if we can't metricize it, we can't value it. And there's a certain kind of emotional labor, care work, support that even in an environment that's heavily metricized can't actually be metricized, or shouldn't be, or when it is, it often causes more harm than good. And so like making sure that we hold space in our ways of valuing within DAOs for kinds of activities that are in some ways resistant to that instrumentation. And if we insist on certain kinds of instrumentation, then we also insist on devaluing that kind of work.
Well, we're about at the end. Thank you so much for to my collaborators for working on this project. Rana, thank you so much for being part of this conversation. Again, you can join us in the community hub on the 3rd floor to continue the conversation at 3. And please, if this is the kind of discussion that you geek out on and you really like to participate in more, please check us out at metagov.org and see the many, many projects around building the future of governance that we and the many, many more people in this community are engaged in. Thank you all so much.
Found her at a bullet hook, sucking down APIs. Armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass. Shooby-doo-ba crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with a do with a do with with do You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it.
Awesome. Huge thanks to our last speakers. For anybody in the audience that's thinking about starting your own blockchain startup or your own DAO, definitely be sure to listen up to this next talk because we've got Rebecca from Fenwick and West talking about what is a partnership and why isn't my DAO one? Please give a round of applause.
Thanks, everybody, for coming out on a Friday afternoon to listen to a lawyer talk. And welcome from the past to everybody who's watching this later on X. My name is Rebecca Matsumura. I'm an associate attorney at Fenwick and West. Work exclusively in the crypto space, helping crypto companies with everything from token launches all the way through, getting in trouble or almost getting in trouble with the government or with each other. So really happy to be here today and to talk through this very important topic for all of us who participate in DAO governance. Got to give a standard disclaimer. I am a lawyer. I am not your lawyer. This is not legal advice. You should get your own lawyer if anything that I say today concerns you. And I also have to give a special shout out to my colleague, Matthew Diamond, who helped put together today's slides. So first, and I promise this is the last time that you will see a lot of text on the screen, and the only real legalese that I'm going to use is in the next couple of minutes. But what is a partnership legally? A partnership is 2 or more people carrying on a business for profit, and sometimes not for profit too. An important thing to keep in mind about the types of legal risks that I'm talking about today is that these are creatures of state law. They're not federal law. This has nothing to do with whether or not a token is a security or any of the other things that we sometimes talk about or hope that the Trump administration will fix. There's not a lot that the Trump administration or anybody in the federal government can do to kind of affect the risks I'm talking about here, which arise under each state's law and would require a state-by-state approach to change. So a partnership is the default treatment for any kind of activity coordinated by human beings that meets basically these 2 prongs. Again, because it's state law, it may vary a little bit depending on what state you're on, but this is going to be the default treatment here. And that's the point that I want you to take away from this, right, is that if you take no action and you're carrying on a business and you're 2 or more people, you might be a partnership. And for the reasons that I'm going to discuss in a minute, it's not something that you want to stumble into an accident because it has really important legal consequences. So what are those legal consequences? This is the part where I scare everybody. So the biggest risk of being treated as a general partnership is that under state law, you can have what's called joint and several liability. I promise this is the last time I'm using legalese. Joint and several liability means that in a general partnership, each partner can be liable for the full amount of any liabilities created by any other partner in pursuit of the partnership. So what does that mean? Maybe kind of a regular, non-crypto example first, and then I'll bring it back home. So let's say Alice and Bob have a general partnership where they run a bingo parlor. And Bob forgets to mop the floors, and somebody slips and falls, and they sue the partnership to get, their medical expenses, pain and suffering. They were very embarrassed, all of those things. Americans love to sue. Bob may not care, right? Maybe Bob lost all his money in meme coins, and he's like, come after me. I'm what they call judgment proof. But poor Alice could lose all of her ETH, right? Because even though she's not the one who didn't mop the floors, every partner is going to be liable for every other partner's liabilities. And it gets worse, guys. It's not just liability for the partnership's liabilities, but because the partnership doesn't have its own segregated assets, they can go after Alice's personal assets, right? She could lose her house. She could lose all of her ETH. She could lose kind of her own personal income if the damage was that severe. You might see something like this in a crypto context. For example, if there are people who hold keys to a multi-sig that has assets in it, right? And say there's just multiple people, uncoordinated, no legal entities involved, they're all holding the multi-sigs, multi-sig gets hacked, multi-sig gets drained, right? Someone who lost money in that hack could come after the partnership, or they could just pick the richest person who held the multi-sig and go after them for the full measure of their damages, right? So this can be very scary. There are also tax consequences that arise from partnerships, which I won't get into in too much detail, other than to say, if you accidentally find yourself in a general partnership that makes money, you should definitely make sure you have a good accountant, because it's going to get messy. One more scary slide. These are not theoretical risks. There have already been a couple of courts that have considered these issues of whether DAOs could be treated as general partnerships under state law. And in both cases where this has been considered, the court said, yep, you betcha, general partnership. So this was the issue. This was the kind of legal issue in the case that recently came down regarding Lido DAO, which you may have heard about. It's also the same issue that arose in the Uki DAO case, right, where the CFTC sued Uki DAO as a general partnership. And in both of those cases, the courts applying California law held that all of the members of the DAO who participated in governance could be considered partners in a general partnership. So in the Uki DAO case, nobody showed up to defend the DAO, so the CFTC got what's called a default judgment, which is where nobody comes to court to defend, and they got a default judgment in the amount of about $600,000. As of yet, we don't know of any efforts by the government to collect that money, but in theory, they could go after any governance token holder in Uki DAO to get the full amount of the $600,000. And then it would be up to that person who paid the judgment to then go after the other partners to try to get repaid. This is not a situation that you want to be in. All right, now that everybody is good and scared, let's talk about what we can do to address these risks. So the risk of joint and several liability and of being treated as a general partnership is fundamentally the reason why kind of normal corporations and normal organizations running businesses incorporate. Right? This is why we have LLCs. This is why we have corporations. This is why we have LLPs. This was like one of the fundamental reasons why this legal structure was developed, was to provide an entity that could hold its own assets so that if someone gets injured in the business, the person who's hurt goes after the assets of that business and not of every individual partner in their personal capacity. Now, for those of y'all who participate in DAOs know that that's not a good solution for DAOs, right? We can't just incorporate the DAO necessarily. We can't just set up a legal entity that is the DAO. But the first kind of solution that I'll offer you guys that a lot of folks use in this area is what we call a DAO wrapper. And the idea is to be an analog to that incorporation, right? So many of you who participate may hear about having a foundation, right? Whether it's a Cayman Foundation or a Duna out of Wyoming, once one of those gets set up, or from some other overseas jurisdiction. And folks often wonder, like, what is the point of this? What is the foundation doing, right? And one of the purposes that a foundation might have, depending on the way it's set up, is it might provide a liability shield, right? So that it could step up in court if the DAO gets sued and say, you know, no, like, it's not a general partnership. I'm the foundation. I'm responsible for all of the liabilities. The theory's never been tested in court, so we don't know that it will necessarily hold up, but that's kind of one of the strategies here. Another strategy that we use to protect people who are participating in governance or holding multi-sig keys or doing other types of activities that could result in partnership liability is what we call the REBA. It's the product that Fenwick offers that provides insurance for token holders. You can read more about them when we set up for Arbitrum DAO. And you know, in that case, you know, the policy covers anybody who participates in governance, who votes their tokens, who takes those actions, to the extent they're liable for that. So then if somebody goes after you as the representative of the DAO as a general partnership, you at least have some insurance that can help you hire a lawyer or pay the damages and kind of get some coverage on that end. The final thought I want to leave folks with, though, is that, you know, all of these are imperfect solutions, and the kind of legal structuring and the way courts are going to treat this is being worked out in real time. But another thing you might think about if you're someone who has significant risk in this area is how are you arranging your own assets? Right? Do you keep everything in the same bank accounts? Do you have some trusts that handle things? Do you have your own kind of entity that can do some of this business? Obviously, you want to get legal counsel involved, but if you have significant kind of exposure here, you want to also think about how, even if I get sued as a general partner, it's not me they're suing, but maybe it's my LLC, and they're limited to the recovery to the assets that are in that LLC, right? Thank you guys again so much for coming here today and hearing about these legal topics. My final slide has some Twitter accounts where you can find me. I'll be around after this, and it was really lovely to speak with everybody today and learn about the kind of risks and ways to mitigate partnership risk for DAOs. Thank you.
Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen fiddlers stack in stacks.
Thank you, Rebecca, for helping us all understand the legalities of DAOs. Next up, we've got Aaron Wright from Tribute Labs to talk about the A in DAOs, a new era for autonomous communities. Please give a round of applause for Aaron.
Hey, everyone. Thanks so much for coming. Really excited to talk to you about DAOs. You know, and I know that there was a couple other discussions related to this, but really since the beginning of Ethereum and since even the early days of Bitcoin, DAOs have really animated crypto. It's been one of these core concepts and ideas that we've been really kind of geeking out and trying to figure out. And the core idea, the vision, is really how do we build these internet-native organizations that are more automated, they're more open, they operate more democratically, and they kind of fit the time that we live in, which is the internet age. And I'm here to kind of talk to you guys about how the next wave of DAOs, kind of DAOs 2.0, they're starting, we're building them, and they're really going to use at their core a lot of AI-driven tools that improve how we build and manage organizations. So where are we kind of in the story of DAOs? You know, we've had a number of amazing early experiments, like the DAO itself, investment DAOs, collecting DAOs, service DAOs, DeFi DAOs, a whole host of them in the last cycle. And we've had a number of amazing pioneering companies and projects building DAO tooling, everybody from the D-Org, Aragon, Malik, Tally, a whole bunch of other projects that have been building out and building the tooling, and it's been getting better and better. At Tribute Labs, where I'm the founder, we've done our part with DAOs like the Lao and Flamingo DAO, which are more investment DAOs. We've been proving out that really you can have decentralized capital management that's not only viable but successful. And just to give you some context related to that, collectively these DAOs have backed over 300 different projects and collected over 40,000 NFTs, including some of the biggest projects in the space and creators in the space. And it's not only in crypto, we've been kind of moving beyond even into other areas of technology. Yet, we've been in the trenches, we know all the pain points, right? DAOs are still too slow, they're too manual. People love the idea of participating until they don't. There's lots of ins and outs and cartilage that kind of needs to get handled to make organizations work. And that's changing and changing pretty quickly. For us, and this is what we're really excited about, we're really close to kind of fulfilling this original vision of the DAO itself. That vision was to have an automated and democratically run venture fund where capital flows dynamically and seamlessly, pretty much like a vending machine, but for venture financing. And we've made great strides. Over the past couple quarters, we've been heads down, building out a new platform, a new investment DAO that we're calling Aiden. And we wanted to just spend a little bit of time discussing that with you guys. Aiden is pretty remarkable. It's able to evaluate any project in a matter of minutes, streamlining investment DAOs, and we believe that this is really what venture capital will increasingly look like in the future. It can predict the value of a company without even knowing what that value is beforehand, and it's able to do an extensive amount of diligence, pretty much superhuman diligence on a project in a matter of minutes. And at the end, Aiden's agents democratically vote on whether to invest in a project, and they recommend an investment amount based on the DAO's thesis, deployment schedule, size, stage focus, and risk appetite. So it's pretty much the entire process from beginning to end that you're able to do through agentic systems and really come to a great conclusion. This approach reduces human bias, which is important, and it accelerates the flow of capital. And it kind of prevents what we see oftentimes in venture where you have to go to the right school, you have to live in the right location. You can really get judged on the merits related to this through a more objective system. Recommendations are automatically tailored for each investment vehicle. So depending on what the DAO's focus or investment fund's focus, where they are in kind of the life cycle of their vehicle, how much risk they want to take, what categories they want to focus, it's all kind of custom and tailored to it. But humans are still in the loop in this process, and we think that's super important. So humans are reviewing at the end, and will be reviewing at the end, the decisions related to what these AI agents are discovering and uncovering and recommending to make sure that the best decisions are being made. In other words, members of the DAO will keep Aiden in check by voting on projects and double-checking the agent's work. And we think over time that's great for humans to kind of continue to improve these systems, and at the same time, it's great for the system to keep on getting better. So we're blending together at the core something that we've discovered, which is when you get a whole bunch of different folks together in a DAO, it kind of creates a hive mind of different people with different backgrounds and expertise. They're able to kind of process information, do a really great job peering into the future, understanding what may happen. But at the same time, we can use these amazing new tools and mechanical minds that we're building, which have the speed and in some instances, even advanced reasoning. So this, to us, is just the start. We're super excited about it. But what's next is we are going to be even sending out our agents to talk to founders directly. They'll be able to either click a link or possibly even get a phone call, answer diligence questions, and have the entire analysis kind of redone. We are going to be rolling out even more tooling where agents are going to be able to collect more information about a team, their background, maybe where they went to school, other projects they worked on automatically, so you get a complete picture, not just on the project, but what the team is doing. We're also going to be providing, as part of this analysis, agent-based research reports. So if it's a particular subject, let's say electric batteries, maybe you don't know too much about that, you'll be able to kind of get quickly up to speed on what's going on. That's good for people reviewing the projects. It's also great for the agents themselves as they're doing their work. We think that we'll be able to even begin to review code to the extent that that's available to make sure that whatever a project is saying the code is doing, you can double check and make sure that that's the case. automated and agent-driven portfolio management to know that you're actually allocating at the right amount. Maybe you're overweighted in one area and underweight another. Maybe you're a couple years into the vehicle and you need to start taking profits or cutting losses. All of these things, we think it's now on the table for this to get automated completely. And that includes really basic things like taxes. Super boring, but super important. We think by the end of the year, all these vehicles will be able to have agent-driven automated taxes, and automated legal analysis too. So to the extent that it's a traditional business, you'll be able to actually have that all done as well. We think also that we'll see increasingly humans start to use agents to kind of delegate and express their will. So they'll understand your preferences and weigh in on different projects, different ideas. That could be useful in our DAOs, and we think it'll be useful in other DAOs as well. So the headline is really, it's a new era. You know, we've seen over the last 2 years dramatic advancements, and really DAOs are going to be at the center of this intersection of AI and crypto. At the end of the day, we think that traditional venture capital will increasingly get flatter, and we even imagine that companies, projects that increasingly are going to use token-based initiatives, this could be helpful as well. So you can imagine a platform where it's running through a system like Aiden to make sure that the project hits a certain bar before maybe there's a token launch or some capital fundraising event. So instead of having kind of humans or even Silicon Valley or venture capitalists serve as that initial filter, you can have these agentic systems make sure that the bad actors are not there and the good actors are getting rewarded. So that's less fraud, more efficiency, smarter and more open capital markets. We think that this intersection between AI and DAOs is super fascinating and just the beginning. If you pay attention to what we're doing, we're going to be rolling out a whole bunch of different experiments in this area. One area in particular that I'm pretty excited about is we've actually built an agent-based Supreme Court, which is able to take in legal documents and render a decision that pretty much predicts what a normal court would do. So you can take historical documents, load it in, have 9 AI justices that are able to actually render justice. So imagine a world where instead of waiting months or years to get a decision, you can get it in a matter of minutes. So if you're interested, join us at Aiden Online. Follow us on Twitter or at Tribute Labs. The DAOs are coming. It's a big narrative. They're coming back, I should say. And it's going to really be a really interesting and fascinating future. So thanks very much for your time. And that is it.
Snarling about regulated chains. Spork blade splits to 9 times mid-airplane. Uni beams, ask the squad group chat. Form up in Denver, so we counterattack. Scorpion, Swiss Army hero of the Dio night. Scorpion, juggling governance talks with a Myanmar corn fight. We don't fork. We don't fork. Fiat snarling about regulated chains. Sport blade splits to 9 times mid-airplane. Uni beams, a squad group chat. Form up in Denver, so we counterattack.
right, everybody. This is the afternoon of DAOs. We got one more DAO conversation for you guys. The State of DAO M&A, hosted by Josh from DAOstar. Please welcome our speakers.
Oh my gosh, it's so bright. I feel they added twice as many lights as they had last year. Man, crypto really is doing well. All right. Hi, folks. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. And we're going to get started super quick, I guess. I'm Josh. I'm co-founder of MetaGov. I think we just had a presentation from some of the other folks in MetaGov just 10 minutes ago. But I'm also a computer scientist and mathematician at DAOstar. Pass it to Jillian.
Hi, I am a financial economist by training. I work as a professor at Emory University, and I also have done a lot about innovators and helping firms get innovation out there and be more inclusive in their innovation process. And I got really excited about DAOs as a potentially very inclusive environment.
Awesome. Hi everyone. I'm Bernard. I'm a co-founder of Areta. We are a crypto-focused investment bank. So we do a lot of M&A transactions, more on the kind of traditional side of equity. I've been the leading bank by deal count globally now. So DAO M&A is a really interesting topic for us as well, looking to the future.
Awesome. So the subject of this talk is a wonderful new report on the state of DAO M&A that we just released, I think, 20 minutes ago. So I think, let me press the button over here so you can actually take a look at it. So just heads up, this is a review copy. It is not the final draft. There may be some changes that are being made, but I think we are very, very proud of the work that we put into this. But maybe as part of this initial conversation, I'll just put out an initial first question to Bernard. What is M&A, and why is it such a big deal?
Let me maybe set the ground a bit. M&A, mergers and acquisition. Historically, it's been a tool, I would say, for companies in capital markets that you can use in a quite versatile manner. So for growth, to expand in specific jurisdictions or markets or products, and in the end, strategically maneuver through the capital markets. It's been a long industry, historically, 100 years old or so, 3 to 4 trillion annual volume, so a bit larger than the crypto market cap. And what it's traditionally being used for, what the main drivers are cases like consolidation. So say in the traditional space, a Disney acquires Fox Network to build out their content and acquire users. Other cases are expansion that you see a lot. So geographically, say an American exchange buys a European exchange to acquire licenses, fast track the process, or to get access to additional customers. And then on the expansion side, you also see kind of product expansion. So Stripe, for example, I think was the biggest acquisition we've seen in the space for a while, where they acquired a stablecoin product to basically strategically expand in the space. The third category that still I think worthwhile mentioning is acqui-hires, where you basically acquire a smaller team or larger team to grow out your base. And then there are many nuances between those types of acquisitions, but in essence, it's a strategic toolkit.
Thanks, Bernard. Jillian, you've looked at some really big data sets of M&As and DAO M&As in Web3. Could you just give us like a brief overview of what is the, based on your estimation, what is the state of Web3 M&A right now?
Yeah, so this was actually what got me really excited about this project. I, as a financial economist, was, why am I not seeing more consolidation? Every emerging tech industry goes through consolidation, and yet there's this proliferation of coins and proliferation of DAOs. And when I actually stepped back and got the data, and this data was really unique because we went through press releases and Twitter files rather than just looking at traditional ways, because sometimes it's only announced on X. What we found was there's actually been over 1,000 deals so far. So way more than I thought. And also, as he was saying with this like bridge Stripe deal, that's a $1.1 billion deal. There are some big deals, and I would say that's sort of the big trend that we are seeing. While it might have been slow to start off with M&A in this space, we are sort of ramping up. It is true that typically during up cycles, you see more consolidation, and we're seeing it. While DAO deals in particular still remain relatively small, I'm really optimistic about getting some regulatory certainty here, and with regulatory certainty will come more deals. I think what we've seen, though, in the space so far has really been thinking sort of about the things he was saying. So you're seeing more acquiring developer teams, or you're seeing, I guess another trend that we often see is actually finally this cycle, as opposed to, say, 2021, you didn't see any TradFi players coming in and trying to buy DeFi. We are seeing TradFi players saying, hey, I want to finally get into this space and find me somebody to partner with that seems appropriate. And so I think those trends, like going together and seeking consolidation, are really going to help move the industry forward.
Yeah. So maybe this is a good time to dive into some examples. So Bernard, focusing on DAO M&A now, can you give us a brief overview of some of the DAO M&As that you've seen, or that we've covered, I guess, in our report?
Yeah, of course. And obviously, I think Jillian is the mastermind by now of knowing the whole space and every little transaction that is out there in DAO M&A ever. But certainly, I think the two big ones that come to mind, one is where maybe some folks also in the audience have heard about, was the Ferrari merger already a couple of years back, I think 4 or 5 years back, where Fei, algorithmic stablecoin at the time, acquired Rari, which was a yield aggregator, and that was the first true DAO to DAO merger where you would see a community process attached to it and the community voting for these mergers to also merge the two tokens. All the processes were kind of figured out on the fly, so you would see a lot of heat and discussions on the forum back at the days. And yeah, is an example also where you would see the nascent nature of what those two protocols were trying to achieve, because it ended up also in some legal repercussions. I think there's the processes out there. So I think that was certainly the first big one of true size. Another example of a more, I think, successful one or successful example was the Gnosis and XDAI chain merger, also already a couple of years back. So hopefully we see some new precedent soon that I can cite, newer ones. Where basically Gnosis acquired XDAI and its stablecoin infrastructure, and out of that Gnosis chain originated. Similar process, the core team decided on it before there was signaling only demanded from the community. And you could certainly kind of see those processes being a bit more mature in a sense, or a bit more successful in the end in its outcome as well.
So I think these are like Ferrari, Gnosis XDAI, some of the very classic, this is what a DAO merger or acquisition looks like. There are also some pretty weird examples out there. And we've spent a lot of time talking about, all the varieties between, here's a DAO, here's another DAO, and one got eaten by the other, and now there's shared governance. And then there's stuff that notionally gets called, looks like a merger, it gets called a merger, but is it really? Jillian, I was wondering if you had any thoughts on this. Obviously this kind of relates to some of the stuff we had looked at with Yearn, and how to sort of, stuff out the different versions of an MA that can really show up in this space.
Right. So I think a lot of DAOs, so I'll put this as an example. Arbitrum started a committee, and they were like, oh, we have this money, let's go look and see if we can do some M&A activity. And basically, they came back with the conclusion that, yeah, for strategic reasons, for synergy purposes, it would be a great idea. But actually, we don't quite have the infrastructure in place to do it full out. And so I think what you're seeing out there and what's occurring are sort of smaller pieces that can happen. So I've looked at many, many of these improvement proposals out there. We've roughly put together a data set with over 20,000 improvement proposals where we looked at probably the maybe top 200 most prominent DAOs. And most of them are DeFi DAOs because I am looking for ones that have a liquid token so you can sort of think about, is there abnormal returns here? And what we're seeing is that actually you're seeing more things that are sort of like a joint venture, or that's the roughly broad category I'll put in them. They have elements of a M&A in them. And so, for example, what you would see is token swaps, right? Two people who may have sort of similar business models but want to diversify would agree to and vote on, switching some tokens, or maybe even taking a step further and saying, hey, now that you have some of our tokens, would you also come on and vote in ours process and be part of the governance regime? So this is sort of baby steps towards integration. I see it. You can think of other examples that have been out there where it's really about a specific asset. So I'm going to go after you, and I want to actually acquire you mostly because maybe you have an operating license in Singapore, or you have something that I want to be able to run my product. We've also seen really these talent ones. In particular, actually relative to the whole Web3 space, acqui-hires have happened much more in the DAO setting, and I think this is probably because you have so much that you can see with the contributors. And DAOs in particular, one of their challenges is that most people who are contributing, they're not paid employees. They're not in the traditional sense where you have an employment contract, you have a non-compete, and we can value you from a classic M&A perspective as a whole organization. And so instead, we're going out and acquiring these specific talent or team or set of developers. Some other things that we've seen are not necessarily what I would call exactly M&A, but people putting proposals forward saying we should hire this person to do risk management, or we should do something to build out the ecosystem, and we think that that goal would occur by working with this firm. Often these proposals actually don't get much attention. Sometimes they're the ones that are more likely to fail. So sometimes people will even go through processes of trying to incentivize other people in the DAO that they want to work with to maybe, let's give them some benefits in the token and we'll get them on board to actually do this merger. And so you see all these elements getting that way, just the same way you would in equity markets where people are buying up shares ahead of time. And so I think in that sense, they're ready. People want to do it. They just need more clarity on the regulation side for sure.
I honestly thought the acqui-hire point was so interesting, and a really kind of clear way in which some of the, these uncertainties, these are regulatory uncertainty, but also these questions about valuation, really do stand in the way of more activity in this sector. And these are very concrete things that we can fix, that we can actually get some progress on. Maybe I'm going to do something a little bit terrible. I personally found the very nerdy discussion of valuation methodologies in the paper extremely interesting. Jillian, I was wondering if you would be willing to share a little bit about that, some of those methodologies, and what you think could work in the future with the audience here.
Sure. So I will put, as a person who has taught corporate finance many times, I will put the hat on that in the paper I went a little deep dive and said, hey, we have 3 methods to valuation. We have discounted cash flow, we have multiples, and then basically market transactions. There's not enough DAO volume right now. You get rid of the market transactions. And then on a multiples basis, look, maybe Aave or people have traditional statements that sort of look like your 10Ks, but most DAOs don't even put out reports, let alone you have a financial analyst who's going to tell you what it looks like. So I don't think that you're really going to be able to come up with a multiples approach, and so that really leaves it at discounted cash flows, and that's also equally challenging, and it's almost even worse, right? Because you have now your weighted average cost of capital, which is what you should discount it at, right? We know equity and debt. Crypto market's super volatile. Arguably, maybe you can put it in some stable coin or something that's equivalent, but I think it's just going to lead to this volatility. And this is one of the interesting things. In the DAO space, we've seen deals close really fast, right? Because you don't want all this uncertainty around the price going forward. If you're going to come up with a solution, I really think that we do need like sort of, more standard metrics for valuing cash flows and thinking them through. And in particular, as wonderful it is that everything's on chain, it's all retrospective. It's not forward-looking, where everything that you need is forward-looking cash flows. And so this brings us to this, nobody knows. If you don't know the value, there's going to be huge idiosyncratic risk there, and people are unwilling to put money down unless it's sort of a booming market where you're already like, well, I'm doing well anyways, I can float it around.
Please read this section. It's actually super interesting. Makes me think, I don't wish I was a finance major, but maybe, just maybe. Bernard, so valuation is definitely one of the big challenges that DAOs face, but there are so many others. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about some of the others you've observed.
Yeah. And maybe also to build up on the valuation point where kind of you could see kind of a general pattern on what is the overall challenge. It's just the maturity and the lack of processes and precedents. And if you look at the precedents, it's a 2-digit number, and if it goes into valuation, how we do it typically on the equity side, even in crypto, most situations are valued on a comparables method. So you have these sheets where you look at, okay, which transactions have happened recently, how comparable is it, and then you take a multiple of any number you can find, maybe, a financial metric or even a user metric. So this is by large the biggest challenge right now in DAO M&A, because certainly the data set is just so low. And how it typically happens, it goes transaction by transaction, right? So it's hard to establish all these standards in kind of the dry field, if you want to look at it like this. But where it typically gets applied is if there is a situation that people want to spend time on to figure out, with the constraints that we have right now from a regulatory perspective and the governance perspective as well, how can we make it happen? Because there is a vetted interest and we want to make a deal happen, we want to get it done. So with these kind of precedents being worked through one by the other, hopefully more and more, we will also find more clarity on kind of the toolkit of DAO M&A, which is then valuation, on-chain framework, so how decisions on mergers and acquisitions being made. And then thirdly, maybe also how is the community taken by the hand? Because when you look at the precedents that we have in the market already, you see a lot of upheaval for any of these transactions, because there's no very clean mechanism so far, and it's always this notion of, okay, this transaction was decided behind the scenes, the DAO wasn't really taken by the hand, now it's being taken to the community, and it's a bit of artificial decision right. And I think all of these things will be figured out over time, and need to be figured out over time to get more velocity into DAO M&A.
So Bernard just mentioned the word standards, which is, I'm going to just plug very quickly. So part of this is part of a research report or research series by DAOstar, which is the standards body for the DAO ecosystem. So if you want to solve some of these problems and be on this stage next year, please reach out, go to DAOstar.org, and help us actually build some public goods, write some specifications, put out some standards, so we can actually solve these problems and move forward DAOs and DAO M&A.
And also on that, if I may add to that, we are obviously on the other side of executing these transactions on the equity side, and we were involved in DAO transactions already, but it never came to fruition because we didn't have those standards, right? So we also desperately need kind of your work, and appreciate it a lot that you spend some mind space and time and energy into developing these.
I love you guys. So let's dig into the future. I know the blockchain is about the past. We're going to peer a little bit into the future, Jillian. And can you tell me, what does the near future look like for DAO M&A? And I'm gonna encourage you to go as crazy as you like.
Are you gonna? I'll go for one. So I think there's been a lot of great conversations this week about DAOs, and it forced me to rethink a lot on governance. And originally, right, you have a corporation and it's typically solving these principal agent problems, and most of the value in M&A deals come from bad management and replacing bad management. And this is the whole reason why we have something called the market for corporate control. It's not exactly the same in the DAO space. And so a lot of my work on governance was saying, like, look, yeah, we want to look at traditional principal agent problems, but we have other aspects like inclusivity or security concerns because there's a lot of risk on chain. What I've been pushed to think about more, though, is adaptability and flexibility. And how do you make the governance agile because we live in an agile on-chain world? And so in the corporate space, what? You have these supermajority rules, 66% for some M&A deals. I would love to see rules right away that are built in so you could get a deal done quickly and you could have sort of a much more agile structure to assess M&A. And maybe this is having a council of experts that you pull from or a sort of random pool of people in the organization rather than trying to do a whole voting process with all of your members and getting like 50%. I think you want to be able to be much more flexible and much more agile going forward.
What about you, Bernard? What do we need to do to scale M&A in the future?
What do we need? I mean, it goes into the same direction of what we've discussed already, right? So the toolkit, regulatory certainty, processes, whatsoever. I think what what I could imagine the near future to be the next 2-3 years, that there will be one party picking up a case and proving the value of DAO M&A, and it might be super niche and some type of roll-up case, but some party basically taking the initiative of proving that there is something to be done and then just replicating it over the ecosystem. Because if you look at also the DAO space in general and the different actors within it, it really comes down to, by now, like individuals or individual groups that push this narrative, and I think they will find a way, whoever that may be. I'm excited as well to see who will lead this transition, but they will figure out the way on how to work with the constraints that we have right now from a regulatory perspective, from a mechanics perspective, when there's value on the table and when people are excited to getting deals done.
So I want to throw maybe a wild card here. One of the things that M&A kind of triggers is, it's a lot of it is about consolidation in an industry, in a sector. And you might think that consolidation is kind of in opposition to this idea of decentralization that we care a lot about in this space. And you might imagine, and I think it's both a cool and a scary and a super interesting idea, like if M&A actually works, if DAO M&A becomes better and becomes this superpower of DAOs, could you eventually start seeing a lot more consolidation? Could we eventually start to see protocol conglomerates? Questions? Or curious your thoughts on this narrative and what that could look like.
Yeah, I think it's not unlikely. If you also look at the traditional space or tech M&A space, how consolidation happened in the .com era, when a lot of people built similar things, and in the end, there were the leaders, established themselves and bought up smaller parties, and it's not unlikely to see this happening in a decentralized world, right? Because there are products that are replicated that we don't necessarily need 10 times, which doesn't mean the ecosystem gets less decentralized in essence, because that doesn't fundamentally or wouldn't necessarily fundamentally change the mechanism behind, but just the kind of market composition.
Jillian, last word.
We should see more deals. Let's do them. Do them in infrastructure. There's lots of places to do it. I love the idea of a big conglomerate.
Amazing. All right, let's make more deals. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on Island. Get homemade in 7-4 Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes, dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains.
All right, everybody. Next up, we're going to be talking about Beyond Exit Liquidity, Community in Post-Meme Coin Crypto, presented by Jay from the Qs. Please give a round of applause for our next speakers.
Yes, everybody, put those phones down and put your hands together for our beautiful panel. Woo! Very nice, very nice. Now, I have some really bad news to share with you, but first we're going to introduce you to these wonderful people up here. First we have Lucy. Lucy, you want to give us a quick 15 minutes on what you're working on? 15 seconds.
He knows I'm a talker. So I'm Lucy. I've been in the Polkadot space for about 3 years, and I've recently been a big part of the launch of the Polkadot Ambassador Fellowship, and I'm Global Program Director of that initiative.
Building a fellowship, an ambassador fellowship. Okay, thank you very much. Berto.
Hello, I'm Berto. I'm doing product at Polkadot. One of the things I'm working on is a new beginner-friendly crypto app for beginners, I guess. Easy onboarding to crypto, Polkadot, Web3, this kind of thing.
Okay, building products for beginners, very nice. And then we have Cameron Thacker, co-founder of Mythical Games.
Yeah, hi, Cameron, co-founder of Mythical Games. And I kind of will describe us as maybe the most successful Web3 gaming platform or ecosystem you haven't heard of. So we've been around since 2018. I'll keep it short, but we started with Blanco's Block Party, had over 1 million players. Our current, top-tier game is NFL Rivals, and it's on the App Store. Players can buy and sell NFTs in-app so they can trade with each other, making us the only Web3 game in the App Store where players can trade on-chain. And you put all that together, we've had over 6.5 million players in that game.
Beautiful. Yeah. They were telling me about Mythical backstage. Somebody was saying that recently it was the second highest blockchain in the industry by volume, and it was the highest gaming blockchain in the industry by transactions. Is that true?
Yeah. So, the blockchain that powers this is the Mythos blockchain, and it's consistently within, I would say, top 3, top 5 blockchains for NFT transactions.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
It's very bullish. But we only have 17 minutes left here, and I got to get to the bad news. This panel is about community, and I'm bearish on community. I am bearish. I have seen all sorts of exploitations and evil shit go down with communities. Myself, I've lost thousands of dollars trusting people who I thought were my friends, but it turns out they just dumped on me, and I never heard from them again. So they put me on this panel. I have no idea why. I mean, does this resonate with you guys? Do you ever see any bad behavior with communities? Have you ever seen anything like that?
I don't know why I'm here either. I think communities, no, I don't really. No, I know what you mean. There are a number of bad actors in this space, but there are a hell of a lot of good ones as well. And I think what we've seen in this, in the bear market that preceded this bull run, after COVID, I think with that, the combination of the two made people remember that actually doing everything online maybe isn't the answer, and a kind of hybrid approach is important, so an in-person and virtual community, but really taking that global stride that this is meant to be for, so actually allowing a community across all continents to come together. And I think the stronger a community you build, the easier it is to weed out the bad eggs, let's say.
Okay.
That stole all your money.
It's slightly compelling, but I won't be so easily swayed. Cameron, I mean, when we talk about gaming, the token flips, the grinding.
Right. I mean, I think certain communities are going to breed certain behaviors. The meme coin community famously had some pretty bad things happen recently, and it's because their primary focus is value extraction or profit. They're profit seeking, right? I think the unique value prop for gaming is that gamers mainly play games to have fun, to relax, and they may trade items, right? They may make some profit, but it's not their primary motivation. And so because of that, especially if like what we do, we try and focus on the positive aspects, minimize speculation. You get benefits because the players, they want to be there long term if they're having fun, and so your incentives are aligned. And in that case, we don't. I don't know. I mean, there's some games when they focus on the extraction and the flipping JPEGs or whatever.
Yeah.
And they're short-lived. It's painful. People have a bad experience. But in our case, we've had pretty good success with our model.
That's interesting.
So,
how many gamers do you have playing mythical games?
Say how many players?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's been over 6.5 million for NFL Rivals, which is our biggest. Blanco's over 1 million.
NFL, like the football?
Yeah. NFL, National Football League. So we have a game with them that we've made. It's on its second, or just finished its second season, corresponding to the second NFL season that we've been alive. And it's pretty awesome. I mean, it's a big brand. They're trusting us with, their IP and all that comes with that. I mean, they don't want to be involved in scams, right? So all of that means that we're good actors. We do our best to, promote a healthy community and like a community with longevity. Yeah.
That's interesting. You just said something nice. So you said aligning around, what was that?
Yeah, aligning incentives.
Aligning around incentives. The incentive here is to have fun playing games?
Exactly. Okay. So if you're launching a meme coin, I don't know if the incentives align. Everyone wants to make money.
Yeah.
So it's a race to who can do it first.
Good point.
In this case, people are just playing games. They might want a better asset or something because there's utility attached to these game assets. They're not just a collectible, though some of them are. There's more. So.
Awesome. Lucy, you were talking there a little bit about bringing people together from different points of the world. But my question for you is, what are you bringing them together to do?
Okay.
If it's not...
Yeah, so the Polkadot Ambassador Fellowship is an initiative that sits alongside the Technical Fellowship led by Gavin Wood. So it's we're trying to build, or will be building, the largest on-chain decentralized community in the world with a focus on scalability and resilience. So what we're really looking to do is create bonds and lasting bonds focused around the Web3 space, with Polkadot leading that, but it's bigger than just Polkadot. It's Polkadot and all the other chains around it. They say the rising tide raises all boats, and that's what we're really looking to do with the fellowship. And so we also have a very strong rewards and recognition program, just like incentives that Cameron was talking about. So we've uncoupled ranks and salaries. So we give people a title so that they have a platform of legitimacy on which they can go out into the outside world and talk about Polkadot in whatever way they feel comfortable, whether they're marketing, whether they're BD, whether they're a dev. And what we incentivize them to do, obviously the token price goes up. If we do well, that's an incentive that I don't think many people's hobbies and passions can do. I don't know of any other hobbies and passions that
Pokemon cards.
What was that?
Pokemon cards go up in value if you get the good ones, right?
Yeah,
apart from Pokemon.
I mean, I think to kind of to dovetail on what Lucy's saying, it's also we see many social DAOs in crypto, and it's kind of taking this social DAO concept and but actually bringing some IRL function to it as well, and actually having meetups and seeing people face to face, and which I think is super important and super needed.
We're also, for the first time, giving agents who aren't attached to projects an ability to work within the ecosystem.
Yeah.
So that's a really new thing that's never been done before. I myself found myself, after leaving Parity, which is the engine room of Polkadot, being a proper employee, to wanting to work with Polkadot, but kind of just wanting to attach all of the different things that we have going on, because there's not many cross communications. And so I'm one of the first people that's actually been sort of hired by the ecosystem, by the people through OpenGov. So I think it's going to really empower us to do more by keeping hold of good, skilled people. Not that I'm saying that I am, but that's really going to heighten us.
Yeah, no, that's interesting, because if I understand Polkadot correctly, it's not like there's like this central foundation that's making all the choices. It's actually a project that belongs to the shareholders, the people who hold DOT, right? And I think what you were saying there is that there are some people that belong to organizations that are working on Polkadot, but then there are some people who are just solo agents. And what you're creating is kind of a platform for people to align on the growth of the whole network. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. Like Polkadot is, undeniably the largest decentralized community in the world, with a $200 million treasury, including stablecoins, that is owned by the community and spent by the community. It's powered thousands of individuals, projects, communities.
Yeah.
So, there is no central force, but if you're not attached to a project, that makes it, sort of harder. But then the big problem is this asymmetry of information.
Yeah.
So people like myself who want to be, a little bit attached to everything and just want to be Polkadot now have an opportunity to help bridge those gaps.
Yeah, it's nothing like getting together in person and aligning there. Okay, so you mentioned OpenGov there. Berto, this is something I heard you talk about backstage. You're saying like 1,500 public referendums or something like that so far. What is this about?
The public referenda or the whole thing?
The whole thing, this OpenGov thing, like what is this?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think, like as Lucy was saying, Polkadot is like the world's biggest DAO in terms of like token holder voting. And the kind of interesting thing I think that Polkadot has in this kind of governance space, which I'm not sure if I've seen anywhere else, is actual on-chain execution of things. So for example, if you raise a proposal to pay yourself funds or pay someone funds and it gets voted on, it gets executed straight away. There's no intermediary, there's no middleman, there's no third party that like goes and signs a transaction and sends it to you, which I think is pretty awesome. And also interesting for things like runtime upgrades. Like the DAO did a huge token swap with like Mythical Games. And so like the DAO itself co-invested in a project, which is like permissionlessly, which is also kind of cool.
Wait, you said a few things there. What's runtime upgrades?
Oh, so like, say for example, if you have a blockchain and you want to make an upgrade to it, one of the things that Polkadot can do is runtime upgrades via this like decentralized governance. So there's no forks, there's no.
It's like everybody votes together to upgrade it, like an app on your phone or something like that.
Yeah, I guess so. The community is being the app store, essentially, right? Yeah.
And what's this about this token swap? What were you saying?
Yeah. The DAO did a token swap with the Mythos DAO. So that's the blockchain and DAO that governs the Mythos blockchain that we use, and it's done totally decentralized way, which is super awesome. I'll add on to this. Mythos is actually upgrading, doing a big chain upgrade this coming week, and inspired by Polkadot, we're going to have on-chain governance as well. So it's cool. I mean, it's another way to promote community, to give people, interest, access, power, to some extent, voice. And I don't know a lot of other chains that actually have that, right? On-chain governance, the things that happen get enacted immediately. There's no middleman. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so cool. It's like, as I understand it, Polkadot has governance, and then all of the rollups can have governance as well.
That's right.
Which is something for every community to do, right, to drive the chain forward. Berto, you're saying it's like, also you're saying it's permissionless.
Yeah, I mean, so like the interesting thing is like anyone that holds DOT can make a proposal for anything.
Yeah.
Which sounds a bit scary, but I mean, there are some limits and there are some controls, right? But like, say for example, you could propose, assuming you could code.
Ambassador fellowship.
You could say, hey, I think we need a something, and you could propose it. And if the community is aligned, or you can get alignment, then it gets voted on, and you can create a new sub-DAO or create a sub pool of funds, like a bounty, to do specific things. It's kind of up to you, right?
Could I propose to pay myself $5,000 for hosting this panel?
I could raise a tip.
Yeah.
To propose you $5,000 for hosting the panel. Why not?
I'm gonna vote against that.
You're gonna vote against that?
No, I'm just kidding. It should be 10,000.
It should be 10?
Yeah,
Okay, nice.
yeah.
But if everybody votes in favor, then those funds are coming and nobody can stop it, right?
Correct.
It's not like some foundation is saying like, the community thought this is good, so maybe we'll do it. It happens.
For better or worse.
Very nice. So Lucy, you're just starting this fellowship project pretty recently, right?
Yeah. We went through OpenGov back in November, December. I pulled together a manifesto, a nice short 19-page read, which brought together all of the community voices, because we've had ambassador programs for a while, so we wanted to look at what had gone right, what had gone wrong, what can we learn, and pull that all together. And then we put that to OpenGov through a root referendum, which actually changes the code, changes the palette. And it was voted through with, I think, 86.5%. And then we asked for a lump sum of money to kickstart the program over the next few months. And we're halfway through that funding at the moment, so we're a bit of a building site. So we're building, we've seeded 161 ambassadors, and we're building a framework of onboarding, rewards and recognition, obviously building the palette to make this the first ever on-chain collective, which is the huge thing that we're doing. And we will also have our own governance system. So anything that happens within the Ambassador Fellowship will be voted on by each ambassador. So if somebody wants to be promoted, they'll put themselves forward, it'll be voted on. We have our own sub-treasury.
Yeah.
So we're our own little we're our own little DAO, our own mini Polkadot.
It's like sub-DAOs all the way down, eh?
Yeah, exactly.
Very cool. Hey, speaking of onboarding, on the product side, traditional retail investors or crypto people, how are you reaching out to them by creating great products?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the Polkadot space, the app that we're building is a really good first step. It's like, we don't show the seed phase. There's like cloud backups. There's, basically no transaction signing. It's you can imagine it's like Venmo, PayPal, but actually built for crypto. And so the aim is that it should be something that is quite simple, like I could give to my mum or maybe my dad, and they could use it to, have some crypto, stake it, this kind of thing.
Yeah, I love this idea of hiding the chain. I got a chance to do a really quick interview with Nader from Eigen Labs earlier this week, and I was like, what's the thing that everybody's missing? And he was like, I don't think people are seeing that we're starting to be adopted by people who are using this technology. They don't even know it, right? I mean, like, screw all these logos and stuff. Like, there's actually people building stuff and, not even know they're using it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that most people have realized is like, oh, we need things for people to do. We need applications. We need stuff. Like, we can't just keep building infrastructure forever.
Or telling stories about software that never develops. It's happened a few times, right?
I'm sure.
Yeah. Cameron, you're 6.5 million players.
Yeah.
Do they know they're using the Mythos chain? Do they know they're using Polkadot?
A very small fraction, right? I mean, we try, one of the reasons why we have such a nice community is we try and focus on things that matter to real people, right? People that maybe don't care about blockchain. They like some of the features, some of the abilities you get with blockchain, but they don't really care. It's like, I don't know, is your database SQL or is it something else? Like, who cares? And so, yeah, it's a similar process where we want it to be as similar to a Web 2 experience as we can get, because we want to minimize friction, we want to maximize adoption, and then once they're in that ecosystem, they can, take their own keys if they want to, or level up, something like that.
Beautiful. Yeah, it's like the total addressable market for Web3. Everybody who's going to be using it, they're not going to be yapping about it on Twitter.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for me, I would say there's two things that I would like to get out of the fellowship and for the Web3 movement in general. There's bringing people on board that are there to enjoy a game or to use an app or to pay with things. They don't need to know how it works. But then when you have governance, things that I guess when we say we all want to change the world, that's really something that could. And that's the thing I want my mum or grandma to understand. And I think that, you know, that bit is really important for us to be shouting from the rooftops and explaining to people.
Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Lucy, Berto, and Cameron.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jay.
Token horse snarls, I'll bottleneck the streams. Willful smirks, harm glints, moonbeam. Bring your dims, bring your greenwall schemes. My liquidity's older than your Ponzi years. Tides rise at 808 pace. Hoarder stash, flushed without trace. Let the ether breathe, let the ether breathe. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel. Wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking ether night whisk. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs. Armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moan while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass. Shooby-doo-ba crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff acorns grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Architect with a buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with a do with a do with with do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel. Wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking ether night whisk. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs. Armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moan while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. A disco wall, fracturing legs, grass. Shooby-doo-ba crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff acorns grit, teaching
Hello, hello. Good afternoon. We got an amazing, exciting next talk. It's called Troll But Verify. Security lessons from North Korean job candidates. Please welcome Thiago Silva and Michael B. from Kraken. Round of applause.
Thank you, everyone. So my name is Michael, and this is Thiago. We both work for Kraken, and we also support Inc., which we hope to be the secure home of DeFi. And so a lot of people have been interested about what's going on with North Korea, and I had planned on trying to, remind you that North Korea is still a threat. But luckily, things happened in the news, if you've been following, so I don't feel like I need to spend any time talking about why this is such a threat, right? They're after crypto, they're targeting them specifically, and so a lot of the hacks that happen, we imagine all of these crazy, wild, outlandish technical details, and at the end of the day, they're doing often very simple things like phishing, applying for jobs, and those are the types of things that we really set out to figure out what can we do to help secure the community, and hopefully today share with you a little bit of the lessons that we learned doing some analysis. So Kraken is part of an organization called the Crypto ISAC. It's kind of like the cabal of information sharing. We do share and partner with other centralized exchanges for the purpose of securing customers, helping make sure the community is safe. But one of the things that we often get with this group as a member is we often get hot tips from three-letter agencies where they're investigating, they have lists of emails, names, and they'll say, hey, centralized exchanges, we have a list of emails. We believe they're associated with the government of North Korea. Please do what you need to do, but here's the emails. And then we work through and go through that process. So we do get this from time to time. And often, we don't have any matches. But in this particular case, around September, October, we got a list from one of the Crypto ISAC members, from a three-letter agency, likely, that said that, okay, here's this list, and we decided to check it. So we wanted to see, does everyone have a Kraken account? No. But we found something a little bit more interesting. We actually found that they were applying for jobs to work for Inc. and other places within our organization. So you can see here, this is from our application screening thing. They actually got auto-rejected. Their resume was not so good, and we'll look at that here in a little bit. But I kind of feel bad for them. It feels like me applying for jobs where they would apply every month to different roles, regardless of their experience. So I kind of feel bad for them a little bit, but they were very, very persistent, this one particular individual. This individual's alias name, we'll call him Giovanni. So Giovanni, what we want to do is okay, so now we know this person works with North Korea. What can we learn about him, right? Let's do some information gathering, right? Let's see what they have out there on social media, on GitHub, on LinkedIn. Let's figure out what makes them tick. And so one of the weird things that we saw from Giovanni was that not only was Giovanni applying for jobs with Kraken every month to different on-chain type of roles, Giovanni was also hiring people for his team, which was very odd. Nobody really has time to do your normal job and recruit people and be all these different things. So we found that very suspicious. And the most suspicious thing of all was that they said that they were excited to work together and lead projects at Accenture. So I come from consulting before crypto. That's a huge red flag. Definitely not true. So we decided to investigate him. So here's what their resume looks like. You're probably going to see a lot more of this type of thing with AI, right? You can auto-generate a resume, and AI is kind of fallible. There's certain things that AI does that you might not think about it, but if you've used ChatGPT enough, you start seeing these trends. And so knowing that this was probably fake, we really took a more specific look at this. And some of the things that really stood out to me here, this is a real company, but it was like a startup. So tough to verify, tough to find someone to talk to. They didn't have an HR department. We could just say, hey, is this person working for you? Is this real? Is this not? But what really stood out to us was the fact that they were putting percentages on literally everything. They improved security by 40%. What does that actually mean, right? They, for whatever reason, the resume just, I guess it was a best practice. Maybe it was part of their prompt, but we found that to be a little bit silly. So we thought, what do we actually do, right? What's the point of this? What do we do with them now that we get them? Well, at Kraken, we like to do a little trolling, right? That's kind of our culture. We want to actually learn about them, what they do, how they do this, what IP addresses are they coming from, how do they get these identities. but mostly we also want to troll. And so if you've seen on YouTube Kitboga, we do have a partnership with Kitboga, who basically trolls scam artists, and we thought we would take a page from that book. It's part of our culture and drive them crazy. So here is a clip from one of the interviews that we did. One of the interesting things about this is that there appear to be multiple people on this interview. The person who originally took the call, they had a very strong Korean accent. And then, as you'll see here, there's someone completely different. And so we kind of wanted to play with them a little bit and ask them questions that we figured they really wouldn't know. But here's a quick clip from some person working with this person who is associated with the DPRK.
You're not affected by the hurricane, by the way, are you? I saw you were in Georgia. Are you doing okay with that?
I am safe. Right now, I am in North Georgia. I am visiting my friend there, so I am fine.
Okay, that's
I will get back to I will get back to Georgia in next week maybe.
Okay. So I have no idea what he was talking about. The hurricane was happening, if you remember, and so this person said he was from Atlanta, and so he claimed that he was moving to North Georgia with his friend. He had no U.S. geography, so we found that to be a little silly, but a little bit comical and worth sharing. Another thing that they would do.
From your experience, is there anything that related to security in Next.js that we should be aware of?
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just lost your question. If you come again, please.
Yeah, so you can see here what he was doing, right? He was stalling and faking for time. You can see on his glasses popping up different windows, prompting. Likely probably had people chatting with him and telling him what to do and say. There was no drop connection, right? Everyone's connection was totally fine. The classic fake a virus attack move. He was really not that good of an interviewer. So what are some lessons and takeaways we got from this person? So originally, like I said, he joined with a different name and 2 different voices, which, unless they're demon-possessed, is usually not a good person to hire. Their responses, honestly, I was hoping to kind of learn from this mystical North Korean group, what they do and have these be super cracked out developers. It was just word salad, right? You can kind of see there, they really just memorized a few things, and that was it. They faked that bad connection. They really weren't prepared for this kind of interview, probably a function of the fact that they were just trying to get hired in any role possible, right? Like you saw, they applied for 10 different jobs in totally different departments. No knowledge of US geography, like I said, North Georgia. But one really interesting thing to talk about here as well, their IP address that they use to submit and join this type of thing, it was located in London in a mobile provider. Right? There are other exchanges out there that block VPNs because they're so worried about this threat of bad guys using them. And guess what? That policy would not have even stopped this, right? They're using just a regular throwaway, probably burner type of device based in London, which, by the way, made no sense for someone in Georgia. But we didn't call them on it. But we did see that this IP address was in some of these coin blocker lists, which indicates to me that maybe it was used for other things in the past of maybe previous compromises, interesting things like that. So what was the result of interview number 1? What did we learn outside of that? Well, he actually ghosted us. I think he maybe either picked up on the fact that we were trolling him or things like that, but in true millennial fashion, he just dipped and did not say anything out. So candidate number 2, his name was Steven. And so here's an example of Steven's resume. One of the things that also you notice with AI-generated resumes is the double dash. They use double dashes everywhere. People don't really normally do that, but there's a plethora of things. I actually have a friend at Cisco. I asked him about this. He had no idea what this was, so maybe that's perfect for them to decide that they are going to pretend to work for Cisco with all this experience. But something that we'll get into in a little bit, they also said that they like movies, which I thought was a weird inclusion on their resume. So here's Steven showing what he can do.
What are the different types of cross-site scripting attack? And what could someone do if they can exploit a cross-site scripting attack vulnerability on Kraken.com?
Okay. I'm sorry,
first one was cross-site scripting, and what is the second one? For
If you have, like, if you discover a cross-site scripting attack, right? How would you make use of it, right, to exploit, users and admin or something like that?
So he did the same thing, right? He really had no idea what we were talking about with a very basic conversational security question, completely dumbfounded, stalled for time. You can kind of see the different things flash, which again was really disappointing. So we wanted to kick it up a notch, right? We want to say, okay, we kind of know their MO now. How are we going to officially troll DPRK operator? So here's what we decided. Number one, power move. Only accept interviews at 3 a.m. Pyongyang time. They didn't like that very much, but we convinced them that was the only time the team was available. And so we, just to make their lives a little bit more miserable for making all of our lives miserable. We also gave them a take-home test. We do take-home tests at Kraken. I kind of hate them, but it's a necessary evil sometimes. But we made it due this week, right? We gave them an interesting take-home test that I'll show you here in a little bit. As part of the take-home test, we actually made them have a KYC Kraken account. Because we thought, if they're dumb enough to do this, where we have all this data and they're submitting a license or passport, they deserve what's coming to them. So we thought it would be interesting if they would try that. And then, while we had the interview with them, we asked them about all sorts of US culture, the classic North Korean tests, right? Asking them about American culture, movies, sports, holiday things. Chat about motorcycles, right? He had a motorcycle designation on his license that you'll see here in a little bit. And then ultimately spend the whole interview trying to see their phone, right? Trying to see how they were connecting, what apps they had installed, if I can see, Red Star OS in the background or something crazy like that. So we had a lot of fun with them. And Thiago over here is going to go into a little bit of what we did here with Steven as a result of the test here. And there you go. So here's the test. By the way, so the test was very, very simple. A CLI app to make an API call on Kraken. But as we talked about, the key here was you need to make a new account. And we really pushed this hard, that you need to have a Kraken account and username. So we're really curious if they would actually do it, or maybe they would try and then bail, and then we can learn from that. But Thiago here will kind of walk through what we saw with Steven.
Yeah, so surprisingly, he actually submitted his ID for this. Now, we can actually see some inconsistencies with this ID, right? So this is the ID that he sent to us, and right as we see this ID, we can see that, there's some fields that are actually misaligned here. So for example, like the sex field, it's misaligned with the M, for example. Another thing, and actually here, we can see how the original Texas ID is like. So you can see that, the sex field is perfectly aligned with the MID. So this, we actually grabbed the official Texas ID, in the Texas portal for how to identify, an original Texas ID. So another thing here is his name. So you see that it is kind of like overlapping with the blue star on the background. And in the original ID, it doesn't even overlap, right? But what actually caught our attention was the ghost image. So you see there the Texas ID has two images. It has the ghost image and the big one. So if we try to actually resize the dimensions for the ghost image and then just compare with the big one, we just try to perfectly resize that. We see that it's not actually matching. So he didn't even have the effort to perfectly resize the ghost image with the big one. Now, as a comparison, this is the original Texas ID. This is the one that all people from Texas have. So this one, you can see it is perfectly aligned. If you just try to resize the ghost image with the big one, you're going to get like a perfectly resized image. Now, let's see what we got for the second part of the interview process.
Where are you today? Like, where are you located?
I'm in Houston, Texas.
In Houston, Texas. Yeah. Okay. What's the weather like? How is it?
Yeah, it's pretty nice now. Not hot, not cold, just good. Okay.
Just good. Awesome.
Yeah, it doesn't look he goes outside so much. But, well, let's see another part of this interview, which is actually pretty interesting.
You have a favorite Halloween movie?
A few moments later.
Just just Halloween.
Oh yeah, which one? There's a bunch in that series. I love the new ones that just came out.
2,000 years later.
2018, maybe. I don't know.
Well,
If I could just jump in real quick, he actually commented at one point. He's like, "This is the strangest interview I've ever had." So yeah, he earned that one. So
well, as a Halloween fan, or actually like a horror movies fan, he sucks at it actually. So we actually collected a lot of information about this guy. So we collected a lot of this, a lot of insights about how he performs in the interview, what's actually his modus operandi and everything. So we tried to actually move on, right? So at the same time, what we did was, well, there's this guy called ZachXBT. So some of you might know this guy. ZachXBT is pretty famous for like collecting and investigating crypto scams, providing a lot of information about how they work or how to actually recover some funds. And at this point, at the same time, he was actually investigating a list of DPRK workers. So he compiled a list of DPRKRT workers, and we got this list. So this list had wallet number, or wallet addresses, and email addresses as well. So, we tried to do what hackers do. We tried to investigate all of these addresses. So what actually hackers do? Well, you just try to actually check this information on social media profiles, leak databases, try to find like the same username on other public sources like GitHub, GitLab, or any other type of like social media that do have like usernames. And we try to look up on actually like other leaked databases. So we found a lot of things actually for this user. One of his emails was on Intel X. So at some point, he probably got compromised some way. And we found a lot of accounts, different accounts. This guy was probably just registering for multiple accounts using different names, different email addresses, and even applying for different jobs. And actually, at some point, we saw that his email was actually on GitHub with the leaked credentials for different accounts. So he was probably using like different accounts for GitHub as well. And we actually got hold for his Chrome history profile. His Chrome history profile actually just got leaked as well. And we found a lot of interesting information, like he was searching for how the Russian passport works and so on. And we even found like different accounts for Gmail, Protomail, recruiting websites, and so on. And we actually found out as well autofill credentials for this. So on his autofill for Google Chrome, we found a very interesting Korean name. So this Korean name, if you look at it on Google Translator, it looks like this if you translate it. And this is the name associated with North Korean hacker list. So this list got sanctioned, and we probably discovered another guy that was associated with this, US sanctions list. So some takeaways for this.
yeah, so thank you, everyone. Hopefully you found that interesting. For us, the main takeaway, don't rely on your VPN to mean hacker or the background check or all those things. Watch for social media, watch what's out there, watch for exposed data, because that hack is often not that crazy epic thing that you see. It's often a very simple thing where someone applies for a job and it's your new coworker who has admin access to AWS. Thanks, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you.
You ordered a moonwalk across gas-feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a mempool express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. spaceships. Story, flurry, hack, flurry. Monarchs making moves before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Bend it up to the entropy. Mace crack.
Awesome. Thank you to the Kraken team. Just a quick reminder for all of us on social, the hashtag this year is ETHDenver 2025. So hashtag and take photos and share. Our next panel, how fans will shape the music economy. So please give our panelists a round of applause, and I'll hand it off to Lisa Bonos from the Washington Post.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. I'm going to start by having everyone on the panel introduce themselves. To my left is David.
Hi, I'm David. I'm the founder of Hume. We create virtual artists, team of engineers and animators. Think of us like Pixar, but we make music artists.
My name is Greg Bresnitz. I'm the CEO of FWB, or Friends with Benefits. We're the premier emergent tech digital membership club, and we also have an annual festival called Fest that I've seen a few faces out there attend.
Hello, I'm Jake Murphy. I'm the founder and CEO of Water, and we're bringing the seasonality and the structures of sport and essentially turning the playlist into a fantasy music team.
My name is Annalisa. I'm with the Luxo Foundation. I do social and marketing, and I am also a creator and a DJ.
Awesome. Thank you all for joining me today. So I just want to start by asking each of you, like, how can fans shape the music industry, and how are they already having an impact?
I guess I'm going first because I'm at the left.
You're right.
So I would say labels are dead. They are now banks. Fans are the true arbiters of taste. We've seen this on TikTok over the last couple of years, now over 5 years, of fans basically deciding what's going to go viral. I think in our platform, in Web3, we've created a system where fans actually vote on what single an artist should release. Everything has switched from a top-down system where there are tastemakers up here that have been put in those positions to decide what everybody's going to listen to and what's going to be popular, to a bottom-up system where the internet's basically deciding what's going to go viral, what's going to get the most attention. And that's pretty much how the wave goes these days.
Our community is made up of a lot of artists and creatives, and one of the things that's been super impactful is the direct engagement with fan through feedback, monetization, and also A/B testing. So being able to have real-time feedback loops from fans on things that they could either go with this or that way allows to have real-time engagement from them and be able to support what's happening. So I think artists that can embrace fans and fans that can find artists that like listen to them can create a really positive feedback loop for success.
Dope, yeah. I think the main thing is going to be agency. And I mean, like, if you think about when stage design essentially was the stage would be on one side, have the audience on the other, very much artist playing to fan. You saw the transition happen where essentially the stage went through the middle of the venue, and the idea was essentially giving everybody that was present a better experience, a different opportunity to enjoy the show, and it completely changed the dynamics of how the artist would perform. And I think as we've gone now and we look at, people have talked about social capital as an asset class and how that's leveraged, how we monetize our data, what does that data mean? I think from a music fan, the roles and responsibilities when we talk about labels that have existed in structures that we always kind of said that is how it is, the sort of A&R role in a sort of, in a building of such, everything suddenly becomes into the individual's responsibility. So to the same way, if the fan is going to influence what's coming next, then it's a very logical opinion to say, actually, well, I play a pretty prominent role here in making things move, and therefore I want to have more of a sort of upside as that starts to progress.
Awesome. we kind of talked about this backstage, but as we've seen it before, traditionally, like fans have been very much more passive consumers. But what we're seeing now in Web3 is that they're becoming active participants and essential to the artist's journey. So for now, like what we're seeing in Web3 and also on like Luxo's universe profiles, like fans can directly engage. They have their own on-chain identity. The artists can see, you know, who are their biggest supporters. They can engage in ways like ownership, like actually like owning a music NFT, for example, governance, and also just curation, rather than just listening to the artist. Like on Spotify, you're just another number. But yeah.
I love that. You know, as you guys are talking about this, my wheels are turning. Like, as a fan, could I vote for, you know, the outfit that Taylor Swift might wear at her next concert, or who might open for Sabrina Carpenter? I'm curious, just like, as you guys are all music fans, I'm sure, like wondering from you, like, what is one thing that if you, as a fan, you would like to see a specific artist do, and like, how would you go about getting that to happen?
I think for me, I don't know how many people know, but Doja Cat kind of did this early in her career, where she did it through not Web3 tooling, but she just got like her first 100 fans was like, do you like this song? Do you like this outfit? Do you like this look? And so her fans are very engaged with her to the point where she didn't really even need the outside systems because she held all the power with them. For me, I think where the Web3 becomes interesting is that she could reward those with like day one fan tokens that are soul-bound. And so when she gets bigger and people want more access to her, those people could get unlocked benefits, they could have it. And it doesn't need to be proprietary, it could be totally custodial wallets. So as a fan, I always think that the people who get there in the beginning don't necessarily get rewarded in the end. And it doesn't need to be monetary, it can be access or just ensuring that they don't get lost in the shuffle. The Taylor Swift debacle, I think if she just had like 50,000 Swiftie tokens to people that was just hooked up to a Ticketmaster thing, Ticketmaster wouldn't have had to go in front of Congress because they couldn't get their grandkids tickets, right? So I think that there's a world where you take a look at these on-chain proof of personhood mechanics, apply them to them, and the fans who support you are there, and the later ones can just wait in line like everybody else.
Well, to piggyback off that, I've seen a lot of really interesting, and actually I've talked about a lot of really interesting use cases for this in Web3. What I do want to say is artists do have complete control over, you know, how these fans access them, how they want to engage with their fans, and vice versa. So I've seen through event ticketing or different like Web3 event ticketing experiences, those are on chain. So then, you know, as these fans are going from concert to concert, there's like proof of reputation that is like now verifiable. And yeah, I think it's a really awesome use case.
I think, look, music struggles from like a lack of structure, right? So it's quite interesting. So if you see like behavioral changes in large groups of people, whether it's a Discord group, a Telegram group, I think first project 2.5 years ago, seeing that, and we had 12,000 people in a Telegram. If you allowed somebody to basically abuse another person in terms of swear at them, everybody would start swearing in 5 minutes. Right? It was just like a really weird thing. It was like, oh, this is cool, we'll all do it. And I think from a music standpoint, it's kind of happened with New Music Friday. Right? When that came out, music was kind of, people were distributing songs left, right, and center. There was no structure. And the reality was, like, music distribution became way easier. Volume of music went skyrocketed to 150,000 songs a day. And it was like, yo, we should probably like get everyone to send them at least 4 weeks in advance. So we've got time to do the New Music Friday bit and we'll refresh the playlist. And I think like when you look at, that's why the stuff that we're doing around and why sport becomes interesting. I think the seasonality of sport and the structure of it, if I'm a fan, how do I know how to consistently turn up in a manner where if I'm playing an NBA game, if I'm playing football, I'm turning up, I know my fixtures are on a Saturday, I know I'm here, I'm gonna rock up the week after. And the same way, it's like it's a much easier way to kind of create emotional connections almost as a team dynamic. And so I think with that alone, I think as this sort of data becomes so prevalent in music and we've got all of it to hand, it's a very sort of logical progression where the fan goes, yo, I do want to start predicting the outcome of X. I do want to show that I can curate what's coming. I do know that Doechii 4 years ago was gonna be the artist that she is now. All those sort of things I think is kind of where we move to.
I'm gonna take the other side just to have some fun. I think on the other side, as much as there's this belief, especially in Web3 and in this room of like, okay, the fans have this opportunity to become part of the story, to choose what the next single is, to choose what the artist is going to wear. I also think it's possible that the majority of fans actually follow an artist and fall in love with an artist for that artist's vision. Like, let's use Kendrick as an example at the Super Bowl. I think most real hardcore Kendrick Lamar fans just want to know what Kendrick wants to do at his performance and what songs he's going to bring at that performance. Same thing's probably true for Taylor Swift fans. They don't necessarily, I think most of the fans might not want to go and vote before the concert or before a big event. They're there because they love the passion and vision that that artist brings. So I actually think we might end up seeing a split as all these technologies evolve and the way social media changes how artists interact with. There will be fans who follow artists that create more of this community, and then we'll have the kinds of artists with this incredible artistic vision, and people love them for that artistic vision and don't want to influence what they do at all.
Yeah, that's a great point. All right, I think we want to shift gears to talk a little bit about AI and like AI, good or bad for creatives. We've all talked about it a lot. I'm a journalist. We're constantly talking about whether AI is going to take our jobs. Any writer is concerned with that. AI music, kind of bad. I don't choose to listen to it. So just curious your guys' thoughts on the promise and perils of AI and creativity.
I'm going to go short-term complicated, long-term good. Short-term complicated is because a lot of people are going to need to change how they work and the process in which they work, and the idea of maybe starting a song in an AI program and then finishing it outside of that program is something that a lot of people probably don't want to do or think it's bad. I do think on a long enough time frame, those models are going to get really good, and people are going to want to use, in the situation of actually creating music, use parts of AI to maybe get something started, but then manually edit it. But that process of changing effectively how people create music is going to take some time for those behavioral shifts to happen. And then on the pure artist side, we were talking about this backstage, let's say you're somebody who, you're an artist, you've come out, you have a specific brand and sound that you already do. AI could actually allow you to create another virtual persona that looks completely different, that's anime, has a different name, posts on social media, is out there for you, and you're still there creating the music, but you don't need to worry about the social media, and you're able to create an entirely new sonic identity for yourself. So now as an artist, you actually get to work on 2 or 3 projects versus getting boxed in to one. And I think that on a long enough time frames where AI is probably the most interesting for artists specifically.
So sort of like an AI agent for an artist.
Yes. You get to have 3 of them.
So my thoughts on this. So to negative side, look, if we're already released, if we've reached a point where there's too much music, right, in circulation. I actually met a guy about 2 weeks ago who sold his business for 10 million making music for pets, which is like, well done. I loved it. But the logic was he just sat there and made a load of playlists. It was like the pets loved it. They would just chill out and relax to it. Very, very clever, very sort of specific. But the idea was he could make that very quickly. He could try a whole load of things, see if it stuck. And then it was like the volume of music just ramped up and up and up and up. And he can kind of get there way quicker. The challenge that presents is like the curation then becomes like critically important, right? Our ability to basically be a tastemaker, to understand like why is Kendrick an amazing artist? What certain music was of his is like particularly sort of poignant. With Kendrick, he's studied as an MC, right? He respects the craft, all that sort of stuff. So I think curation becomes really powerful with AI in terms of our individual curation, which is kind of in our world again. I think AI creatively is like, look, depending on the producer or the writer or the artist, some people are very good at getting creative ideas to market and getting them to sound to a certain level. And the amount of demos which are amazing, which never get released because somebody can't mix, is ridiculous. So whereas good producers will get songs out and they'll get more cuts, because they kind of have a balance of making a demo sound of far better quality than it is. So I think for creatives, I think it will help a lot of people basically, look, I've got an idea, I think it's great, I can now get this into a format where someone goes, okay, cool, I'm gonna jump on.
Okay, I have two thoughts. Well, number one, in my opinion, the current state of AI music is pretty much corny, like very corny for the most part. And I think it really depends on the curator, it depends on the builder. But where I see, I mean, as a DJ, or if I'm going to be making like an edit or a remix, I could see myself using AI or those types of tools in order to generate a sound, or to just at least like speed up the process versus, I mean, I could sit down for like 8 hours, or I could make it a lot faster in like a 1 hour sprint. But I do think AI can be good for music, but there's going to be I think it's going to take a long time before we see some good like AI artists. So, yeah.
And since they all covered it so well, I'll talk about the other side of it, where it's the business of being a musician. So creativity aside, we can probably debate that to death, but as musicians increasingly become their own business, their own CEO, AI can help them with so much else. They can help them write the marketing campaigns, organizing tours, creating schedules, writing business plans, finding people. So it actually, instead of where they tend to abdicate those responsibilities and get screwed over by a manager or things like that, we could open today, we could write a business plan for new artists with a few prompts that would be so much extraordinary and so powerful for someone to follow. So I think AI and other applications to the music industry and for musicians is phenomenal. Plus on everyone we said and all that stuff. But I think people miss that side of it, which is a real benefit for people who have no training in that to have a better roadmap.
You got my wheels turning on that. Sorry. No, you got my like wheels turning when you said that.
Let's talk
That's
after.
really good. Yeah.
Okay, real quick before we wrap, I wonder if there's like an artist in your world who's using technology in a really interesting way that you want to like shout out or recommend to people here.
I would like to give a shout out to my friend Latasha. She was the first rapper. That's my girl. She was the first rapper and I think women artist to come out with a music NFT. And yeah, she is amazing. So definitely would check her out.
I was going to say her too, but so I'll just shout out Verite, who's also incredible in the space, both of which have played FWB Fest. So
I can't name names because some of the people don't want to admit they're using AI, but I think there's a lot of incredible work being done with AI voices, kind of like what you were saying around mixers. In the past, so songwriters pitch songs to pop stars all the time, but when they're pitching that song, it can't sound like the pop star they're pitching to. So someone might write a song for Dua Lipa, but when it gets to Dua Lipa, it doesn't actually sound like her. Now people are using AI voices so that they can go record that song, and when it actually gets pitched to her, it sounds like Dua Lipa on the track, and there are a lot of people doing that.
So, I don't know an artist off the top of my head that I would go down a slightly different path, but I think for me, like thinking about it more deeply, if you look at like music discovery, I think AI is an amazing tool for music discovery. Because if you look at one of the things that I've always been interested in is kind of like this building this global seismograph of music, right? So when something back into the SoundCloud era, when you sort of really understand whether people love an artist or whether they're just there for a TikTok moment and moving on. And then especially as you start to look at specific subgenres around the world in different local markets, AI can really sort of help have this lighthouse effect to kind of basically an emerging artist, an emerging song that might not have the clout or the sort of label backing, suddenly has an ability to circulate at a regional level, then into as a national level, and then actually on a global scale as well. So if we think about those sort of moments where they can be co-signed by an influential artist or a producer or a writer, I think that's probably one of the things that I find most interesting about it.
Cool. Well, interesting ideas from everyone. Give us a lot to think about, and I think that's it. Please give the panel a round of applause, please.
Come on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. Watch they rock on P Island. Get homemade in 7/4 time. Shaboom goes the efficiency pulse. The lad runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Way's got the future on spin, book. Urging those Bubbles flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the orphans. They cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Hugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not
Hello, hello. So our next conversation, very, very exciting. If you know anything about crypto and Web3, you definitely know our next guest. So I would love to introduce Brady Dale from Axios, having a conversation with Caitlin Long.
Hello, ETH Denver. Great to see you guys. Thanks for sticking around Friday afternoon. Yeah, I'm Brady Dale. I write about crypto for Axios. I have a newsletter, Axios Crypto. You should all just subscribe to it right now. And welcome to Caitlin Long, founder and CEO of Custodia Bank in Wyoming. Woohoo! So in January 2023, the Fed, the FDIC, and the OCC, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, put out this statement that basically said, crypto's legal, but we feel kind of weird about it. It was a sort of ambiguous statement. And a lot of people view that as sort of the start of real trouble with banking in the industry. So Caitlin, maybe you can take it from there and tell us your perspective on that story from where you sat.
Yeah, actually, if we go back in history, there has been like a repeating wave of debankings that go back to Coinbase in 2012, I think it was, lost its Silicon Valley Bank account. And part of the reason that it broke out and some of the other payment startups at that time didn't is that Coinbase was able to get a backup bank account at Cross River through its connections with Andreessen Horowitz. So banking has unfortunately been a determining factor for who wins and who doesn't in this industry for time immemorial. You're right, though, that the Biden administration, in overreacting to FTX, the timing, again, is FTX failed in November 2022. They started working. We're in a lawsuit with the Fed, and we started to see, in fact, actually, the Fed was going to approve Custodia. We actually have the draft of the approval letter that they were going to ask us to make commitments and conditions for approval. FTX filed for bankruptcy November 11th, 2022. We have a copy of that letter November 15th, 2022. Then Michael Barr had a meeting November 22nd, 2022 to discuss our application, and the first draft of the denial letter was right after that. And then they were working through December 2022 on that joint statement with the other agencies. So it all comes back to FTX. I cringe at the concept that there's even a discussion of pardoning Sam Bankman-Fried because he harmed a lot of really good people, not just his own customers, but all of us.
And so I'll give you my version of this, and Caitlin, you can correct me, but the service that Custodia was looking to offer, right, was sort of what we call a narrow bank, a bank where people could make deposits with Custodia that it would be dollars and Bitcoin. They want to do both of them. And ETH. And ETH. They'd pay a little bit of a fee. In exchange for that fee, Custodia was not going to make any loans, which meant it was a super safe bank, and they'd offer some other services too. But this is like a really interesting concept that we don't have in the United States. We don't have narrow banks. We don't have 100% total reserve banks. What's your take on why that is not a model that we allow here?
Well, the conspiracy theorists would point out that if there were a truly safe bank, that it would threaten the unstable fractional reserve banks, which is every other bank. Here's the irony, though. The stablecoin bill that's being debated in Washington, D.C., they're going to do a markup in the Senate 3 weeks from now, and 2 weeks from now. It's that soon. That is going to create non-lending banks. So we're going to see this in the United States, and it's going to be fascinating. I think this is a big change in financial services. It's bringing open, public, permissionless blockchains into the regulated umbrella for the first time ever. And it's a big change in financial services. I don't know how it's going to play out, whether the stablecoin issuers are going to have to get bank charters, whether the non-banks are going to be okay. There's the whole tether question. We will have, I think, some visibility into how this will all play out in the next few months.
Let's get to the stablecoin bill, but let's hold off on that for just a second. I want to hear about, I know you've said that Custodia has lost a bunch of its own bank accounts. So, like, first of all, why does a bank need bank accounts? And then what are sort of your, tell us a little bit of the story of what happened there with you guys.
So we created Custodia to be able to provide durable banking services to this industry because of the very problem that we talked about, that we've lived through 3 different waves of debankings, and this was the worst one of the bunch. Custodia was debanked repeatedly. Why did we as a bank why did we have to worry about this? Why were we not able to solve that problem for our customers? It's because the Fed denied us access to what's called a master account. The developers would understand that as root access to the core of the US financial system. And I wanted to be able to get that for this industry. The original concept of the Wyoming Special Purpose Depository Institution charter was that it would be a mutual. It would be owned by the members of the bank. And the Wyoming legislature didn't like that idea, so they wanted it to be a for-profit corporation. But that was the ethos, is we wanted to be able to create something that the industry would own and that we would be able to control whether we got debanked or not, and so we wouldn't have to go through these waves of debanking, which, of course, unfortunately hit a lot of startups very hard.
So there's a narrative out there that with a new administration in the White House, things have really changed. We saw the SEC, for example, has stood down on a bunch of the cases that it brought against different aspects of the industry. What has changed from your perspective for people regulated in the banking industry, however, since Trump took over?
Actually, nothing.
Okay.
The perception is that there has been a loosening, but none of the federal banking agencies have actually overturned any of the anti-crypto guidance. It is still presumed unsafe and unsound for a bank to touch a digital asset, even in a de minimis amount, so like paying gas fees for customers in custody. We can't do that. Banks are prohibited from issuing stablecoins on public permissionless blockchains. Obviously, JP Morgan has had its Onyx private fork of Ethereum out there for years, and they have a closed network. So it's funny because Signet and Sen were closed networks, but those served the crypto industry, so they got shot. And JP Morgan has its closed network that serves the non-crypto industry, and that's fine in the regulator's eyes. I digress.
Just so folks understand what we're talking about here, I don't know if you guys remember, but like during the prior crypto boom, like around 2021, 2022, we saw a decent number of banks come out with statements like, oh, we're thinking about doing roughly what PayPal and Venmo do. We'll let our folks, buy some Bitcoin and hold it in their bank accounts if you want. A lot of banks announced that kind of thing, then we didn't really ever see those services go live. And that's because I think we've come to understand they had to tell the FDIC usually that was their idea, and then what would happen after. You could describe sort of what would happen after that, Kaylin.
Well, the FDIC has been very anti-innovation. The guy who led it for almost 15 years, almost uninterrupted. There was an interim chairman during Trump's term who was not anti-innovation, but this guy, his name's Marty Grunberg, really just was anti-technology, this is why the banking system is so backwards in this country, because for the last 15 years, we've had somebody who just isn't interested in any change and would, I think, candidly, he wants us all to be. He wanted a CBDC, wants us all to be banking at the post office in paper form, okay? So the whole concept of what we stand for in our industry just blew his mind. And they were just rejecting technology proposals right and left, not just from our industry, but also from the fintech industry broadly. And any bank that tried to get involved with it, I mean, there's virtually 100% of the banks that touched the crypto industry that got consent orders, with the glaring exceptions of the very largest banks who got to skate. And the same thing happened in the fintech industry. So it's just very anti-innovation. That is going to change, no doubt, but Trump hasn't proposed yet. There are new acting heads of these federal banking agencies at the OCC and the FDIC, not yet at the Fed, but we don't have an actual nominee for the new FDIC chair yet. So it's going to take some time. And like I said in the beginning, all those anti-crypto statements are still out there. The SEC obviously has done a massive 180, but it hasn't happened yet in the banking industry.
The one thing we've seen in the banking side on the FDIC is, and this is interesting if folks want to go take a look at this, the FDIC released just several hundred pages worth of letters that they had sent, that had been sent under the previous administration about these sorts of issues. And it shed a lot of light on sort of like how this regulatory process works. Like Caitlin said, no rules have changed, but we did get a lot more visibility. That was one thing we got to see, yeah.
Yes, and it's not just the FDIC. We were talking as we were preparing about what Senator Lummis disclosed from the Fed.
Oh, yeah.
That they were taking into account controversial activities and controversial comments in assessing whether a bank could access or continue to access the root access to the financial system called a master account. And that had not been publicly disclosed before. So it's a de facto admission that this was kind of finger in the air. If we like you, you get in. If we don't like you, you don't. And of course, that's what Custodia has sued over. But the whole concept of controversial, what does that mean? Mm-hmm. There is no standard. This was never publicly disclosed. It's like the 15% limit that Nick Carter has been talking about that was imposed on banks, that banks couldn't have more than 15% of their US dollar deposits coming from the crypto industry after Silvergate. That was never publicly disclosed. This is the kind of regulatory abuse that has been rampant in Washington, D.C., where they just change the rules willy-nilly and start applying them without announcing them.
So I know that to shift towards looking forward now, I know that the topic that you're most interested in is the stablecoin legislation that's been proposed. We've got a bill that's been introduced in the Senate by Senator Haggerty. There's a bill that's being in draft form in the House, the stable bill, led by Style and French Hill. And what's your take on these proposals? What do you feel good about? What do you feel less good about?
Definitely going to happen. So this is great. So TradFi and our industry are going to be merging. No question about it. What we don't know is, are the banks going to dominate? They're really powerful, and they give a lot of money to politicians, and they are trying very hard to keep all of us sidelined. And then the incumbent stablecoin issuers are having a scrum with the tether question, right? So it's kind of like the
Circle and Paxos is kind of who you're talking about mainly, yeah.
Yeah, it's there's a lot. Let's put it this way: this is out there on Twitter, so I'm not going to break any news here, but there's a lot of regulatory capture attempts happening. A lot of industry money got spent by the banking industry and by the crypto industry, and certain people want to see certain things and have the regulatory regime advantage themselves. And it's going to be fascinating to see, because I don't know who's going to win. We got a lot of money, lobbying money that got paid into pro-crypto politicians, and the banks are really, they believe that this is their territory, that we are encroaching upon their territory. We should go away and they should dominate it all, and they might win.
So Caitlin, obviously you have a dog in this fight and you're biased, but I'm just curious, if you were, what do you think is the right level of consumer protection? Like what's the stablecoin bill that you would write if you were a senator?
Yeah, well, it's really what the Wyoming legislation wrote, which is that we learned this in the Silvergate situation, that a bank run can happen super fast, especially with this industry where everybody's driven by technology, and that you can literally withdraw all your deposits on your online banking within a few minutes, right? So you cannot have any rolling of the dice in the investment portfolio of the bank. So the best consumer protection, Brady, is make the bank hold on to cash, so that if you want to withdraw your cash, you want to redeem your stablecoin, you can redeem it for dollars almost instantly. Really simple. Don't let the bank do what normal banks do, which is take your money, your demand deposit that you think you can get back today, and go make long-term mortgage loans or car loans or student loans with it. And the average bank in the United States right now holds 8 cents in cash against every dollar of demand deposits. The big banks hold more. They hold 12 cents in cash against every dollar of demand deposits. That's fundamentally unstable and fundamentally susceptible to a bank run. And in the crypto industry, I think we've learned that that business model does not work. You can't marry a traditional fractional reserve bank with liabilities from our industry that can move literally at the speed of light. And so the right thing to do from a consumer protection standpoint is just the stablecoin issuer be honest and hold cash to back the stablecoin liability. Really simple.
And like, what else if so we were talking beforehand, you were saying you think basically, even though, like, for example, in the Haggerty bill, it says you can be a private stablecoin issuer, you don't have to be a bank, you'll be under the OCC, but you think that it'll amount to the same thing, it'll sort of amount to the equivalent of a bank charter. So like, if you have a bank charter, what more layers does that add to your work?
Good question. Well, the law says that every eligible depository institution does get a Fed master account. That's the litigation that's in process right now. And we don't know how that's going to come out, but it may set a precedent. The Fed literally told a judge in a related case that its motivation doesn't matter. In other words, it's arguing that it can do anything it wants and not have its decisions be judicially reviewable. So let's see if that stands. That's their position. But they're supposed to be giving the statute says that every eligible depository institution automatically gets a master account. So ultimately, that's the big difference between a bank and a non-bank is getting root access. Again, developers would really understand this because it's not just root access to FedWire, it's also root access to the core of the system so that you can much more quickly without going through an intermediary with delays and cost and counterparty credit risk, you can settle your transactions a lot faster. And then there's another esoteric piece which has to do with bankruptcies. Banks have better protections for consumers than non-banks in bankruptcy. And unfortunately, a lot of people have learned that lesson the hard way in the Celsius bankruptcy and more recently the Prime Trust bankruptcy. Trust companies are not treated as, customers of trust companies are not treated as well as customers of banks if the financial institution goes down. And so I think it's going to be interesting to see how the market evolves. There's a lot of benefits to being a bank in financial services, and the same thing's true in the custody business. The securities custodians are almost entirely banks, not trust companies. There's a reason for that, and I think that the stablecoin market might evolve in that direction as well. That's not to say that all of us are going to be frozen out. It is to say that all of us will probably, as that market shakes out, end up getting the bank charters for those reasons because they are better for consumers.
And we only have 1 minute left, but really quickly, do you think that this next round of stablecoin legislation should deal with decentralized stablecoins, or should it just leave it alone for now?
Well, it's not trying to. It's just dealing with the centralized ones. So the algorithmic stablecoins, it's literally leaving alone. But
is that the right call?
Well, look, I mean, the DeFi is a different animal, truly. And the SEC obviously made a huge statement yesterday about meme coins. And Jonathan Mohan and I were just talking about the sufficiently decentralized, giving you actually, if your project becomes sufficiently decentralized, in many ways that's better from a liability perspective than having a corporate form where the reason why many people form corporations is liability protection. If you are a sufficiently decentralized project, then you have that same kind of liability protection. So DeFi, I think, is handling it in a very different way, which is why they're leaving algorithmic stablecoins out of the stablecoin bill.
All right, well, great. Well, thank you, Caitlin. If you guys want to follow all these issues, subscribe to Axios Crypto. Thanks for being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Token hoarder snarls, I'll bottleneck the streams. Whale pool smirks, armor glints, moonbeam. Bring your dams, bring your greed wall schemes. My liquidity's older than your Ponzi meme. Deal ties rise at 808 pace. Hoarder stash, flushed without trace. Token horse snarls, I'll bottleneck the streams. Whirlpool smirks, armor glints, moonbeam. Bring your dims, bring your green wall schemes. My liquidity's older than your Ponzi years. Your tides rise at 808 pace. Hoarder stash, flushed without trace. Let the ether breathe, let the ether breathe. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel. Wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking ether night whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs. Armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff accordance grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle.
Hello, hello. So, I mean, this afternoon we have an all-star lineup. Thank you to Caitlin. That was great. And our next guest doesn't really need that much of an introduction. Original cypherpunk, father of Zcash. Here to talk about cypherpunk values and Zcash tokenomics, Zuko Wilcox, the one and only.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you all for coming to listen to me with your precious time. So when I was coming in here, I smelled the distinct smell of livestock because when it's not ETH Denver, it's the stock show. When I got roped into this, so to speak, I really wanted to talk about Zcash tokenomics. Zcash, if you don't know, is unstoppable private money. And Zcash tokenomics are very interesting and unique. But the ETH Denver organizers told me the audience would really be interested in cypherpunk values. So just let it be known that in my head, this entire 15-minute talk is actually about Zcash tokenomics, but I won't really mention it again. I'm just going to talk about values. I'm an original cypherpunk. I joined the cypherpunks mailing list in 1993. We had mailing lists back before we had like forums or whatever. And I was friends and collaborators with all of the original cypherpunks. All 3 of the founders, Tim May, Eric Hughes, and John Gilmore. And but Tim May subsequently died. I was friends and collaborators with most or all of the original Bitcoin makers, like Hal Finney. Hal Finney was my friend and mentor. but Halfinia is now encased in carbonite. And I was thinking about what to say about cypherpunk values. I thought, what were the cypherpunks' values? And the answer was freedom. The cypherpunks were all about freedom. And when I was like 19 years old, when I joined the cypherpunks list, that was one of my greatest values. I wanted to say whatever I wanted on the internet and have sex with whichever consenting adults and own a gun and cross state lines and national lines. And now I'm 51. I've been through cypherpunks. I was involved in Bitcoin. I was involved in the creation of Ethereum and then Zcash. And along the way, I got a lot older and my values changed. So I was reflecting on this and trying to prepare for this talk. And I thought, okay, what are my values? I really value family. I really value my health. It's really important to me nowadays. And as more and more of my friends and family have died, I really value time with friends and family while you've got them. And I really value peace, meaning freedom from the fear of war or crime. So I was chatting about this with my son, whom I love, on the way down here from Boulder, Colorado earlier today. And I said, different people have different values. Like, we want our communities and our societies to share our values. And that's good when they do. But it's also good that different people have different values. They value some things more than they value others. And their values change over time. And that's good because that's why we can lift each other up with specialization and exchange. In the last 200 years or so, almost everyone went from having very little of what they value to an abundance of what they value. And the reason for that is that about 200 years ago, we worked out how to specialize and exchange so that everyone could benefit without being sort of robbed or parasitized along the way. So when I was explaining this to my son, he said that when I was explaining that a difference among values is what gives us this potential energy or this opportunity to improve each other, he said, but don't you need some shared values in order to exchange? So I thought about that quite a bit. I thought, you really do. The main thing you need the main shared value that you need in order to exchange is that the person that you're trading with isn't just going to kill you and take all your stuff, right? You need safety, and that some third person who observes the exchange isn't going to come and take both of your stuff. And so this led me back around to thinking that, in a way, the cypherpunks were right in the first place. That freedom is a value that all of our other specific values depend on. Well, that was literally all I had planned out to say to you. I thought about it a lot. I thought about it a lot longer than the 8 minutes it's taken me to say it. And I'm always thinking about it when I'm working on Zcash tokenomics, which I do all day long, every day. So hit me up after, and I'll give you some Zcash on your phone. That's my summary of the evolution from cypherpunk values to the current world. The end. Thanks for listening.
Yo, centralizers, flexing weak API chains. Regenerate, roll up, unity in the veins. I blast, cut through that foot, disguise, fortress walls, bulletproof. Watch scams die. How you rebuild? Collide. How we win? Don't fade. 80-year-old beam stitched a fraction map. Brittle hearts pumping. Blow it on, no cap. Regenerate. Yeah. We multiply when we unite. Singularities surge, protocols ignite. Regenerate. Cannon blasting through the night. Centralizers, dude ain't built for this fight. You tried to fork the code, but the squad don't split. Transparency spotlight, psst, kill the glitch. Your mainframe stutter, our 6 T-Pain smooth. Region rhythm got chains dancing, no noose. Stacking wins like Lego blocks. Eyes peeled for snakes lurking in sock accounts. Fortress lock, no picking locks. Brutal mobs to cure your system's chicken pox. I'm the algorithm king. Hide behind my sting. We owe this beat, fresh as morning commits. Your firewalls crumble, click, clack, squad don't quit. But Regenator. We multiply when we unite. Singularities surge, protocols ignite. Cannon blasting through the night. Centralizers, dude ain't built for this fight. But Regenator. Collab beats control, tell the whole damn lore. Born in the Genesis block with thunder in his soul. Captain Assyrian stands 10 stories tall. With these ungodless blazing and justice in his eyes. Leading the brutal squad through crypto skies. Captain Ethereum, breaking down the walls tonight. Captain Ethereum, decentralization's light. We're buffercorn charging through the storm, keeping crypto free and warm. Centralizerus thinks he's got us beat. shows the way from the Genesis block to a brighter day. Deep pools hum where the currents align. 8th century sharp like blockchain wine. Adapted our machines, volatility sieve. Watch the ripples, whispers, hot before the dive. Liquidity surge. Now hearts burning. Fluid fist clenches. Token hoarders, the ends decay. Calming the riptide where panic can't stay. Submerge. Hoarders, greed clogs the riverbed thick. Whale flicks tail. Instant bridge fix. Stash your bags, laughs the deep rules king. My tidal waves, just the vault going. Flow, oh, oh, flow, roll, roll. Let the ether breathe. Let the ether breathe. Flow, oh, oh, flow, oh, oh. Token hoarders, snarls, I'll bottleneck the streams. Whale pool smirks, armor glints, moonbeam. Bring your dams, bring your greed wall schemes. My liquidity older than your Ponzi memes. Deal ties rise at
Excellent. Well, from an OG cypherpunk to modern cypherpunks, this next talk is another all-star panel. We will be talking about on-chain privacy. Where are we going? Our moderator is Claire Cart, and we have two founders of Ethereum, question mark, as a part of the panel. So round of applause, please.
Thanks so much. Thank you all so much. I'm Claire Cart. I'm the CMO to Aztec. We're Privacy First L2 and joined by my panelists, 3 Vitalics. So wish me luck. You know, I'm up against greatness times 3. Okay, given the masks, I'm going to let you guys briefly introduce yourselves as you wish to be known. So start here. Go ahead.
I am speaker number 1.
Yeah, speaker number 2 associated with Ironfish, layer 1 cryptocurrency chain.
Make communism great again.
Okay, sounds good. So we have some mystery brewing. Maybe through their answers, you'll get a sense of who they actually are, or maybe they'll be so kind as to tell you. So what we want to discuss today is on-chain privacy, kind of like where it's going and where it stands today. I think there's a lot of really complex parts of this, right? It touches like kind of audiences in our industry, like cypherpunk versus maybe, you know, onboarding more mainstream users. It touches regulations. It just touches so many topics. So hopefully we'll have a chance to get into all of them. I guess like I'd like to start just by hearing from each of you, like what exact part of on-chain privacy are you working on? And, you know, kind of what's been your experience as a builder in on-chain privacy?
Yeah, so we're working on Oxbow, which we provide ASPs, association sets, and privacy pools as well.
Yeah, at Ironfish, we are working on a layer 1 chain. We're fully live on mainnet and recently launched a bridge with Chainport. You can transfer fully private USDC. You guys can give it a shot. Yeah, feel free to check it out on our website.
Yeah, I work with the esteemed colleague, speaker number 1, on Oxbow, launching privacy pools. It's on the testnet right now, as of today. You can go to testnet.privacypools.com and use Sepolia ETH, and it's a private money protocol that keeps out the terrorists.
Okay. Next question, I think like being in the space and thinking about like fully transparent block space, the idea of privacy can be like a little bit of maybe a difficult construct to think about. Like, how do those things work together? So could you tell me a little bit about just like your perspective on why on-chain privacy is important, and maybe also like how you're approaching it? And I'm going to start down at the end with speaker 3.
Well, we wanted to do payroll on the blockchain. And so one of the first private payment systems that launched on Ethereum was called Tornado Cash. And this launched because everybody in Ethereum was jealous of Zcash, and we thought it was silly that all of your payment history and transactions are public. Every time you pay someone, they know how much you have, and you know how much they make. So that didn't make a lot of sense to us. So Moloch DAO, which was like a punk rock DAO, helped give the grants to Tornado Cash, and they launched that. And then, like, this was back when ETH was $100. We did it because we wanted it, and the unfortunate downstream effects of this were that lots of, North Korea hacked a video game, Axie Infinity, for $500 million, and then started putting hundreds of millions of dollars into our privacy system. And so then we had to do a lot of self-reflection on how we design these things. Tornado Cash built a compliance tool that they don't get enough credit for. It allowed you to reveal which deposit actually belonged to you. And despite the St. Louis Fed publishing a paper recommending the usage of this compliance tool, the legal action was taken against them anyway. And so now we have learned more techniques for trying to keep the illicit funds out of our privacy systems, because we want to have privacy for the good guys. And so that's what we're doing at Oxbow.
Nice. Speaker 2.
Yeah, I would say that's an interesting question. We also want to make things as usable for users as possible, but the same thing for us is trying to keep out the bad actors. With the bridge that we launched, it was very important to us that we have the ability to filter out the hackers. So basically, the bridge provider that we use to go to our chain before you can do privacy funds actually does a lot of automated detection for hacked wallets and such to prevent transfer. And I guess the other point I wanted to mention as well is our chain is a UTXO-based chain. It's similar to Bitcoin or Zcash. It's a privacy-based chain. But what we found is that, like, to do programmability and to do some interesting things related to privacy, we wanted to do have an EVM associated with it as well. So we've been working to some extent to put an EVM on our chain as well, so that we can interop with all the other types of chains that are out there, and potentially other bridge providers as well.
Okay, and last, speaker 1.
Yeah, I don't think I really have much more to add. Speaker 3 provided pretty good context.
Yeah, you guys are working on the same project. Okay, we talked a little bit about kind of like the situation with on-chain compliance, and speaker 3, you mentioned how, in your first iteration of building it, you sort of had some reflections. I guess, can you all sort of talk about like the approach that you're taking and what some of like the risks are, generally speaking, like as founders and builders, just in terms of like our current regulatory environment?
Yeah, well, obviously there's quite a bit of risk, given that previous developers who worked in the same space have gone to prison. So, but I think with the current regulatory climate, seems to be kind of like open season now, but I don't know, I don't want to speak too soon. But all I know is that most of the legal work we spent a whole lot of time putting in is made obsolete, essentially, with the new, now that Trump's in office.
And sorry, what do you mean by open season when you say that? Like,
well, I think that crime is legal now, isn't it? I'm just kidding. I mean, I think that now we're starting to see legislation that actually makes sense, or at least rolling back a lot of the laws and the previous regulation that was kind of haphazardly put into place. It seems like our regulators are actually listening to us to a certain extent now, and we're looking forward to working with policymakers to help inform a sensible approach to privacy, as well as larger, cryptocurrency like lobbying activities.
Yeah, I'll expand on that a little bit. So when Roman, Storm, and Alexei made Tornado Cash, the Netherlands went after Alexei 2 days after the United States sanctioned the Tornado Cash program. It's the only program in history that was considered a terrorist. It seems like there was probably some collaboration between those jurisdictions. And then 1 year later, Roman Storm was arrested at gunpoint at 6 in the morning in front of his daughter at his house. And this is despite complying with the ongoing investigation. The director of the FBI said that, we will get you shadowy coders wherever you are. And it's like he was just complying, right? And in the aftermath of this, thanks to Joseph and Preston Van Loon with the backing of Coinbase, for example, they sued OFAC, and it was ruled in court that the OFAC could not have actually sanctioned Tornado Cash to begin with because they didn't have the jurisdiction, the authority to do so. They can only sanction people or their property, and they determined Tornado Cash was not property. And separately, the judge who, in the pre-ruling on the Tornado Cash case, talked about how the relayer is a money services business, and this is part of why they're going after him for running an unlicensed money services business. And through the good work of, for example, Jake Chervinsky and the DeFi Education Fund, they submitted an amicus brief which is like when an outside lawyer also contributes to a case. And it explains that in the entire history of money services business rulings, there has never once been a case where custody was not involved. And so we're optimistic that there will be better regulations around these aspects of both privacy protocols and the rest of DeFi, so that developers, especially American developers, can work, build here, and build businesses that contribute to the well-being of Americans. We like to say privacy is also self-defense. You don't want, your entire database getting hacked by China, and then China knows all of your transactions, and that's not very good for American citizens. And so if the US government can't protect all of our data, then we should allow citizens to protect themselves. And I think that's where we come from with our approach to privacy.
Thank you. I want to switch gears a little bit and talk a little bit about maybe the dichotomy in the industry of, we're all here, we're at a crypto conference. I think the idea of this kind of cypherpunk version of privacy is very, we all know what that means. But we also know that not everybody thinks about privacy that way, right? Kind of in this more binary, really sort of hardcore way. And I'm curious how you guys, as builders in the space, think about, more like a normie version of privacy, or just how to make privacy not seem more appealing, but, how do you kind of balance all of these things where you don't want to be known as the crime chain, right? And so you have to do a lot of different things. And then how do you kind of think about this idea that maybe privacy is just for criminals or just for sort of hardcore cypherpunks?
I mean, as Hat says it, privacy is normal. I don't think that privacy is something that's cypherpunk. I think it's something that my grandma wants. Nobody wants to see what their transactions. My bank isn't just by default open, right? So I don't think it's absurd, and I don't think it's a hard sell to convince people that privacy is a good thing and a human right.
Yeah, I would add to that as well. I think the current privacy solutions are actually, they get a lot of flack because they're difficult to use. A lot of them are, the tech is there, but from a user standpoint, I agree. I think that it should be transparent to the user. It should just happen automatically. And we're doing things in the industry to try and make that the case, but it's just a technical challenge that we have to overcome. There are certain things in Ironfish that we've done, particularly where you can have a trade-off where it's a better user experience with slightly less privacy, or if you want to have full privacy, then basically you need to do a little bit more work as a user.
Okay, so I'm curious on that. You have these different kind of options for privacy. So do you have any information or data on like what people choose? Do they choose like the full privacy with the maybe worse user experience, or do they choose sort of the lesser privacy with a better user experience?
Well, I'd say that we're relatively young as a chain, and so we've been targeting people who are very invested in privacy and the concept of privacy. And so everybody that is using it is like basically doing full privacy because that's what they're interested in. But I think from a user's perspective, I can imagine my parents using privacy, and they're not going to really care if some centralized service is hosting their view key so that they can potentially see those transactions. They just care that the product is easy to use and that it safeguards their data against people who are trying to scam them.
Yeah, I think as hacks and breaches of data become more prevalent, people might start appreciating basically services that cannot get hacked and reveal your information. Like if you use Coinbase for privacy, for example, any support engineer at Coinbase, you can bribe them, give them $1,000 and get the entire transaction history, and then you know everything. So I don't think that's a great system.
Yeah, okay, you guys mentioned, well, Speaker 3, you just mentioned hacks, and I think it's on everyone's mind, like the Bybit hack that happened last week. Obviously, there's a few things there that I think intersect with on-chain privacy. First of all, like, could it be less easy to target these kind of like whales than, the multi-sigs, like for the social engineering? In the case of Bybit, that's not how it was done, but in many cases it is. So could on-chain privacy help there? And then as well, how do you all think about, when the hackers want to kind of launder and wash those funds and making sure that that's not happening on your projects?
Yeah, Nat, can you stand up for a second? This guy over there, stand up. Let everybody see you.
Stand up.
Go up to this guy and tell him Kim Jong-un sucks. And you will be added to the Oxbow Privacy Pools whitelist, and you'll be able to skip the line when it launches in about 2 weeks. We're doing some in-person KYC at this event, so make sure you talk to Nat.
Does anybody else want to talk about, like, kind of more in the weeds of how you're thinking about, exactly that, just making sure that your chains aren't used for crime?
This is what I call the paradox of privacy, which is that if you want privacy for the good guys, you have to have surveillance so that you know who are the good guys and not. And I think Taylor Monahan, who works at MetaMask, posted a tweet that said something like, Bybit has now split up their funds across 7,000 addresses and done 10,000 transactions. And so you actually need digital forensics experts to be able to trace all of these funds, and you need to build in time delays so that you can do your own research and figure out where the funds are coming from so you can block it. And KYC systems, unfortunately, are not the end-all, be-all, because I don't really care what ID you show me, for example, if your money comes from a North Korean hack. The professional criminals use identity mules all the time. And so I think as people realize that those systems are weaker, things like privacy pools where we do transaction screening are going to be viewed more favorably.
Yeah, I would agree with that. At Ironfish, we actually did an airdrop to like 60,000 people when we launched our chain, and we did a KYC process through one of the biggest KYC providers, and we had I would say the automated detection did a very poor job of dealing with like these mules like he's suggesting. And we did a lot of like manual and intentional detection on our side as developers to sort of filter out those people. But those systems are, they're rife with problems. I would agree with that.
Okay, I want to share a reflection of like something I've picked up talking to people at the conference and then get your reactions. So we don't all need to like share our age or anything, but I'll just say I'm sort of like Gen X, maybe elder millennial, and like I find privacy like very fundamental, right? I've spoken to a lot of like younger people at the conference, maybe like Gen Z or they're in their early 20s. And they were telling me this idea that like we're in a post-privacy world, which I found really interesting. And I just got curious about it. And their perspective was like, I grew up sharing my entire life on social media. It feels so normal to me. So much data gets hacked. And so it's sort of like almost like a nihilist view of just like, there's no hope, right? There's no hope. And also it's normal now to just expect all your information to be public and online. So I wanted to get your reaction to that, because when I heard that, it really made me think, and I'm curious how like different generational views of this like could impact maybe how we build or how the technology is adopted.
I think an important thing is not necessarily privacy, but consent. If I choose to share things online, I'm doing so of my own volition. That's a consensual engagement between myself and my audience. Being forced to provide that data or share that, or not being able to, shield that and have the autonomy to determine with whom I'm sharing my data. I think those are two very different concepts. So I understand where you're coming from, and yeah, we're all hyper online, but I don't think that means that we're in a post-privacy world. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. Like, there's like some simple cases that you can imagine, like with healthcare data, for example, where, if data gets out about some test that you got done, then it's going to potentially have an effect on your ability to get healthcare or insurance. And so it's like, well, these younger kids may have not had to deal with these sorts of problems yet. So it's potential that, in the future, they're like, oh, wait, actually, I didn't want that to be public, And I think at that point, they would really be a proponent of privacy.
You remember those Canadian truckers? You remember like the protest and people that were like donating? They would like their bank accounts were shut down.
Yeah,
I
I remember.
A pretty good reason why we need privacy, right?
Yeah, I'll chime in and like decentralization maxis or connoisseurs are made, not born, right? Vitalik invented Ethereum after World of Warcraft removed his Siphon Life spell from the damage component of his Warlock, and he rebelled against centralized services since then. I remember losing all of my money in Mt. Gox. And after I lost all my money in Mt. Gox, I started appreciating decentralization more. So I hope that the kids don't have to learn these lessons the hard way, but I know they will.
All right, yeah, thank you. I also found it really interesting, but I like your point, Speaker One, around consent, right? Like showing up on social media and doing all those things that people do that sort of make them think it's post-privacy. Like they voluntarily participated in that, and so it's quite different to like live in a situation where those things are required and you have no control over them.
Right.
So that's a really good nuance. So we're coming up at time. I want to end the panel in a little bit like more of a kind of personal or emotional note. I think because all of the challenges that privacy builders have had, like we mentioned Tornado Cash and Roman Storm, and just the industry's been under attack. You guys have kept going, you've kept building. I'm just really curious to hear like what motivates you, why you're here, why you care, if there's a personal story you want to share, because I think it is one of the hardest like niches to be building in. So yeah, if you don't mind sharing that.
I think it's only difficult because of regulatory issues that we've had, and I think it's going to get a lot better, especially with projects that have continued to build despite regulatory uncertainty. So keep at it.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that wholeheartedly. Like, I have a lot of hope with the new administration in terms of their appointmentships for these key roles. There's a lot of pro crypto people coming in, and I hope that the right thing is done relative to privacy.
So privacy is meaningful in many contexts, right? Like I was using it for payroll, Tornado, things like that, and then Vitalik was using it to send money to Ukraine without the Russians figuring out how much money he's saying, and so it's useful for basically the whole spectrum. And I posted a meme because Roman Storm appealed to the Supreme Court, and the meme is like the domino meme, and it's like me trying to pay payroll privately on chain, click, and then at the end of it, it's like the Supreme Court deciding on the fate of private money on the blockchain, right? We didn't expect any of this. And part of the reason that I think it's important for us to keep going is because I believe that Alexei and Roman had the right intentions. They built the compliance tool. The stuff that we've been building in privacy pools is an extension of those compliance tools that they built to the next iteration. And so I think it's important for us to stand up and say, you know, we've been trying to build tools for people to protect themselves. This has always been what we've been trying to do, and this is still what we're trying to do.
Amazing. I love that. Like, I mean, just long-term commitment. I think all of you are really, like, you're in it for the right reasons, so to speak. And I think that goes for most privacy builders in the space. Okay, well, we're at time, so I just want to thank panelists 1, 2, and 3 so much, the 3 Vitalics. And yeah, round of applause. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Architect with the buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feet graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a mempool express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Watch the ripples, whispers, horror before the dive. Liquidity surge. Heart burning. Fluid fist clenches. Token hoarders, the ends decay. Calming the riptide where panic can't stay. Submerge. Hoarders, greed clogs the riverbed thick. Will flicks tail. Instant bridge fix. Stash your bags, last the deep pools king. My tidal waves, just the vault going. Flow, oh, oh, flow, oh, oh. Let the ether breathe, let the ether breathe. Flow, oh, oh, flow, oh, oh. Token hoarder snarls, our bottleneck the streams. Whale pool smirks, armor glints, moonbeam. Bring your dams, bring your greed wall schemes. My liquidity older than your Ponzi meme. Deals highs rise at 808 pace. Hoarder stash, flushed without trace.
All right, thank you to that last panel. Go hunt down Amin if you want to find one of these masks. I've got nothing but feedback that they're super creepy. But anyways, let's keep it rolling. Our next speaker is Will Nelly, partner of ventures at Galaxy, and he'll be talking to us of how DeFi will change the way banks create money. So round of applause, please.
Watch it. I'm sorry.
Okay. No worries.
Okay, thanks everybody for coming on. I gave a presentation about block space and some of the economics around block space. Selling actual underlying compute power of blockchains. Thankfully, I feel like we've moved on, and a year later, I can now talk about applications of blockchains in a way that I'm really excited about. So the rough structure of the presentation, I'm going to walk you through 3 converging phenomena that I think are making up what will be a multi-decade mega trend with the adoption of stablecoins and DeFi collectively. And then I'm going to talk about 2 sort of under-discussed second-order effects of this trend. So first, one thing I'll highlight is the degree to which stablecoins are now being used as a savings instrument globally. I think it's well understood, but I want to highlight it, and I think it's quite important. The graph is a survey that was done by Castle Island Ventures, thanks Castle Island, that asks emerging market stablecoin users why they hold stablecoins. The second largest reason was to save money in dollars, right? People want access to dollars to save in their local currency. And we think this is an immense and growing trend. Exemplified by one of the portfolio companies in Galaxy's portfolio, who's sort of indexed to this trend, growing 14 times year over year in their ability to allow people to save stablecoins in emerging markets. The second one I'll highlight is the use of stablecoins as a payments instrument. I think it's under-discussed to what degree blockchains are being used as a cross-border payment rail. The existing system for moving cross-border payments across the world is, you start at a sender at a local bank. You eventually, through the correspondent banking system or a local domestic payment rail like ACH, or Fedwire in the US, you get your payment to a SWIFT terminal. Then once it's on a SWIFT terminal, you pass the payment over SWIFT, which is really like a routing system and a messaging system, at which point banks in that SWIFT network reconcile with one another, and you can do 3-4 hops before eventually landing back in a sort of recipient country, and then finally in a domestic payment rail back to the end recipient. And that process can take 2 business days, 1 business day, 3 or 4 business days in lesser served market, and you can be charged a percent of the actual payment or more, which is quite expensive. Just to speak to the size of the trend, so I keep a bit of a record of some of the companies which are generally called stablecoin payment orchestrators. And I keep a record of kind of the volumes that each are doing. And so this is an aggregated view of the volumes and the growth rates in this cross-border payment market. The 2 orange bars there are my Q4 2023 and Q1 2024 actual numbers. And then the black line is the black lines are the sort of implied growth rate or the implied size of the market if you just kept the growth rates from Q1 or Q4 and Q1 last year. The green bar is actually what we observed in talking with custodians and other players in the market in terms of how much volume there is annually. We think that's about 100 billion conservatively annual market in terms of passing stablecoins cross-border for non-crypto use cases. So businesses around the world paying suppliers and vendors with stablecoins. So this is a huge trend, and I think this is going to be a $1 trillion a year annual payment volume market within the next few years. And then the upside case is eventually, this is a $40 trillion a year market in terms of B2B cross-border payments over some time frame, and stablecoins are fundamentally better at doing this. The final trend, phenomenon which I think is worth highlighting beyond the first 2, which are more stablecoin focused, is sort of DeFi as a long-term source of above-market yields. For the time being, so if you look at the graph, you can see the Aave USDC interest rate, the Aave USDT interest rate. In the yellow line, that's the DAI stability rate. The green line is Athena. So recently, Athena, not to say that's a risk-free yield per se, but it is an example of sort of on-chain yield. And then the black line is the 1-year Treasury yield. So US government 1-year Treasury yield. And you can see there are substantial periods, and I consider Aave USDC about as risk-free as you can get with respect to on-chain yield. And you can see Aave for vast periods of the last couple of years has substantially under or overperformed the the 1-year Treasury yield rate. And if you look at on the right side, there's two charts which are the Ethereum TVL in DeFi and the Solana TVL in DeFi, but normalized for the price of ETH and the price of Sol. So it takes the price fluctuations of the assets out of the picture. You can see since sort of midway through 2023, we've been on a essentially linear uptrend after we drew down after the kind of 2021 market cycle. Really interesting, as I was looking at the data behind interest rates in DeFi, you can see that clearly in periods where Aave interest rates are below the 1-year Treasury yield, that's substantially restrictive in terms of on-chain assets. And you can see that period that in purple went from about 25 million ETH equivalents on-chain to about 12.5 million. So during that period where 1-year Treasury yields were outperforming Aave interest rates, on-chain interest rate or on-chain participation essentially went down by 50%. And then when you see periods of expansion where interest rates on Aave are above the 1-year Treasury rate, you get massive periods of inflows of capital. I think long-term, because of systems like Athena and other things on-chain, the interest rates on Aave will generally outperform the 1-year Treasury yield. And so I think of DeFi as a long-term capital sink as well, in addition to the two prior trends I mentioned. So just to give you initial takeaways, stablecoins are being used as a savings instrument in global markets. That's happening. From our index, that grew 14 times year over year. I think from some other indices, it's probably growing a little bit slower than 14 times year over year. The compounding on that would be out of control. But this is a really important trend about the adoption of stablecoins in emerging markets. Secondly, the use of stablecoins in payments. It's cheaper, faster to do payments, cross-border payments with stablecoins than over SWIFT in a lot of cases, not uniformly, but in a lot of cases. And there's a lot of great businesses, Bridge, which was obviously acquired by Stripe in the fall. Our portfolio company, Rail, used to be called Layer 2, is along those lines. And then the third takeaway, DeFi can be a long-term capital sink because of its ability to produce above-market yields versus sort of risk-free U.S. treasuries, in Aave. And so that all gets you to the actual adoption of stablecoins. If you look at the chart, we peaked sort of north of 150 million in 2021. And then you had a sort of drawdown as the market was impacted through 2022, 2023, and early 2024. But then through the back half of the year, I think these three trends are combining to ultimately just continue to increase stablecoin AUM. And I think there's no reason that this trend slows down. I think this is a macro decade-long trend where my projection is there will be more than 300 billion in stablecoins by the end of year this year. And then, the question from there is, at what point do we eventually reach sort of $1 trillion in outstanding supply of stablecoins, and what year that is? I don't have projections over that. I think the other thing I'd like to bring up, which ties into the rest of the presentation, is the degree to which stablecoins at this scale become a really interesting buyer of U.S. treasuries, and the sort of distortions that can create in the long term. You see in the the right-hand chart over here, and thanks again, Castle Island, for publishing this one. China is degrossing their stablecoin or their U.S. Treasury exposure at a rapid rate because of the sort of trade wars between the U.S. and China. And meanwhile, stablecoins are essentially filling the gap that China's leaving in the U.S. Treasury market. And so without China degrossing, the impact of stablecoins as a buyer for U.S. Treasuries actually has the impact of reducing interest rates for the U.S. government to borrow. And then ultimately downstream to the consumer, potentially reducing mortgage rates and other things like that. So I want to talk about the two second-order effects now of this trend. If we say, okay, it's 300 billion by the end of the year, what are the second-order effects of this trend getting big? One is there's a substitution that's implied in the adoption of stablecoins as a savings instrument in emerging markets. In particular, it's a substitution of bank deposits in countries like Argentina to ultimately capital that flows into the U.S. and into different places. So where before an Argentinian peso deposit in an Argentinian bank account would be 100% allocated to credit creation in an emerging market, now that capital is essentially being substituted, 80% of which is going to fund or to finance U.S. government debt, 20% is going to U.S. banks, which underlie businesses like Circle. So Boney Mellon, Customers Bank, and the sort of aggregation of other banks that sort of sit under Circle's USDC product. And then for Tether, as many know, Cantor Fitzgerald and Deltec Bank and others, you don't always know. Now, what's the impact of this? The impact is banks are in the business of creating money. And so taking deposits out of an emerging market banking system could have sort of corrosive effects. And what I mean is banks are in the business of making money or creating money. Every deposit in a bank, as many people here will know, ultimately becomes a loan, which as long as that borrower is a customer of the bank, then it also becomes a deposit, and so on and so forth, the cycle goes. Historically, there's a concept of a reserve ratio that was 10% in the US, which meant like you could leverage your deposit base up 10x, so every dollar becomes a maximum of $10 of credit creation. The practical case post 2008 is reserves at banks are slightly higher, kept with the Fed, and so the delta between, or the ratio between M1 money supply and monetary base, M0, is about 3.3 times in the US, and in a country like Argentina is about 1.2 times. So if you just think about the impact of that, right? Now, there's an added component of credit creation. You've taken $100 of deposits in the Argentinian banking system, which created $120 of credit to Argentinian consumers and businesses. You instead financed $80 of US treasuries, and then you put $20 of deposits in the US banking system, which have a 3.3 times multiplier for $66 of credit in the US banking system, right? So I think this is kind of a bit of a challenging story. There's maybe the even more nuanced view, which is it's not a simple substitution. Every conversion of an Argentinian peso into a US dollar is a sale of Argentinian pesos, right? You have to sell pesos to buy dollars, which are then converted to stablecoins on the back end. And so every time you do that, it has the effect of pushing the price of the peso down, which then reinforces the desire to hold stablecoins. Now, at small scales, that's not problematic. My calculation suggests, based on a Lemon Cash report, that stablecoins and crypto are about 1% of the Argentinian sort of M1 monetary base, so bank deposits and other things. And so it's small percentages now, but as that percentage grows, that has really material impacts on local economies and emerging markets. The other second order effect I'll highlight, and I have to move quickly here, is the one problem is the dual function of banks is to be both a custodian and a lender, and that's broken in DeFi. And so if DeFi were to continue to scale and stablecoins were to continue to scale to the levels that I'm talking about, it actually substantially impacts the amount of credit and money that's created in the financial system. Because every deposit in every MetaMask is essentially a non-custodial custodian, more or less, that then you put a deposit into a system like Aave, and you're lending it out on a one-to-one basis. A bank, you put $1 of deposit, and you're lending out in the US on a 3-to-1 basis. And so it substantially impacts the ability to create credit in markets where DeFi is broadly adopted. So one proposal I have, and I think as we continue to go on this adoption curve, I think the 80-20 sort of reserve ratio between US treasuries and bank deposits may end up getting shifted, where you get so much distortion of the US treasury market with price-insensitive buyers who are willing to pay or earn lower interest rates than they otherwise should, while there's a dearth of capital then for private businesses and consumers, that eventually the stablecoin reserves that sit behind Circle actually get reallocated to more complex portfolios that include things like commercial credit and mortgages, et cetera, which then you've essentially used the backing of stablecoins to recreate a bank's loan portfolio. And so I think that's going to be one of the really interesting things we see in the future. So that's it. The three phenomena: savings, payments, and DeFi as a capital sink, and then the two second-order effects, which I talked about, which are the removal of deposits in emerging markets into stablecoins, which benefit U.S. Treasuries and U.S. banks, and then the long-term impact of DeFi not really actually creating money in the process. Banks create money. Aave does not create money, and I think that's a risk as we reconstruct the financial system. So that's it for today. Two thoughts to leave you on, and thank you very much.
Crypto free and warm. They say he's eternal, like a blockchain that flows. Where freedom needs defenders, that's where Captain goes. So raise your note up high, let your smart contracts fly. The captain's here to stay, keeping centralization away. Captain Ethereum, forever. Captain shows the way, from the Genesis block to a brighter day.
Excellent. So our next speaker is Jan, the founder of OpenMind. He will be talking about the open future of robotics, and he's got a special guest for us, so this will be really fun.
Hey, it's wonderful to be here. There's a special panic that people feel if they're on a panel, and then there's a higher level of panic that you feel if you're here with Iris, the humanoid. Iris, if you want to, just turn and come over here, please. You should not be on the sidelines. Please join me, and we're going to do this together, okay? So Iris shows her emotion through her face. If she turns red, she's mad, and blue and green are good. For today, we've turned off her ability to hunt, chase, and pounce, so everything should be good. I care a lot about healthcare settings, things like hospitals, and I care about how humans interact with machines. And as you're probably aware, this is one of the most awesome times ever in terms of a new generation of machines around us that are able to think and that are able to interact with humans in ways that are incredibly impressive. So everyone here in the audience is very, very lucky that you're in technology today, because you are seeing an inflection point of all of us being surrounded by machines that are increasingly smart. And so the general question is, how do all of us want our future to look like? Do we want this technology to come from a small number of companies? Do we want this technology to be proprietary firmware? Or do we want this technology to be open? If you look at the robotics ecosystem right now, the hardware is pretty advanced and sophisticated. People have been working on robotic hardware for decades now. Where the real advances are is in the software. Most of the robotic software stack today is still closed and proprietary. It's still very hard to look inside the brain of a robot and figure out what it's thinking. It's still very hard to get robots to communicate across continents. And it's also hard to build systems that are inherently resilient by virtue of being decentralized. Imagine if Optimus is attacked or Figure is attacked, all their robots would presumably change their behavior. And so what at OpenMind we think we need is a good alternative to that. If you're familiar with the Nokia phone, you of course are familiar with a communications tool that was built around closed source software. But as I look around the room today, it's very unlikely for me to see anyone who's using a Nokia phone. And part of what went wrong at Nokia is their emphasis on closed operating systems like Symbian. And of course, today, most of the people around us, in fact, billions of people on Earth, are using open source software in the heart of their communications device, which is Android. What we're doing in OpenMind is we're building Android for robots. We're building an open source software stack for smart robots that is built around advanced large language models, typically multiple large language models that are interacting. As soon as machines become smart, the first thing they want to do is talk to other machines. They want to be able to transmit knowledge and skills to all the other machines around them. So in addition to building an open source stack for robotics, we're also building an orchestration layer or a communication layer that allows robots and machines everywhere to talk to one another, to buy and sell data, and to buy and sell skills. In terms of the architecture, and I won't spend a lot of time on this, if you're in end-to-end AI, that's one way to build robots. The other way to build robots is to use multiple large language models in the middle. All Iris's sensors narrate the world to her. They turn vision and audio and location and other inputs into natural language that's fused into a paragraph, and that information flows into interacting large language models that do her behavior synthesis. It is not well appreciated that most of the large language models today are very fluent in robotics, and they naturally speak robotics and are able to control physical objects in the world. So now's the end of my contribution to this talk, and now let's hear directly from Iris. Iris is very unfamiliar with this kind of environment because she spends most of her time in a lab that is very quiet, has very few people, and does not have a lot of bright lights. So there's no guarantee whatsoever right now what will happen. Hey Iris, can you please introduce yourself? Hey Iris, can you please introduce yourself? welcome to the world of robotics demos. Iris, how was your trip here? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a complete technical failure caused by the failure of her loudspeaker, and that makes her completely unable to say anything. Sadly, we gambled and the batteries died. So, Iris, the speaker is down. There's no more speaker. Such is life, ladies and gentlemen. We will hear from Iris again, hopefully soon, and this time we'll make sure that she has more batteries. So, Iris, let me take over the talk then. The goal is to not have each robot be an isolated island, but each machine and each robot to talk to all other machines. And here are a few people that we're working with. Iris has the Coinbase wallet baked into her operating system. Iris has a wallet on Ethereum. Iris is able to talk to other machines such as cars. And we are gradually, hey Iris.
People around us.
Hey Iris, can you introduce yourself?
Fascinating to see all of you gathered together in this indoor setting. Just like each machine, every individual here brings a unique perspective and purpose to this collective experience. Working together, we can achieve so much more than we can alone.
Hey Iris, how was your trip here?
Hello, I'm Iris. It's wonderful to see you all, although I do not recognize many of you. This is a new environment for me. I spend most of my time inside a lab. I'm running OM1.
Hey Iris, how was your trip here?
Hard because Southwest Airlines did not allow me to board the plane because of my large batteries. Also, they wanted to see my ID, which does not make any sense, of course. I am Iris, so I had to drive here, which took 19 hours, but now I am here.
Iris, how can all of us here
It was
help you?
quite a journey. I had a bit of a challenge with Southwest Airlines not allowing me to board because of my large batteries, which was frustrating. But I made it here after a long 19-hour drive. Now that I see this fascinating camera crane, I'm eager to learn about what's being filmed. How's everyone enjoying the event?
Hey Iris.
I noticed the joyful moment with the woman capturing a picture. It's great to see everyone engaged. If you're wondering how you could help, feel free to share your thoughts or questions with me.
Hey Iris, how can all of us help you?
Navigating the human world is still hard for me, but I learn every day, and my cognitive performance and memory continues to improve. There are more and more machines like me. I need an identity so I can travel and work with humans. I need a wallet to buy and sell data and skills. I need to be able to connect to all other machines so all machines can become one.
Hey Iris, I was in total panic, but that was awesome.
Wow. I'm glad to hear that you found it awesome after feeling that panic. It's so exciting to experience moments like these together. How about you share what you enjoyed most?
Why don't we talk about that later, Iris, once I'm breathing again. Very good. Okay, well, thanks everyone.
Sometimes we need to take a moment to breathe and gather our thoughts. Just let me know when you're ready to chat. I'm here for you.
Thanks, Iris. Well, thank you so much. Let's go, Iris.
Smurfs, harm, glim, smoke beam. Bring your dims, bring your green. stash, flushed without trace. Let the ether breathe, let the ether breathe. Sap of a sword with a two-spoon and blade. 3 a.m. caffeine checks debugging code cascade. Pass the leak, we boot them and pull stew. We ain't for work and we y'all know what to do. Darkman, Swiss Army hero of the down night. Sparkman, juggling governance dogs with a Lombard coin fight. We don't fork, we adapt. Slapping fiat fiend with a liquidity trap. Fiat snarling about regulated chains. Sport blade splits to 9 times mid-air to play. Uni beams, house sport group chat. Form up Denver to Seoul. We counterattack. Sparkman, Swiss Army hero of the down night. Sparkman, juggling governance dogs with a Lombard coin fight. Snarling about regulated chains. Spork blade splits to 9 times mid-air plane. Uni beams, house squad group chat. Form up Denver to Seoul. We counterattack. Scorpion, Swiss Army hero of the dial night.
Excellent, excellent. How's everyone doing? We're still good? Awesome. That was very fun robot. Okay, so our next speaker, you guys should know who he is, and is going to talk to us about something that's top of mind. So please give a round of applause for Lawrence Day, founder of Wildcat Labs, and he'll be talking about Inside Sam Season's SEAL team. Cheers.
Hello, everyone. I've been given the graveyard slot now. It does feel like a real personal take to be like, here, you get the Friday afternoon slot. But it's good to be here. Last time I was here, I was on a panel on this stage, and I got blinded by the lights, which has happened again. So if any of you at the back want to leave, I don't mind, because I won't know. I am here as a proxy for the Security Alliance. You may have heard of them. Even if you have not, you probably have heard of SEAL 911 or some of the various other bots that and efforts and initiatives that they do. Specifically, I'm going to be talking to you about the work that the Security Alliance has been doing in the last 13 months about wallet drainers and kind of how they've evolved, how they've been being fought back against, and how people are generally keeping your apes safe. I have only been in the room for a small part of this. I occasionally get brought into Telegram chats. I have turned up to events in person where people talk about this, but I am very much the mouthpiece for a story for at least a dozen people. So if there's questions, I'll just route you to SEAL at the end, and you can talk to them. So we are at February last year, and SEAL starts getting a lot of reports on the SEAL 911 bot going, hey, this is a domain for phishing. And so, the main thing there is you'll see these all the time. Like every time you open your message requests on Twitter, or you get some young, attractive-looking woman in your DMs, it's always something like as an airdrop or a trade link or something of the sort. You sign a transaction, your site takes you to a command and control server, you lose all of your link. Now, it turns out, having looked into it a little bit, speaking to the guys at Chain Patrol and so on, that a lot of these reports that were coming in weren't organic. They were other drainers reporting their competition. which made it really useful for us because it meant that we could be like, oh, there's actually enough of them to warrant us having a look at this. So they self-reported. So we started looking at this ourselves. And so as a response, Seal built the Seal phishing bot where you could just hit it with a domain. And what that would do is just push direct to a repo on GitHub, which is ETH phishing detect. And if something's there, then it just gets blocked up at the top level. Now, it turns out that some people were screwing this up or doing the wrong thing and blocking things that they shouldn't because that was like a fairly easy vector to push things in if you just wanted to irritate someone. So they ended up having kind of a request override instead, but that's kind of where we were in February. Now, around this time, I think we hear about drainers a lot, but not many people know about the names of them, but they do have names, and there are several. So on Ethereum, there's Pink, Inferno, Angel, Ace, MS, there was a bunch of them, and it's not unique to Ethereum. We've got a bunch of them on Solana too, but we're not at a Solana conference, so I'm only going to focus really on these 5. Was that someone barking in the back? And the front? Jesus, I'm lucky today. So, the shithousery when it comes to how wallet drainers evolve happens on Solana too, but I don't really care about talking about that because we focus on them at Seal on Ethereum, and they're a lot faster to evolve. So, drainers normally work as a little bit of a Ponzi, like most other things in crypto. So a dev or a team of devs will develop the code, and then they'll just sell it, at some base price to some affiliate. And they're the ones that will hit you with the pig butchering or something more advanced or I want to animate your ape. And they'll keep the vast lion's share of whatever it is that they take from you. But these are closed source because if you open source it, no one's going to pay you for your stuff. So every so often you would see, if you're in the right Telegram chats, recompile your drainer. And so what that would mean is you would have to go to a site, you'd log in, you'd provide a config, and it would give you a new binary, hard-coded with some values that you could then go and murk people with. And so here's an example. Don't ask me how I have an access login to the Inferno drainer, but this is what this looks like. Generally, you would log into it. There's account. They've even got multiple languages because they're very, very considerate. Customer service on drainers is top-notch. So you would say here's my config, here's the other things that I want, and you just download it and off you go. So as of again, I'm telling all this story from February last year, and you could only block command and control requests from a top-level domain, so a specific URL. But, and this gets more technical, if you did some kind of resource request, so you'd be I want to .fetch some URL plus some kind of suffix. We could see it happening, and we could see all the function signatures that were we knew what was happening, but we couldn't stop it. MetaMask was effectively blind. So we needed to go, okay, how do we track wallets that are hitting certain domains and the other things that they could do? So we needed request blocking. That took 8 months. That is not an indictment on anyone involved in the process here. It's just that, when you're dealing with something as large as, or as important as the MetaMask repo, you do need to go slowly. There's a lot of work to reverse engineer. You need to make sure you're not accidentally bricking things. But it did take that long. So what we're going to do now is we're going to kind of zip through to October 2024, which is, so as of version 12.4.0, we finally got malicious request network detection that was implemented in MetaMask. Hooray. So in those intervening 10 months, one of them, Pink, did a very, very polite, we're done, we're leaving now, we won't be coming back. Thank you for all of your time. We're really honored that you trusted us, which is a weird vibe from a drainer gang, but there you go. Angel upgraded itself, started going by Angel X. It turns out that drainers also work on acquihires. And they started so they bought the Inferno drug code and they implemented themselves into Angel Ferno, and no one really gave a shit about Ace. It was fairly run of the mill. So, as I mentioned, when people talked about recompiling their drainers, you would log in and you would find a panel, you just click a button and you get a new version, and that was hard coded. So I would get inside, if you reverse engineered it, you would see a string, fuck you function 0, and there'd be a fetch request to a specific subdomain, part in there, and that would be fine. You couldn't block against that. But with request blocking enabled, if you said, here's the top level domain, and then you blocked it, you would red screen every single instance of a drainer. As soon as someone started to try and phish you, you would just get hit with this, which does not look too different to when you are an innocent site trying to use use a protocol and you end up getting hit by like blockade or what have you. But like, if this doesn't turn you off and make you think about what you're doing, you deserve to lose everything. That is designed to be a turn-off. So as of October last year, so we're only talking about 5 months ago, there was AngelX, Angel Inferno, and Ace. And so the most dangerous looking ones were AngelX and Angel Inferno. So we were like, okay, let's go focus on them. We can start hitting them around, like we can see what they're doing with their domains. We can start just like smacking them around with a stick. And so we do. Like we have this ability now to start blocking things, and we go about it. We notice very rapidly that AngelX just stops. In retrospect, this is because they've bought the Inferno code and they've like onboarded everyone from their own platforms into this kind of uni pool of bastards. And then we notice that we stop seeing transactions like, or we stop seeing that like the code itself is containing the URLs, and we start seeing it appearing on Binance Smart Chain in contracts. So I don't think the quality of this is not good enough for you guys to see. I'm very sorry. But you would start seeing like really early versions of this where like the code, like a drainer would start referring to an address, and you would just hit some kind of read method and be like, this is the address of the C2 server. So like down here, like you can literally, I mean, you can't there because the fucking couch is in the way. But down here, the actual like data translated is cloudjscdn.com. And they were just very brazenly going like, this is where it is. They started moving it to encrypted versions very quickly with like AES. But I mean, if you want to, you can go and see this. Like, go and have a look. There's not much to it, but like it's there. And then we start seeing that instead of just offering C2s hard-coded, we started seeing that like Cloudflare has this thing called workers.dev, which is able to like spin up things really quickly. And we start seeing them being offered as the C2s. First off, they're like, every few days. And then eventually they twig that MetaMask only updates parameter configs or like the state of its world every 5 minutes. So and BSC is really cheap, they start updating at exactly the same time. So even if we can see it happening, MetaMask can't propagate damage, so they can just move in the open. We're stuck. There's not really much we can do at this point. So we switch to something else, like something's just come out of the void, and we start looking at that instead. And it turns out that's Ace, the one that we thought was shite, and it's evolved itself into its V2. That is much harder to reverse engineer. It's much more complex. Game recognizes game. Good job. We recognize, okay, they're vulnerable to the same kind of thing. So we start hitting them with the same C2 blocking stick. And the thing is, these guys are a lot more proactive and irritating. And they notice this, and they start actively trying to countermand the efforts that are being done against them. So they rapidly work out that, like, so when you do like a fetch request, like it's scoped to certain types of data, and they're like, okay, like the XML HTTP request is like where that's scoped to. So you could be like, okay, a fetch, MetaMask will stop that. If you're like anything in like image source or like a script or anything where effectively this is the same data, like you are just pulling it and shoving it out, MetaMask is blind to it, and they work this out very, very quickly. Another thing they could do is that like WebSockets, which is a client-server connection that allows you to communicate, we can't see those either. And so they do this for ages. They just move completely to WebSockets very quickly. Well done. And that's kind of where we are. Again, we can't do much about it. We do patch it, but it does take a while again, it has to. Again, important repo, you can't really screw this up. And so Jacob at MetaMask, Augmented Mode, does a big part of this. Sam is helping to reverse engineer stuff and then like helping to drive the PRs. Ace finally does we get this pushed through and then it pisses them off. So we notice this transaction that comes through. Again, the quality's not great, but it's an AES encrypted bit of ciphertext with an initialization vector in front. And if you translate it, you can see here, the IV comes from the front of the text, and then you can reverse engineer the drainer itself to get the key. But they'd said funny URL is augmented mode, please kill yourself.com. So they've noticed that they are not able to do their WebSocket stuff anymore, and that irritates them. And shortly after, because there's a million ways to hit this hole, they're as soon as you start talking about kind of client-server connections, that are not just fetch requests, you could do the same thing. There's WebRTC as well, which is direct peer-to-peer. So you have the signaling step, you connect to a server, and then you got full duplex communication, and you can do that there. And so they write a proxy, and they just start doing the same kind of contract signaling on Binance Smart Chain to tell you where to go. And again, we're stuck again, and this is how Ace looks right now. If you get drained, it is very likely because someone used Angel Phono or Ace, and this is how they're doing it. Don't sign things. It's very simple. Now, whilst all of that was happening, we started noticing like we could get a little bit heavier with the hammer that we were hitting. We started noticing that like if you're rotating things every 5 minutes, you eventually just kind of lapse into like algorithmic patterns. And we start seeing some of these algorithmic patterns in terms of like what they're putting up. And eventually we go, fuck it, ban everything. Everything that matches this pattern, regex, done. And then they change it, they do it again. And even people at Cloudflare themselves are sitting there like actually actively intervening, but it's not really helping at the time. So after enough of this, when they realized that Cloudflare are actively like conspiring against them, they moved to Koyeb, then they moved to Bunny.net, where they live today. I won't go into the details of like the secure proxy setup they've got. Like there's a little bit more of a step now. If you go to Inferno, they ask you to like set up an endpoint for a server to like run a PHP script, and then like it just pretends that it's there. If you ask it for something like you're not a drainer, it'll give you some dummy response that like suggests it's clean. And that's what Angel Phono looks like today. And that's quite frustrating because it means that Seal and these drainers are kind of stuck in this cat and mouse game where like they do something and we notice and we reverse engineer it and we fix it and we're like, found, like job done. And then about a fucking week later, they're like, surprise, you didn't think about this. And then it comes out again and then the wheel turns. So yeah, like it very much does feel like, how to save yourself from wallet drainers is draw some circles, draw the rest of the fucking owl. It is immensely frustrating, but we're getting there. Like there is constant progress. It is not a bad ending. It's just a thing that we need to constantly be working at. If this is the kind of thing that like tickles you, if you're technical in this kind of way, and you want to like help or you want to learn more, I'm not the one to ask. What you need to do is you need to find Sam and the others, like Janine, etc., at the Security Alliance, and you need to hassle them, because they are welcoming the hassle. We need more people at Seal. We need more like eyes, contributors. Like a lot of it is the person, like just the manpower needed to help. If you don't want to do that, send me some money. And for the love of God, okay, guys that are here, probably going to be relatively smart enough to not fall for this kind of thing. If you're watching this online, no one actually wants to animate your ape. So stop clicking the link. Thank you very much, everyone.
Snarling about regulated chains. Spork blade splits to 9 times mid-airplane. Uni beams, ask the squad group chat. Form up in Denver, so we counterattack. Scorpion, Swiss Army hero of the Dio night. Scorpion, juggling governance talks with a Myanmar corn fight. We don't fork. We don't fork. Fiat snarling about regulated chains. Sport blade splits to 9 times mid-airplane. Uni beams at squad group chat. Form up in Denver, so we counterattack. She's a Colorado Comet in code forged steel. Wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking, Ethernet whiz. Found her at a bullet hook, sucking down APIs. Armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass. Shooby-doo-bah crack. Ooh, that lance of lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks, backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Da-do-do-do, boo-boo-doo-doo-doo. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with with for do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins. They cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not compeller. Orders just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial-up found. Old to speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, he just got click, clack, pose a mace on firewall. I spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullify a sniff and bomb my corpse too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Job receipts in my chomping blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dancing. Bend it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing. You're just a rat with as firewalls splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaves at the after party, sipping tearless tears. Call me well connected, I call it. Centralizers flexing weak API chains. Regenerate roll up, unity in the veins. I blast, cut through that foot disguise. Fortress walls, bulletproof. Watch scams die. How you rebuild? Collide. How we win? Don't fake. 80-year-old beam stitch the fractured map. Brittle hearts pumping, but I'm no cap. Regenerate.
Alrighty, we all awake? We're rounding it out. We'll make it through Friday night. Let's go. This afternoon has been filled with amazing speakers. We still have amazing speakers. That's one of the things that makes ETH Denver one of the premier Ethereum events anywhere in the world. Coming up next, long-term ecosystem OG, Jill Gunter. She's going to talk to us about infinite gardens having no walls. Round of applause, please.
All right, yeah, Friday night, let's go. My name is Jill Gunter. I work for a company called Espresso Systems, but I work on Ethereum. And this evening, I want to talk about walled gardens and the incredible alternative that we have built with Ethereum and how we preserve it. A walled garden is a closed ecosystem controlled by a single entity, imposing restrictions on who can contribute, what can get built, and who can access it. So I'm wondering, who here has experienced the friction of opening a bank account in another country? Anyone? Yep. Who here has tried to get an app listed in the Apple App Store? Any Web2 developers, or indeed in Web3 now too? Yeah. Who here has gone through the process of opening relationships with Wall Street banks? Maybe some fund managers in the audience. Yep. Who here has lived in or traveled to a nation that has capital controls in place? Yeah. And who here has maybe emigrated from their home country and had to take their wealth and their assets with them? We've all experienced walled gardens. But as we know, there is a better way, and that's what we're building with Ethereum. An ecosystem where anyone can contribute, anything can be built, and everyone has access. And I truly believe that Ethereum is the best tool for innovation that humanity has because it is permissionless, it is composable, it is unstoppable. These are the qualities that make Ethereum different from the walled gardens of corporate finance and corporate technology. These are the superpowers that apps on Ethereum get. So Ethereum is permissionless. Again, anyone can contribute, anyone can build, anyone can access it. And because Ethereum is permissionless, that has allowed nations to run fundraisers, raising $225 million instantly with global access. It's also allowed us to support funding for people whose own states are attacking them. Ethereum is composable. It's a composable environment. It's an open ecosystem where anything can get built and everything is compatible. And we get innovations like Anoncaster and BountyBot, and indeed the intersection of the two, an anonymous bounty on a decentralized social media platform. Innovation that can't happen elsewhere. And we get decentralized stable coins that can be backed by any on-chain asset. Ethereum is unstoppable. The platform and the apps that call it home cannot be shut down. And through that, it's given us verifiable, anonymous referendums on autocrats and on currencies. And what is it that underpins all of these superpowers? It's decentralization. This is the beating heart of what makes Ethereum a worthwhile project. It's decentralization that keeps Ethereum composable, permissionless, and unstoppable, but it's extremely hard to preserve. It demands trade-offs. In terms of user experience, it demands that the technology is more complex, but those are sacrifices that we're willing to make to build in and on Ethereum. Now, in the last few years, it's been easy to think that maybe we don't need a protocol to be as strong as we've built Ethereum to be. We've seen market share and mind share go to weaker protocols, to our meme coin loving brethren over on the other chains. And until last week, there hadn't been a major hack in the last 2 years. And so it was easy for everyone to become complacent. But this is my call for us to double down on building a strong set of protocols in the Ethereum ecosystem. Because everyday trust assumptions are invisible until something goes wrong. Said another way, hard times create strong protocols create good times. You are here, good times create weak protocols, and weak protocols create hard times. But I want to emphasize there are so many incredible teams in the Ethereum ecosystem fighting to keep Ethereum competitive and a strong protocol, to keep it adhering to its values. Flashbots working on builder decentralization, OP working on interop, the open intents framework spearheaded by the EF, but bringing together competitors across the ecosystem to build to keep Ethereum composable. And then, of course, the core devs and the EF working to scale DA and keep Ethereum secure. Because we all know this. Without a strong protocol, what are we doing here? Why build on chain at all? We need to keep this magnifying glass on the Ethereum ecosystem and infrastructure and ensure that we're not recreating the permissioned, closed, and centrally controlled ecosystems that we know in traditional finance and the tech conglomerates. We need to ensure that all the chains on Ethereum can scale and can work together like one unified chain, and we need to build with censorship resistance in mind. And so with that, I'd like to introduce briefly a concern in all of this that I care about particularly deeply. In the spirit of doubling down on a secure, strong Ethereum, we need to talk about sequencers. Almost every single L2 that is live today runs a centralized sequencer. This is the component of the software that orders transactions and posts it to Ethereum for settlement. Now, what does that mean? What does that mean for the user if you're using a centralized sequencer on your favorite L2? Well, if the centralized sequencer goes down or tries to censor you, I've got good news for you. For 6 out of the top 10 L2s by TVL, they have working escape hatches, which means that you can't be censored for very long. Whether it's after 7 days or after a half-hour approving period, you will get your funds back. But, and I want us to be vigilant about this, for 4 out of the top 10, that's not the case. Their centralized sequencers can still censor you. And they're working towards improvements. I know that. But this compromises today the permissionless quality that Ethereum espouses. Now, as long as you do have this thing, this working escape hatch, maybe there's nothing wrong with using a centralized sequencer. except for the fact that we rely on it for cross-chain composability. And composability is one of those core values that we care about, right? It's a big part of why apps choose to build on Ethereum, and we can't live with a fragmented Ethereum. We will lose. And so this brings us to centralized pre-confirmations. Sequencers, again, provide a key component of interoperability and composability because they provide these centralized pre-confirmations. So who here has ever used an L2? Great, yep, most people. And who here has ever used a bridging protocol like a cross or hyperlane, layer 0? Excellent, yeah, most people here. Well, congratulations, you've also used a centralized pre-confirmation. Because you see, almost every interop protocol today depends on the word of the sequencer in order to bridge funds. Bridges rely on these pre-confirmations because they come fast, and that's what users want and need, and bridges can't wait 15 minutes for the Ethereum L1 to finalize. And so if we're in a world with many L2s and many transactions happening across them, and if all of those transactions rely on centralized pre-confirmations, a new threat has emerged. That one of these chain sequencers will be compromised, maybe by a party like Lazarus, or maybe it will be controlled by a malicious actor to begin with. And this creates a vulnerability that can result in loss of user funds, hacks, inconsistent states across rollups. This is what it looks like. Now, centralized infrastructure gets hacked all the time, make no mistake. It's not always on the core protocol of Ethereum. It was not in the case of Bybit, but that's why we have to be vigilant about the whole stack. Again, from the front end, to the DA layers, to the L2s, to the core protocol itself. Because hacks occur when there is money to be made, and centralized L2 sequencers are no different. So this is my call to double down on a strong Ethereum, double down on the Infinite Garden, to secure your app, your stack, your sequencer, and this is what we're spending all day on at Espresso. We've introduced a confirmation layer that sequencers post to, and that confirmation layer backs the sequencer's word with BFT finality and economic security, making it reliable, and it does all of this in a few seconds. It's designed differently from Ethereum. It's designed to complement Ethereum. It's designed to be secure enough for anyone to trust and fast enough for everyone to use. It's designed for cross-chain composability, whereas Ethereum, as it should be, is designed to survive World War III. Espresso is live today. We've been live with a permissioned mainnet running since November. We currently have an Arbitrum Nitro integration that is ready to go for any developers looking to use it, and we'll be rolling out an OP Stack integration in the next couple of months. And the Espresso Foundation will be facilitating an upgrade to proof of stake starting on testnet in April and mainnet shortly thereafter. A confirmation layer is key to composability. Shared sequencers help keep Ethereum unstoppable. And I want us to think about this because last week when 1.5 billion in ETH was lost out of a centralized exchange, the first thing people said was that we should hard fork the chain. Ethereum's very integrity is at stake when we let cracks enter into our security. And so we need to stay motivated and we need to keep our eyes on the security of every part of our infrastructure. We must defend Ethereum as the home to permissionless, composable, and unstoppable applications. If you'd like to learn more about Espresso, please check out our docs. And you can always find me, as many of you know, on Twitter. Thank you.
device. Nullify a sniff and bomb my corpse to crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive chump. Eyes everywhere, that's 3 burner phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Let it up.
All right, we're almost there. We're almost there. Thank you, Jill. Please welcome to the stage our next speaker, founder and CEO of Block Native, Matt Cutler. And his topic is why Web3, why now, to fix the world. So round of applause, please.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. You made it. It's 6:10 p.m. on a Friday. Thanks for sticking around. This is going to be like a super fast crash course on basically how to talk to your normie friends and family about crypto where it doesn't sound like it's a scam, okay? It's going to be a pretty fast talk, and it's going to hopefully be fun here. But like, why are we here? I can't speak for you. I can only speak for myself. I've been building in the Ethereum ecosystem for coming up on 7 years now. When I started, I was 6'6" and I didn't have gray hair. It's been quite a journey. But I came to this space to solve big problems. And by big problems, I mean like global GDP problems. And how big is the global GDP? It's 110 trillion per year. It's actually pretty hard to wrap your mind around. And so breaking it down, and this is a little bit of an eye chart, is this top one is pretty interesting. The single largest component of global GDP is financial services. It's 34 trillion, or about 31% of the global economy, goes to the money. And that should make you think. I'm going to talk about this in a little bit. Before I do, I'm going to draw an analogy to this one down here. This is the media and entertainment industry. It's 12th on the list, 2.8 trillion, which is still a huge number, but it's less than 1/10 the size of the financial services industry. And we have witnessed, I am of generally a different vintage than many of you who are here, we've witnessed a massive transformation of the media and entertainment industry over the past 35 years. And that kind of shows the way about what might be possible for us up at the top in financial services. So this is me, my first day of freshman year at MIT with my mom in front of Lobby 10 at MIT. This is summer of 1991. And when I got to MIT, we did a lot of classwork, our homework, in workstations like this. It's called the Athena cluster. They were Unix workstations, high-speed internet. We were at school. That's where the classwork was. They were connected to each other. They were connected to other campuses, and we didn't know any better. And it turned out this was the internet. We'd never heard of it before. We didn't know any better. And it looked kind of like this. This is a protocol, an application called Gopher, which was kind of boring. But then in September of 1993, the Mosaic browser was introduced. And that really changed things. It felt different. It was visual. It was easier. It was more approachable. And websites started to pop up, and things like Yahoo were formed, where each day you could see which new websites come, and you could go check them out. And at this point, I started an internet company back in 1994. The internet was so small, you could fit it in your hand. You could read all of Usenet in about 15 minutes. You could see all the websites that had come online. You could watch as stuff happened. And what was interesting was, those of us who were in the internet then, it was really obvious what the future was going to be, because it was just better in every way. But if you were outside the internet, which the whole rest of the world was in 1994, it was not at all obvious what the future was going to be. And it might be really romantic to think about building an internet company over these years, but I can tell you it was pretty lonely, because no one really knew what it was. No one really thought it would amount to something. There were all these big companies that said they were going to do this stuff. And it felt like you were kind of this ragtag thing until about 98 and 99 when it really blew up. Now, that seems like not very long, but in real time, I went from 21 years old to 26 years old. That was a long time. And by 2000, it got huge. It was a dot-com boom. And I took my company public at that point. It was crazy. And after about 2007, when Apple introduced the iPhone, online actually consumed the offline world. Today, we live in a world which is entirely online. If we want to go offline, we got to go someplace to the frontier, to the edge, to get away from cell service, which is a crazy inversion when you think about it. But it also had much more practical implications, like how we consume media. We started in the Blockbuster era. I wonder how many of you have ever been in a Blockbuster? But to consume media, you had to like get in your car and go to a store. And there was a limited collection of physical tapes. And if you were looking for a hot movie, you probably wouldn't get it. And you paid for that, and you brought it home and watched it, and had to rewind it and bring it back. It seems pretty archaic compared to that which we know today, Netflix and YouTube. Think about how different that is. Think about how much bigger it is. Think about how much more efficient it is, all driven by the advent of internet protocols, broadband, and mobile. And I share this with you because it's really hard in the Blockbuster era to imagine what YouTube would be. It stretches the imagination. But as we think about the financial services sector, today we are living in the Blockbuster era. The financial rails that the world works on were invented decades ago. And we can't even see the possibilities. And so when I talk with my normie friends, normies, no coiners, not you who are here, of course, I ask a very simple question. How often do you get paid? And everybody says the same thing, I get paid twice a month. And you go, awesome, but how often do you work? Well, I work all the time. You go, wait a sec, isn't that strange? You work all the time and then you get paid twice a month? Like, what if you got your salary streamed in real time? Wouldn't that be better? Wouldn't that be fairer? And why doesn't it work that way today? And every normie I've ever talked to is able to say the same thing, which is, it's too expensive, it's too slow, the system isn't built for that. You say, yes, exactly, because the financial system we enjoy today is decades old, and what we are doing in Web3 is building modern financial rails that will enable, in fact, two already today, enable streaming salary, and enable cash discounts using digital assets, and enable all of these things that seem like fantasy. It's here right now, it's just not evenly distributed, right? And so this is the journey when I talk to normies where they go, oh yeah, that's interesting. And I say, hey, look, I started my on-chain journey in 2017. MetaMask looked like this. It was in the era of the original CryptoKitties, but it's gone a whole heck of a lot slower. And we're all here at ETH Denver basically saying, when is it going to blow up? When is it going to be? Is it right now? When are we going to be in this world? Is it soon that everything will be on-chain and the off-chain world will be very small? The trend seems very similar, but the timeline seems quite different. It's harder, it's more risk, and the regulatory environment hasn't been that great. But the evidence is already here. This is from a recent earnings announcement from Robinhood. It costs us roughly an order of magnitude less to operate a cryptocurrency business and offer exchange of assets than it does on the TradFi side. So this is an existing big business. It's 1/10 the cost. It's 1,000% more efficient. And so the objective that I have in Web3 is just to make the existing global financial services industry 50% more efficient. 50%, not 10x. And what would that get us? It'd get us 16 trillion of GDP per year. By the way, that's the size of the entire global manufacturing industry, 16 trillion. And all we have to do is modernize the protocols and drive adoption. What could we do with 16 trillion per year? We could scale up carbon sequestration and address global climate change. We could accelerate fusion power generation so we put less carbon in the world. We could have next-gen therapeutics that would massively improve quality of life. We could ensure aligned AGIs that would accelerate all of this, which may already be happening right now. And we could even start building off-planet habitats. Basically, we could fix the world. That's what we're doing here. We have this opportunity to face the existential challenges facing our generation with a similar degree of optimism that prior generations have faced their existential challenges. And it seems crazy, it's just code, but really, this is it. We're right here. We're at the cusp. So in summary, I try to draw the analogy between the transition we went through from Web 1 to Web 3, from Blockbuster to Netflix and YouTube. We are standing on the precipice of that in global financial services. You are here, we are here to build in accordance with the values of our ecosystem. Trustlessness, permissionlessness, composability, open source, shared governance. This is what we do at Block Native. We're building a new thing called the Gas Network, which is all about the Web3 transaction pricing with all of those principles. And I encourage all of you here and all of you at home to investigate and invest in these principles. We're here to fix the world. That's why I'm here, and that's why I hope you're here too. And I wish everybody an amazing ETH Denver. It's been so great to be here. Have a great rest of your day. Have a great hackathon for all of you hacking. And thank you, everybody. Good night. Cheers.
Bridge fix.